people can see it. Let's see here.
Good morning, Giants Nation. It's gonna be a big one, big stream today. Let's raise some money for a great cause. It's gonna be a fun time. We're gonna sit here, talk about Giants football. Alex and I are gonna talk about Giants football. We're gonna talk with you guys, all the viewers, and of course, we're gonna do some really awesome interviews and hopefully in the process raise a lot of money for the Tom Coughlin Jay Fund. Very exciting stuff today.
Absolutely. I mean, just want to give back, after hearing what happened with that Eagles fan and that Giants fan the other day. Some crazy events occurred. I feel like we need to do something positive for the community, for this football community that we've built with you guys. And I think it's a really important thing for us to really have that platform and give back to Tom Coughlin and what he's done is such a great job curating an awesome fund, right? Just to give back to the, childhood cancer kids. I mean, can never give enough to kids, right? And I'm really, really excited for everyone to be here today and hang out with us. I mean, we just want to just have questions flowing in. Obviously, we'll be doing interviewing and stuff like that. I'm pretty excited to talk to some of these guys because I know they have some really good information for us. They got some of their own thoughts on this team. And this is like one of the more exciting times, I guess, to be a Giants fan. I mean, the last couple of years have been up and down, but I think for the most part, this is like one of those seasons where we could actually make the playoffs and like do something special. And I feel pretty confident about that. Whereas in the past, I didn't feel so confident about that. I thought maybe, we'd have a couple of good games, but for the most part, we just didn't have the personnel. But now we're in a spot where we can really push. We can really make this playoff jump. And I'm super, super excited. And look, if you guys can't donate, not a problem. We're here just to bring awareness to this cause. And if you can donate, thank you for that. And, Anthony and I will both be donating. We'll be giving stuff away throughout the stream and having some fun with you guys. Cause Sunday, I don't know if you live in New York, but the weather's kind of nasty today. And all we want to do here is just have some fun. Okay.
Yeah, no pressure, guys. If you can't donate, that's okay. If you can, thank you so much. And any donations that you make, go ahead, check the description. There's a GoFundMe. You can make the donations through there. Or if you make any donations through YouTube, we'll take it and we'll put it into the GoFundMe, and then it'll go right to the organization so we know that it gets to them.
Exactly.
And we'll post any proof of that if you guys need it. We'll make sure that everybody knows where the money goes.
Absolutely. And I'm so excited for training camp on Tuesday. You can't even cap my enthusiasm right now about football actually starting back up. It's been so long. I feel like it's been like a whole year since we've seen football. Am I the only one that feels this way? Because it really has felt like the longest offseason of all time.
It's felt really, really long. And, especially since last year there was no training camp. So it's exciting that now this year around July, we're actually watching the Giants players hit the practice field because we didn't even get to see that last year. So this is exciting. And AJ, thank you. I did get a fresh haircut. So thank you very much.
I got to get me a haircut right now. I should have done that. But my thing is my hair, it just goes afro. It skips like the wavy. It doesn't get nice. It just grows up and out. I know you guys would love to see that, but I don't even want to see that. But Napoleon Dynamite looking guy. It's actually terrible. My mom's hair is like just wild curly, and my dad's is straight. So I got this weird blend of like wave, and it's just like the forever wave, and then it just afro is disgusting. It's a disaster. I gotta always keep it short for that reason alone. But guys, it's this is kind of an exciting time for us, right? Because the Giants and, all the money that we spent this offseason on the offense, on the defense, adding some of these big name players and whatnot, we finally have a direction, right? And all the stuff that Joe Judge has brought to this team kind of has led to us feeling like, we want to become more a bigger part, right? We want to do, more to be a part of this community as Joe Judge has kind of helped shape this franchise. It was only 2 years ago where players were like cursing each other out on the field or in the locker room or and practices. And I feel like we've taken such a big step forward because of the leadership now and all the different coaches and everything in between. Like it's an opportunity for us to really, get excited about this. And Mike, I do want to talk about the Kadarius Toney situation that's going on. We're going to ask some of the other, content creators and beat writers to gauge what they think as well. But this Kadarius Toney thing, people calling him a bust, people saying this and that about him. I understand the red flags. Like, I get it. Like, he has had a few situations where, like, okay, maybe you should be at practice. Like, why do you, don't go out. I mean, of course, anyone can get COVID, but I don't know his background. I'm not going to assume anything. But I think that they've all kind of been anomalies for the most part. I don't really think that Kadarius Toney is doing anything wrong for the most part. Anyone can get COVID at any given moment. And he's a player that is so elite in terms of his athleticism. I posted a video on Twitter like 2 days ago, maybe on Instagram too. And he's running some routes. He's doing some really good like agility work. And the guy is insane. If you actually watch him, I can't even imagine being a cornerback and trying to stop Kadarius Toney. It's not possible if you have that kind of agility and that kind of burst. When he gets to the football field is when I want to see him really, staying committed. I think that's really what I see. And thank you, Zachary, so much. All this money and these donations is going to go right to the fund. So if you want to donate here, or if you want to donate on the GoFundMe page, I know Google takes a little bit of the money that gets funded on the YouTube. So if you do donate to the GoFundMe, I think all of it goes. That's just something to keep in mind. But thank you, Zach. Really, really appreciate it. We got 20 days until Giants football. And Anthony, what is your take on this Kadarius Toney situation? Because until I see him on the field, until he's on the field being serious, with the football team, and like that's it, I kind of feel like we're making preemptive assumptions that probably aren't deserving just yet. He hasn't really done anything wrong.
I completely agree with you. I think that a lot of people, as soon as they saw Kadarius Toney get selected by the Giants and they saw that he likes to rap in his free time, instantly they turned him into a bad guy, which just doesn't really make sense to me. He just has a hobby, and making music is very much a therapy thing. It's very therapeutic for people, and I think that it's just a way for him to enjoy life. It's just a good hobby for him to have. So the rapping thing aside, I just don't even see why people would be concerned about that. And then, like you said, anyone could get COVID at any given time. I have my aunt's fiance just got COVID. He went to some dinner party with some friends, and he was already half vaccinated, got his first shot, and then he tested positive for COVID 3 days later because I guess someone there had it and didn't know it. So you can get COVID whenever. I don't think any of us can blame Kadarius Toney for getting COVID or criticize him for getting COVID because it's not really something that was in his control. It's not like he went out there seeking COVID and said, COVID, enter my body. Obviously not. No one wants to get COVID. And I just think, it's a string of bad luck for him, just like it was when his cleats didn't fit. That's a bad luck situation. And honestly, that one was on the Giants coaching staff or training staff, whoever gave him the wrong size cleats. That's on them. That's not on Kadarius Toney, because I'm pretty sure that when you get to the stadium or the training facility, they've got their cleats there for you. It's not like he brought his cleats and was like, okay, these are ones I'm going to wear. Pretty sure that they supplied him with the wrong size cleats. But regardless, as Alex mentioned, when he hits the football field, he is going to be an electric, dynamic playmaker for the Giants. We've all seen his highlights. We've all watched his film. We know that the dude is impossible to tackle. He's kind of like a mini Saquon Barkley, just skinnier and shiftier and a receiver. You just can't tackle that guy, and he's actually a pretty underrated route runner. I think he's going to do big things for the Giants as early as his rookie season, and that's something that I'm excited to talk about with some of the beat writers and content creators that we're going to have on today for these interviews. I'm curious to know what they think of Kadarius Toney because, as we can tell from the comments section, he is kind of a controversial figure for the Giants already, and he hasn't even played for us yet, so I think that's really interesting. So I'm curious to know what everybody's thoughts are on Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder really what I'm excited to ask a couple of people is he going to make Sterling Shepard expendable, right? Is Sterling Shepard going to become a trade target because, of Kadarius Toney being in the slot? I know we know Sterling Shepard can play on the outside. We know he can play the slot, but he is making like $10 million and he has an out in his contract after this season. So you could theoretically trade him, get some draft capital back and then move on and then use Kadarius Toney in that way and supplement that loss. I don't think it would be that big of a decision to make if you can actually get some value behind it. But, I do think that Kadarius Toney, with all the stuff that has been going around in terms of, rapping and whatever, I don't give a crap about the rapping. I'd rather him rap than do anything like illegal, right? We just saw multiple players get in trouble. Who was it that just got in trouble for like having guns and drugs and stuff, and he's getting arrested? Like, players are doing a lot worse than rapping. I'm so happy that he has a hobby that he can sit and make music and do something like not like good for a community, or like at least just good for himself, keep him off like bad situations like DeAndre Baker got himself into. That's all I really care about. Don't really care about the wrapping it all. And in, the equipment stuff, that was the Giants' fault. The equipment manager messed that up. That's not Kadarius Toney's fault. And then him getting COVID, anyone get COVID. I think it's just like a weird string of events that have occurred that now, we have to talk about because people are getting freaked out by him. But let's wait until the season actually starts to make any assumptions, make any like justified, logical reasoning. But AJ, good question about Jabrill Peppers. We spoke about Jabrill Peppers a couple days ago, and him and the trade rumors that are going around, apparently that Jabrill Peppers should be traded, or they should be trying to get rid of his cap hit. He's only counting like 6.7 million against the cap. It's nothing. Why are you trading Jabrill Peppers? For what reason? You replace him, I guess, with Xavier McKinney, like Anthony and I talk about all the time. The Giants utilize those 3 safety looks all the time. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point at all in trading away Jabrill Peppers and just to have a weakness where you had a strength. Doesn't make any sense. And 6.7 million, what are you going to do with that money? That was the biggest, like, what are you talking about moment for me. You get 6.7 million. What offensive linemen are on the market that even makes sense? Like, what other positions do you need to upgrade? There's nothing you can do with that money except just hold on to it. That's really it. Jabrill Peppers, that is, he offers so much more than the 6.7 million. He's a leader. He's a captain. He's an energizer. He's one of our best defensive playmakers. He can cover tight ends, running backs. He stops the run at a high level. You're not supplementing that. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think that anyone who thinks Jabrill Peppers should be traded has no idea what they're talking about. And when they say we have Xavier McKinney, so Jabrill Peppers is now expendable, that's just not how that works. The Giants play a lot of 3-3-5. They play a lot of nickel and a lot of dime. They're going to be starting 3 safeties. Xavier McKinney is going to get a starting level amount of snaps, and so is Peppers, and so is Logan Ryan. And honestly, Julian Love might even get close to a starting number of snaps, like probably playing 50% of snaps. McKinney's probably playing 70% of snaps. Logan Ryan playing 90-something%, and Jabrill Peppers playing 90-something%. Like, you're going to see all of those guys on the field frequently and all on the field at the same time, because that's the kind of defense that Patrick Graham likes to run. So he's not expendable, guys. Like, Jabrill Peppers, especially considering the fact that we have such thinness at inside linebacker. You got Blake Martinez. Next to him, you have Tay Crowder. And everybody else, not really guys you can count on to be legitimate quality starters. But Jabrill Peppers playing that money back role, or even just playing that weak side linebacker role that he played a lot last year, and I expect him to play a lot more this year. That's really, really key when you're talking about Jabrill Peppers, because when you're saying, I don't want to pay a safety that much money, you're paying a safety, you're paying a linebacker. You're getting 2-for-1 deal with Jabrill Peppers because he's playing both roles for you, which is super important. And a lot of people don't seem to realize the importance of that. His, versatility and his impact that he has in multiple spots on the defense. Very, very crucial, especially in Patrick Graham's high-flying, fast-paced defense. Jabrill Peppers, for me, absolutely Nicky Sav. They should go ahead and extend him. I don't even know what they're waiting for. They should just go ahead and do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I would extend Jabrill, but again, I get why they wouldn't. I don't think trading him now makes sense, but if you're going to do anything, trade him at the deadline. If you're not planning, the Giants spent like 150 plus million in free agency. Do they have enough money to offer him a big deal? The type of deal that Landon Collins got from Washington. Do we have that kind of cash flow? Depending on where the cap lands next year, who knows? That's the big thing. We can't extend him now because we don't know where that cap is going to land. Until we have a better idea, it's going to be hard to do so. But Mike brought up a really interesting topic just now. Aaron Rodgers and the whole Aaron Rodgers debacle. I am so interested to see where this kind of unfolds, because apparently he wants 90 million guaranteed over 2 years. Like, that's not that unreasonable for a player of his magnitude. If you're giving him 45 million a season, he's worth it. You know what I mean? He's worth that much money. But Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams both seem like they're leaving. Devontae Adams basically was like, screw you guys to the Packers. I'm not even going to negotiate with you anymore. They lowballed him apparently. And now he's like, kind of like, I don't really want to be here. And him and Aaron Rodgers posted like the same Instagram story of like, it was like Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen or something. And they were like together, and it seemed like maybe it was like the last dance. Maybe it was like their last season together type of thing, until maybe they both part ways from the organization. Some people are saying Aaron Rodgers could retire. For the most part though, I can't believe a team would literally ruin arguably the best quarterback and wide receiver duo in football. Your management has to be so freaking bad to blow up that connection, right? All you have to do is just like respect one of the best quarterbacks of all time and one of the best receivers in the league, and you'll be a winning team. Instead they're going to put all their chips in on Jordan Love, who's never seen the field before, and I don't know, like Green Bay really is going to throw everything away in the blink of an eye. And I just cannot believe they've managed to get this far and are now ready to just blow it up for no reason. Like, I guess Aaron Rodgers feels like offended maybe. I'm not exactly sure what he's thinking, but Aaron Rodgers is one of those guys, like, he's like, I'll just retire now and go be the freaking host for Jeopardy or whatever. Like, that's literally like Aaron Rodgers. Like, he's that kind of guy.
He should. In my opinion, he should.
I want to keep watching him play, though. I don't want to see him retire.
Oh, I mean, me too. I want to keep watching him play, but if it were me, if I were in Aaron Rodgers' situation, which I never would be in any lifetime, but if I were in his shoes, I would take the money for Jeopardy and stop letting NFL players bash my skull in. I would just say, no more. My body has been through enough. I've won a Super Bowl ring. I'm already one of the greatest of all time. Let's go make buku bank in Jeopardy and just relax and enjoy retirement. That's what I think Aaron Rodgers should. Yeah, that's what I think Aaron Rodgers should do. Just go get his Jeopardy paycheck and relax. But RELAX, to quote the famous Aaron Rodgers line. But also, this whole $45 million annually for 2 years, that's not unreasonable to me at all. If you go look at the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL, the highest salary is $45 million, Patrick Mahomes. So he just wants to be the highest paid quarterback over 2 years and then I guess retire or move on. That totally makes sense to me. I think that's, reasonable. He just won MVP. He's coming off of an MVP season. He was the best player in football last year. Maybe he should be the highest paid player in football as well. So I don't think Aaron Rodgers is being unreasonable. I think the Packers are just really poorly handling the situation. I think they're doing a horrible job, and they're about to lose two of their best players that the franchise has ever seen with Aaron Rodgers and even Devontae Adams. He's that good of a wide receiver. So if they're going to let that duo go, I mean, that's just going to be a pathetic moment. And I guess I'm excited to see where those guys land. I think that's going to be really interesting. If Aaron Rodgers does land in the booth of Jeopardy, or if he lands in the mile-high city of Denver playing for the Broncos, both of those would be exciting possibilities. But I guess ultimately we'll see. It's going to be an interesting offseason it's almost the regular season now. Like, the season's here, and they still haven't sorted this out. So this next month or so is going to be really, really exciting.
I can't even believe how soon the regular season really is. And Danny, thank you, my guy. Danny donating $25. Really appreciate the love. He's the guy behind the scenes creating all these amazing pieces of art for you guys to look at and really enjoy. And just such a talented guy. So, you are the real MVP, Danny. Shout out to you. Really appreciate you as always. And you know what? I can't believe how close the regular season really is, right? It's July 25th. The regular season starts on September 9th, something like that. And we only are like a month and 2 weeks away from watching meaningful football. We have a preseason game in like 3 weeks, right? 2.5, 3 weeks. That's not that far away. Like, think about how we're so close to watching football and seeing some of these guys really, really actually display some of this talent on the field. And, someone just said before, Nikki said PFF just dropped an article for wide receiver corps. Giants are at 12 with top 5 potential. I just want to take a moment to recognize how crazy that actually is. They ranked the Giants 12th. Last season we had undrafted free agents starting by the midway point, with Austin Mack, and we, Sterling Shepard, of course. We had Darius Slayton, who was injured by the halfway point against Washington, had that foot injury. For the most part, like, I just can't believe that they've actually elevated the Giants to 12 just because of Kadarius Toney and Kenny Golladay. I get why they did it. But it's just so exciting to see that we actually have like a formidable unit that people are respecting. The Giants never get respect, pretty much. Like, our defense, like, they said our secondary is 7th ranked overall. I would say they're top 5 right now. With Adoree Jackson, James Bradbury, and our trio of safeties, I would say they're top 5. I feel a little disrespected. Even 7's good, but I feel a little disrespected. I always feel disrespected as a Giants fan, though, because we kind of sucked in the past. But we're getting better.
I think 7 is a fair number for the secondary. I think that 12 is really exciting, though, for the Giants wide receiving core, especially considering their top 5 potential. I agree They do have top 5 potential, but I also think that it's more than just Kenny Galladay and Kadarius Toney. One signing that I think people are just continuously sleeping on is the Kyle Rudolph signing. I don't think people understand how big that's going to be for the Giants this year. Red zone, huge. It's going to be huge for them in the red zone. But then the short passing game that the Giants were like obsessed with last year. We all make fun of Jason Garrett for just running all curls or all hook routes or all flat routes, right? Just everything short, 0 to 5 yards. We struggled with that because Evan Engram struggles with that. We won't struggle with that anymore because Kyle Rudolph excels with that. That's what he's so good at, is just running those little hook routes 5 yards from the line of scrimmage. That's his bread and butter, and I'm excited to see just how he changes the Giants offense. I think he's going to have a huge impact. And then, of course, PFF is a huge proponent of Kenny Galladay. They love him, and analytically speaking, he is one of the best receivers in the NFL because he is a top 3 deep threat in the NFL. And the Giants had a serious problem last year because they had no deep threat. They had no one to go vertical. They completely fixed that this past year with the signing of Kenny Galladay. And then also, the Giants ranked dead last in yards after the catch last season. They completely fixed that with Kadarius Toney. So I think what PFF is seeing, which is something that I've noticed, is that the Giants almost were very aware of their analytical stats, that, that gritty data that not a lot of people know about, all that stuff. They were very aware of that. And then they went out to go and correct those issues very specifically, like the yards after catch, like the vertical threat. They knew what the analytics said. Those were the 2 areas that they struggled the most. So they went out and got the 2 best guys to fix those areas. And now their offense should really excel. So I'm super excited. I do think that the Giants receiving core has top 5 potential. And I'm just so excited to see it actually unfold on the field. And we're almost there. We're really close to being able to watch that.
Yeah, I mean, I just want – the only thing I envision is, like, when I think about Daniel Jones and Kenny Galladay, I envision Eli Manning and Plaxico. That's the connection that I'm like, those 2 guys having a quarterback. And I want Daniel Jones to pan out more than anything in life right now. Like, that's my wish. If I had one wish, I'd ask for more wishes. And one of those wishes would be Daniel Jones panning out, because the guy has all of it, right? He has a good arm. He has athleticism. He has mobility. He just shows a couple of weaknesses, like protecting the football, which is something that can be ironed out. Tom Coughlin, Jay Fund, Tom Coughlin, go help this guy out. Go teach him. Like he taught Tiki Barbattle onto the freaking football. Like, this is exactly what we need from our quarterback in terms of, he's a modern quarterback, right? He has the ability to run. He has the ability to throw on the run. He has the ability to the arm angles. He's got it all. You know what I mean? Like, he has all the tangible traits. He just needs to put it on the field. Now, it's hard to put it on the field when the weapons you actually are utilizing are awful. We did not have talent last year, at least talent that, could operate behind one of the worst offensive lines in football. Without Saquon Barkley, there's nobody respected our running game. Why do you think Wayne Gallman was crushing people? And I loved Wayne Gallman last year for what he did, but they were just basically letting him, they were like, run the football, please beat us with your running game, because we're still going to score 30, 35 points on you because your offense can't stay on the football field. Our defense managed to rise to the occasion and really kick some butt. But for the most part, when you have Saquon Barkley back, he commands so much attention and so many eyes that it's going to open up the field for those receivers. Like, I think Sterling Shepard is going to have one of the best bounce back seasons of all of our players, because there was so much attention going towards him last year. And he just, he's not good enough to be up against CB1s and dominate them. But CB2, CB3 slot corners, he's going to crush them. He's going to eat their souls. And that's really what I'm excited about. Seeing these guys that have been bogged down by inadequacy across the roster finally getting an opportunity to dominate, to kick some butt, and take on some lesser talent so they can really expose those mismatches. Now it all comes to Daniel Jones and his awareness in the pocket, because, look, the offensive line is going to struggle at times. That is something that we're going to have to just understand. We're going to have to be okay with, because we didn't do much to upgrade them. Of course, they could take a big step forward, but that doesn't mean they're not going to struggle. Daniel Jones needs to learn how to take sacks and not try to make something out of nothing all the time. Most of his interceptions, most of his biggest mistakes came because he refused to just go down. He refused to live another play. If it's second and second, or 2nd and 2, take a sack. Okay, it's 3rd and 10, 3rd and 7, whatever. At least it's not the ball's in the other hand. It's not in Marcus Golden's hands running down the sideline because you just fumbled. You know what I mean? I'd rather it be 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8 than not my football at all. So that's what Daniel Jones needs to learn. He tried to compensate for everybody else's weaknesses last year. And I think for the most part, like now we can kind of, I feel better about it because there's going to be a lot less defensive players in the box. And JC, you know, Jones doesn't throw the ball away very much. I think that's a big thing. There's a lot of scenarios. Like remember the week 1 against Pittsburgh when he got he got sacked. He threw an interception. Bud Dupree hit him. He threw an interception. Turns it over after one of the best drives of his career against a really great defense. Throw that ball away. Don't try to make something out of nothing. There's nobody there. Everybody was covered. Throw the ball away. Live to see another down. Take the points. I don't care. Just don't give the ball right back. That's where he needs to improve. And I think that we're going to see that. He's been working a lot this offseason to improve that awareness in the pocket, protecting the football. And I think we're going to see better. I just want to see average at best, you know, or at worst, just average would be enough for me to say, okay, at least we know he's growing, right?
Absolutely. And I want to put up this comment from JC Silva. CBS Fantasy has Jalen Hurts as a 9th ranked quarterback and Daniel Jones as a 26 for fantasy this season. LOL. I mean, that's actually one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. CBS is wilding with that take because, first of all, look at the playmakers around Daniel Jones and then compare that to the playmakers around Jalen Hurts. How could you possibly think that the situation in Philadelphia is going to yield more fantasy points for the quarterback? I mean, that's bizarre. First of all, when you're talking about quarterbacks in fantasy and you're talking about their, you know, scoring ability, a lot of the times you're talking about their rushing attempts and their rushing touchdowns. Daniel Jones is definitely a better rusher than Jalen Hurts. I understand Jalen Hurts is mobile as well, but Daniel Jones is far more mobile. So I don't see that part of the argument. And then, of course, Jalen Hurts fumbled 9 times in 4 games, which is just an astronomical rate. So when we're talking about Daniel Jones turning the ball over at a high rate, why aren't we talking about Jalen Hurts turning the ball over at an even higher rate? I see CBS always try and poke fun at Daniel Jones with their stats on Twitter, but I never see them criticize Jalen Hurts. And I think it's bewildering. And I think a lot of football fans need to realize Daniel Jones is not the only quarterback in the league that has turnover problems. Jalen Hurts has horrible turnover problems. And I think more people need to come to that realization. And we need to shed more light on just how bad the quarterback situation is for our rivals, the Philadelphia Eagles. So very, very happy that you added that comment in the chat because that's just crazy to me. I can't believe that CBS Sports has that kind of take on the fantasy quarterbacks this season. And Pummel, yeah, that's exactly right. PFF ranked Jalen Hurts 40th out of 40 quarterbacks this year. That means he was worse than every single backup. He was just the worst quarterback in the league because he turned the ball over at an astronomical rate. And I don't see any reason why he's going to improve this year. I personally don't see it with Jalen Hurts. I don't think he's going to be any good for the Philadelphia Eagles. So I'm very happy that he's their starting quarterback, and I hope that he remains their starting quarterback because I want them to be as terrible as possible.
As terrible as possible. That's like every Giants fan. And CBS always comes out with these wild rankings. I remember seeing, like, if you're a Knicks fan, Emmanuel Quickly gave Emmanuel Quickly a D rating. Their rating, I don't know who does it, but it's every time I see it, and it's a crazy rating, it's CBS. Maybe it's just for giggles. Maybe they're just trying to get people to talk about it. But Jalen Hurts as the 9th ranked quarterback is ridiculous. And Daniel Jones is the 26th. I didn't want to wake up and have a bad day, but that's just like pissing me off just to see that someone actually believes Jalen Hurts, who had like 9 fumbles and like 5 starts and barely could throw the football, is ranked that high. Who is better than him? Who is he better than? Who did they rank behind him is my question. JC, can you post the link if you can find it to see who the hell they ranked behind Jalen Hurts? Because I could name like every quarterback before him. You know what I mean? The guy literally cannot throw the ball. He had a 50% completion percentage last year. Do you understand how bad a 50% completion percentage is? Chris, my guy, what is going on, my friend? I'm so excited to talk to you, bro. It's been a minute. I'm really excited to see you, bro. Honestly, it's been a while since we've.
It's been too long since
you've had a vacation. Yeah, you've been hanging. Doing your thing on vacation and taking some time off. Well deserved, my friend. After the Knicks season, absolutely. I know you're live streaming those games, so I'm excited to see you again, bro. But yeah, Nikki. People forget that Danny only threw up 1 interception in his last 6 games. That's what I'm saying. Like, Daniel Jones took such a developmental step last year despite having nothing to work with. Like, we saw a lot more than people are giving him credit for. there was a string of games in the middle of the season where before the injury where he was kicking ass, man. He was doing so well and he was really dominating. And I was like, this is the quarterback that we need. This is the guy that can lead us into the future. And it's just a matter of building the pieces around him. It's kind of annoying that we took 2 years, 3 off seasons to really get him the necessary pieces. It was never just going to be Saquon Barkley, elevating Daniel Jones. The offensive line was always bad. The wide receiver core after OBJ, and then they went out and signed Golden Tate. Yay, like yippee, Golden Tate, the guy yelling on freaking national television to give him the football more, and then Joe Judge had to put him in place. But this is like, we it's better now. I really hope it's better. But Anthony, what are you thinking about Daniel Jones this year? Are you thinking he's going to be better than Jalen Hurts? Because I cannot even believe I have to witness such blasphemy on a Sunday.
Yeah, I absolutely do believe he's going to be better than Jalen Hurts. Like I said, I think Jalen Hurts is the worst starting quarterback in football, and I think he will continue to be. And I think that Daniel Jones is actually going to elevate his game to a top 15 quarterback this year. And I don't know how hot of a take that is, how bold that take
That's
is,
pretty
but
hot.
I do think that he's going to be about a top 15, definitely top 20, I think easily. With all the playmakers around him and all of the improvements that we saw him make in his performance last season, I think he will be a top 15 to 16 quarterback in the NFL in the upper half of the league this year. And I do think he has that year 3 breakout that we're all hoping and expecting him to have. I think it's going to be a big year for Daniel Jones. He really, everything around him just got better other than the offensive line. That's the only thing. If the offensive line is what holds us back this year, that's going to be really depressing. But I'm
going to be so mad.
Yeah, I don't think Daniel Jones is going to be what holds us back. I think that he's going to be what helps us move forward. I think he's ready. He's been working really hard. No one works harder than that guy. Daniel Jones is constantly doing all these workouts with teammates and going here, going there, hosting all these workouts. And he's working with all these trainers, QB country, and he's still in communication with Eli Manning. Eli Manning is still helping him. I think it's going to be a big year for Danny Dimes, and I do believe he'll be a top 15 quarterback this year. Not sure he's going to have that Josh Allen breakout season where he's an MVP candidate, but I do think he has a year 3 breakout pretty on a similar scope, maybe not as large, but top 15 quarterback. That's my take. I don't know how hot that is. Maybe it's lukewarm, but I absolutely think that's what's going to happen.
If he lands in the 12 to 16 range, like Chris is also thinking, I would be ecstatic. That is a huge jump. He's kind of rated toward in the mid 20s right now. That's a jump into the above average category. Just based on, basic math, him being in the 12 to 16 range, he's not elite, but he's definitely above average. And that would give the Giants all they need with having, Saquon, having these wide receivers, having whatever they need. Now, my biggest question for him is, can he throw a lot of touchdown passes, right? We saw the 24 in his rookie season, then it went down to 11. What is a good number? Like, what is a good round number of touchdown passes that we need to see him throw for us to be like, okay, like we're committed, like we get it, like we're on the Daniel Jones train. I think he's the future. I think he's got to throw upwards of like 28, 30 touchdowns for me to feel like he is like a franchise quarterback. And I want to see more than just those deep ones. Like, in his rookie season, we saw a lot of just bombs downfield to Darius Slayton. He had 8 of them. And I want to see more of those short yardage, like good passes with good route running. And I think the Giants now have the receivers to get that done. And that's also another topic I'm excited to talk about later. Just like the wide receivers in general, that unit went from being absolutely nothing to being, like we said before, a top 10 unit or top 12, whatever, in the league. It's pretty tremendous to see what the Giants did this offseason. I think we might have seen, if everybody stays healthy and everything goes well, we could have seen the biggest jump that we've seen from this Giants team in a long time.
Yeah, I think that with Daniel Jones, though, you asked like how many touchdowns is a good number for him to reach. I think especially considering that there's an extra game on the schedule, 26 or more. I think that's what we need to see, like 26 touchdown passes, maybe even 30. 30 would be really nice. But I think that 25 plus is what we need to see. As Froman990 said, he thinks that Daniel Jones is going to have a season similar to Baker Mayfield last year. I actually totally see that. You look at Baker Mayfield's stats from last season, 3,500 passing yards, 26 passing touchdowns, 8 interceptions. I think that's a very realistic, range for Daniel Jones to be in, around 3,500 yards, around 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Christy Entertainer thinks that 28 to 32 touchdowns is very possible and reasonable. I have to say I agree, especially keeping in mind that there's an extra game on this schedule and all of the playmakers that he has around him. Like, we're all expecting probably Evan Engram to catch 3 touchdown passes, Kyle Rudolph to catch 3 touchdown passes, Sterling Shepard to catch at least 3 to 5, Darius Slayton catching around 5, Kenny Galladay catching close to 10, hopefully. There are a lot of people out there, and even Saquon Barkley in the receiving game and Kadarius Toney. Like, there's just so many playmakers. I almost forgot to list 2 of the biggest with Saquon and Kadarius Toney. There's so many playmakers around him. I think that he is going to throw close to 30 touchdown passes. Hopefully he surpasses that number, but I do think he'll be around 26 to 30 and hopefully have a really, really good year. And I think that the Baker Mayfield comparison is a really solid one by Froman and 990.
Froman 990. It's a funny name.
That's you if you don't get a haircut anytime soon.
It's too early to be making fun of me, man. It's too early to be making fun of me. I don't got that type of energy to be defending myself at 11:37 a.m. on a Sunday. Honestly, though, it's just I just don't want to be disappointed again. You know what I mean? I'm really tired of being disappointed year after year. And I don't think my emotions can handle another season where like we end up an average team or below average team or not making the playoffs. Like, ever since we've started covering this team, they've been awful. Nothing but bad things have happened to this team. And finally last year we saw an uptick. We saw some sense of life, some sense of action and positivity. And we've waited too freaking long to watch this crumble again. We've waited too long. I mean, then again, the Browns have waited too freaking long. But in our own context, after having so much success 10 years ago, it's time. The New York Giants, it is time for us to elevate to an adequate team. And I really hope that we can get there because I want to watch a winning team. I want to watch the Giants kick some freaking butt this year. And I want to see us crush some good teams. I don't want to just watch us beat bad teams. I want to see us compete against the best teams in the league and beat the Tom Brady's and beat, maybe Aaron Rodgers is back up at this point, or beat some of these big teams. And I really think we can. And I think we have the leader to do so in Joe Judge. Like, that's really it. And Chris, he's had a big uptick in his touchdown this year. I think he'll be improved red zone offense with the addition of Rudolph and Galladay and the hopeful return of Barkley. Also, I think the defense will create more turnovers, creating shorter field position. And I think, Chris, we talked about this like for a second on Twitter. And it was I really want to have this conversation later with you too about, the importance of the pass rush and the importance of the secondary and how that's going to help the defense as a whole, because they're both very, very connected. So I'm excited to see, how those two can play off one another with the coverage, locking it down, playing cover one, playing that really aggressive style that Patrick Graham loves to do. And then how it's going to help the pass rush. The quarterbacks are going to have to make quicker decisions. The pass rush, when they're better, when they're getting more pressure on the quarterback, they're going to force quarterbacks to throw the ball. And that hopefully is going to create more turnovers. Like Chris mentioned, more interceptions, more fumbles, maybe. I think this defense has the ability to be a top 5, if not a top 2 unit in the league. And the last time we saw this team have an absolute dominant defense was years ago. I mean, last year we saw a glimpse into what a great defense looks like. And I think we're kind of headed in that direction. And if we can really get there, it's going to be fun, man. I'm so excited.
Yeah, excitement level is going through the roof, especially as we inch closer and closer to the season. Training camp kicking off this week. It's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, Chris also mentioned the red zone offense. The Giants did rank 31st in red zone scoring efficiency, which was just a horrific number. I mean, they ranked 31st in total offense as well. But I do think this red zone offense is going to be a lot better. The addition of Kenny Galladay and the addition of Kyle Rudolph specifically being the two that really improve the red zone offense this upcoming season. Kyle Rudolph, I believe 40 of his 48 career touchdowns have come in the red zone. The dude is a monster when he gets within 20 yards of the end zone. And of course, Kenny Galladay, just being a big 6'4" wide receiver, he's had plenty of red zone touchdowns in his career. And he's just going to really, really impact this team in a multitude of ways. And of course, Saquon Barkley, receiving, rushing, wherever. He can score from 80 yards out, 50 yards out, 5 yards out, 20 yards out, wherever. So he'll be a huge impact in the red zone as well. Everyone will be. Steven RC is a little less optimistic than us. He's pretty pessimistic. He sees Daniel Jones ending up on the trade block by the deadline. I'm going to have to disagree with that one. I don't think that's going to happen. And if that does, then Alex and I might really fall into a depression. Because if we have to keep covering a terrible Giants team for the next few years, that's going to be really, really tough for us, and I'm not going to be very happy about it.
If we traded Daniel Jones, it better be for a good freaking reason. It better be because we got A-Rod coming in, or we got somebody. We do have those two first round picks next year, but what are we really going to get back for DJ in the first place? This is like the Sam Darnold conversation with the Jets. They kind of ruined his career, and then they traded him. They actually got some decent value back, surprisingly. But Daniel Jones, I feel like if he was on a team like the Patriots from day one, he would already be a great quarterback. Or if he was on a team, maybe even the Saints, if he was sitting behind Drew Brees for a season or two, he would be in good shape. I actually think he'd be a really good quarterback. I just think the Giants didn't do anything to help him in his first 2 years. They gave him very little to work with on offense. His offensive line has left him to die, essentially. They've given him absolute troubles. And I think he should be further along than he is. You know what I mean? He came into the league a decent quarterback. I just think we didn't give him what he needs, Anthony. So when you're thinking about in the scenario that you trade him or whatnot, I don't even know. I don't even know what the question would be, because I don't even want to talk about that.
Yeah, I don't really see a scenario where you actually do trade Daniel Jones. I think the only way that Daniel Jones gets traded is if the Giants draft a quarterback at the beginning of the draft next year, and then they still have Daniel Jones on the roster, so they trade him to another team. It would have to be post getting your quarterback in place. You can't just trade him without getting a quarterback in place, because we're not going to start half the year with Micah Glennon. I really pray that I never have to watch a Giants season where Micah Glennon starts the majority of the games for the Giants. As much as I like Mike Glennon as a backup, but if he's a starter for the Giants, again, I will fall into a depression. It'll be a really, really tough time covering this team and making content for it with no hope at quarterback long term.
Yeah, I mean, JC, if DJ's on the trade block, Gettleman's head will also be on the butcher block. And I think that's really
absolutely
what's going to happen. Because I think Gettleman's, tenure with Big Blue is riding on Daniel Jones being a good quarterback. The Giants can move on from Gettleman tomorrow and they would be totally fine. I think he's definitely playing a big part, at least helping Joe Judge kind of navigate this future of the team, and really doing a lot of research and, spending a lot of time finding the right players. But his entire, I guess, everything about him with the Giants, I will remember him based on what Daniel Jones does. Not because he traded OBJ, not because he drafted Saquon Barkley. I will remember Dave Gettleman because of how Daniel Jones pans out. Because as we all know, quarterback is the most important position on the field. And if you miss on that quarterback, that's what you're going to be remembered for. Your legacy is not going to be like Chris said, his legacy is going to be shattered. That's it. He's made a lot of bad decisions. He's made a couple of good decisions. The Leonard Williams trade, great trade for the most part after everything. The Giants, traded back this past season, which was something he's never done before. I think he's really taking a step forward. He's modernizing his style, which is good to see. Old dogs can learn new tricks apparently. And, Gettleman, while he was a dinosaur, he is prospering into a young sapling of a tree. And I think that he is now, presenting himself to be more adept to adapting and really having a modern voice in this locker room. Because if we were sticking to the run game, if we were sticking to, really, really good defense and no offense, in the past that might have worked, we would be losing still. And I think now that we have a decent offense, or at least we have the personnel to, we traded back, we added first round picks just in case Daniel Jones doesn't pan out. And I think at least he had the wherewithal to realize that Daniel Jones definitely could not pan out. And if that is the case, now we have 2 first round picks next year to go out and get another quarterback if we needed to. Knock on wood, do not want that to happen. I'd rather trade up and get Kayvon Thibodeau from Oregon. Guy's an absolute monster, an outside linebacker. Pairing Azeez Ojulari with Kayvon Thibodeau, oh my God. Go watch his YouTube highlights if you haven't already. This guy is a freaking monster. He's physically insane. He's going to be a stud. He's the next Chase Young, but he fits our scheme perfectly as an outside linebacker. That's his position. If you haven't heard of him before, go check him out. That's a guy I'm praying that Daniel Jones pans out, because if we can go up and get Kayvon Thibodeau, our defense is going to be ridiculous, ridiculous, because we have everybody under contract. And Chris, if we stay put, bring me an offensive lineman too. Bring me an offensive lineman, bring me another, I don't know, another pass rusher. Next year should be a lot better because we have a lot of access to the players. This past season, a lot of the scouts and stuff had no access. It was all because of COVID. It was all virtual Zoom. You had the Philadelphia Eagles head coach playing like rock, paper, scissors, shoot to determine their competitive nature, which is ridiculous. So now we're finally moving forward. And I think with all the research and all of that extra stuff that we have going into the next year's draft, get me an offensive lineman. Get me a guy that's going to solve this problem because, like Chris, like you said, that's the biggest liability on this team right now.
Yeah, and keep in mind with 2 first-round picks, one of them can be a defensive lineman or an edge rusher like Kayvon Thibodeau, fingers crossed. Hopefully the Chicago Bears are that bad this season that they end up with a top 3 overall pick and we can land Kayvon Thibodeau. There's another good pass rusher coming out as well, I believe from Oklahoma. His name is Nick Benito. PFF actually has him as their number 1 edge, I think ahead of Kayvon Thibodeau right now. He's like super under the radar right now, but he's really, really good. Another guy we got to keep our eye on throughout the season and, of course, into next offseason. But 2 first-round picks, so you can land one of those guys, and then you can land an elite guard prospect or interior offensive line prospect or even a tackle if we're not happy with one of the tackle performances this upcoming season. So that's exciting, but I want to remind you guys, we are doing a lot of interviews today. We are preparing in 13 minutes. We're going to be interviewing Matt Lombardo. I'm sure many of you know him. Really big beat writer for the Giants. We'll be sending him the link to the live stream in just a few minutes. So if you have any questions you want us to ask Matt Lombardo, throw them into the comment section and we will be sure to ask them. And we'll have a good 15, 20-minute conversation with him talking about the Giants, talking about charity and the importance of it. And then, of course, we're going to move right into another interview at 12:30. We're going to be doing Patricia Traina. So back-to-back interviews. Third one's going to be Art Stapleton. So make sure you keep all this in mind and stay tuned. We got a lot of great interviews coming and got our first one coming real soon.
Yeah. And Thomas, I do want to answer this because, this is an interesting conversation to have. He says the Leonard Williams trade was not good. We could have waited until the end of the season and given up nothing. So yes, theoretically you could do that. But the reason they did it was because they wanted to have control over him, because since they were able to trade for him, they're then able to franchise tag him. And that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to tag him, turn over the entire coaching staff, essentially, getting Joe Judge, getting Patrick Graham, and then see if they could expose his strengths. And they really did. They really brought out the best in him. And I think that was the major point. The Giants really saw Leonard Williams blossom into an 11.5 sack defensive tackle. He had 62 pressures. He emerged as one of the best defensive players in the league last year. And I think that having that control over him to franchise tag him and keep him around was essential. And got a style. Alex and Anthony, who you have replacing Dalvin? And I think for the most part, it's going to be Danny Shelton. He's a big boy. If you've seen Danny Shelton, bro, oh my God, he's like a boat. He's like straight up like one of those little fishing boats, like one that Leonard Williams used to go spear fishing. He is a big person. He takes up a lot of space. He soaks up double teams. You can't get around him. He just pushes you. He's huge. And I think Dalvin Tomlinson, defensive tackles are primarily like the easiest, like defensive nose tackles are probably like one of the easier positions to replace. That's why the Giants never spend money on them. Every single time they have a defensive tackle that their contract is up, they always move on. Dalvin, what was the other guy? They had a couple of big guys. Jonathan Hankins is another one. Linval Joseph. We never sign these guys to second contracts. We draft them and then we move on for them for the most part. So I think that's why it's a replaceable spot. Danny Shelton, big boy, soaking up double teams. I think that's the replacement there. Austin Johnson, low key, I really like him too. And I think Dexter Lawrence will also be playing a bit of nose tackle as well when they have guys like Afadio Denabo and those sub packages come in that feature at like the 4i and the 5 tech. I think they'll kind of, do some really creative things to get those guys involved. But big sexy Dexy, that guy is going to be a monster this year. When we looked at his film, man, I know Chris, you've seen it. Most of you guys, have seen it, but nobody talks about him that much. Dexter Lawrence, absolute monster, bro. He makes an impact on every single play. He is so good against the run. He is so good at rushing the passer. More or less, he's being double teamed every snap, and he just bursts through them. He's so big and so strong. Blake Martinez called him an absolute freak of nature, and he is that. He's huge. Like the guy's like, what is he, 6'7" or like some crazy height and like 320 pounds, and the guy is so quick. He's so quick. I think that he might be our biggest impact at least maybe on the defensive line this year. I'm so excited to see what he can do.
Absolutely. I think Dexter Lawrence could honestly have an all-pro season this upcoming year. I also want to remind everybody tuning into the stream, we are giving away 6 FanFest tickets today. Tickets to the FanFest on August 11th, I believe it is, Giants FanFest. We have 6 tickets to give away. I think we're going to give away 3 pairs of tickets. We're going to do it later on today, but it's going to go to those who make donations. We're going to give to you guys who do donate, some tickets to FanFest. Really exciting stuff there. And then, of course, talking about this defensive line, like I said, I think that Dexter Lawrence could be an all-pro this year. I do think that Danny Shelton does fill in Dalvin Tomlinson's role, playing that nose tackle, that zero tech. I think that it's going to be Danny Shelton there, and then I think you're going to see a huge rotation. They always do a lot of rotations there. Patrick Graham does. You'll see Leonard Williams line up there. You'll see Dexter Lawrence line up there. Everything is going to be rotating up front, so I think that's going to be really exciting to watch how Patrick Graham decides to attack these offensive lines. And Chris, we're actually not able to go to FanFest. I'm not able to make it. Alex is out of the country, I believe. I'm out of town, so we're not able to, which is why we're going to give away some tickets and make sure that everybody else who wants to go is able to. So that's going to be really fun. I'm super, super sad that I'm not going to be able to make it to FanFest. It sounds like it's going to be an amazing event, and I really wish I could, but I'll be moving into college that week, so it's going to be really hectic for me. So I definitely don't think I can make a flight up to New York, flight back to Florida, and then move into my whole dorm room. So that's going to be tough, but FanFest is going to be really cool, and I'm excited to give away some tickets and allow you guys to have really cool experiences over at FanFest.
I'm so upset I can't go. They really released all this information so late. Like it was like early July. I guess it was like what, two and a half weeks ago, maybe. I wish they would have told us a couple months ago. That way I could have planned around it. I had no idea. I'm going away, and it's 2 days after I go away. I would have pushed it back a couple days so I could go. It sounds like it's going to be awesome. Like Eli Manning's going to be walking around. There's going to be fireworks. There's going to be all this stuff. And I think they're mainly doing it because, like, apparently they're cracking down hard on, like, media and stuff and, like, filming and stuff this year at training camp. Like, no one's going to be seeing anything. They can't take pictures during training camp. They can't take videos. They can't report on anything that they're seeing, can't report on anything that they're hearing. Like, it's shut down. This is Joe Judge. This is Bill Belichick style. They've shut this thing down like the Patriots do. They don't want anyone knowing what they're doing. So I hope it turns out to be really good, and that nothing is being reported. But they're only basically letting people report on stuff that they're telling them they can report on, which is like individual drills, like nothing crazy. It's gonna be pretty like this training camp might be a little bit boring for the first couple of weeks, but I'll tell you what, I think FanFest is going to make up for all of it for you guys, and hopefully they do it again next year because I would love to go and hang out with everybody. And we'll do. And Chris, let's connect. We'll talk a little bit later, but I definitely want to do maybe like a game meetup this year, maybe against the Falcons. We could link and like meet up with some fans and stuff, and like maybe like sit next to each other and enjoy the game together. I know Anthony and I are planning to go to that. I think September, right? So
yeah, it's September 26th. Yeah. Alex and I are planning to go to that game and do some sort of tailgate fan meetup, something like that. And Chris, if you want to collaborate with us on that, that'd be really cool. That's the game that Eli Manning's getting his jersey retired, inducted into the Ring of Fame. I'm super excited for that. I already purchased my tickets to fly up to New York. I just got to get my game tickets. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I think that's going to be a great game for us to meet up with fans and celebrate Eli Manning's legacy. I think that's a great way to put it. We're just going to celebrate Eli Manning's legacy that day. But it's now 11:55, so I want to play this really quick video. It's a message from the foundation, from the Tom Coughlin Jay Fund, and then we're going to move ahead into our first official interview with Matt Lombardo. So
thanks so
here we
much
go.
For joining Empire Sports Media to help raise money for families in New York and New Jersey who are tackling childhood cancer. No one fights this disease alone. It takes a team. And I know Coach Coughlin is thrilled that each and every one of you are on the J Fund team. When you give to the J Fund, you are helping Coach Coughlin's foundation keep families in their homes, food on their table, the lights on, and so much more when a family is putting all of their resources towards helping their child get well. To date, the Tom Coughlin Jay Fund has helped over 5,000 families and provided over $15 million in financial assistance to families facing the unthinkable. We could never have done this without support. If you want to find out more about the foundation, please visit us at tcjfund.org. Thank you again for being on our team.
There you go.
Yep, great message there from the foundation. You heard it there. $15 million pledged and 5,000 families help. They do phenomenal work. And thank you so much, Chris, the entertainer. Stand up. Thank you for donating and helping us raise money for this great
Chris
cause.
Is better, Anthony.
No one can do it better than Chris. It's Chris's thing. No one can do it better than him. But the link has been sent. Matt Lombardo will be joining us any minute now. We're going to have a real fun time talking to him. And make sure you guys throw some questions down in the comment section so that we can share them with Matt Lombardo and have a real good interview here.
Yeah, man. You know what? I'm so happy to be, giving back to a great foundation, especially for Tom Coughlin. He's done so much for this organization. It's only good that we give back. And, if I was Jeff Bezos and I could just hand over 15 million instead of flying it in a very derogative spaceship into space, I think I would do it. I would do it in a hot second. And maybe one day we'll have Bezos money and treat our employees better. But guys, yeah, make sure if you can, to donate to the stream, and all the proceeds are going to the Tom Coughlin Jay Fund. And Anthony will send a link right now we have a GoFundMe, or you can donate via the stream, and it'll all go towards the fund, of course. We'll make sure that every dollar goes there, and that's our goal. We want to do some cool giveaway stuff. If you do donate $10 or more, I will give you like one of our shirts from our store, and pretty cool. We have a lot of really cool stuff there. And Anthony, if you want to go on the store and just post a link to the store, people can check it out. There's some really cool things. Some Fireside Giants stuff, some really cool Giants shirts. We've designed like 50 different things there, and like they're all freaking awesome. Danny did such a phenomenal job doing that. So we're really excited to do that too. But when Matt Lombardo comes on,
Yankee stuff as well.
There's Yankee stuff. No Met stuff, Chris. I'm so sorry about that. I have to get on that. I'll get you some Met stuff. Don't worry. But we do have Yankee stuff and Giant stuff there. So you let me know what you want, and I got you. But this is, an interview with Matt Lombardo. I know he's with, with Fanside G-Men HQ. So yeah, Chris, I know I'm a Yankees fan for life, and they're just so bad right now. If you look at their starting lineup, I don't even know half of their players straight up. Like I look at their team, I'm like, where do they get these guys from? They pick them off the street. It's unbelievable. The Mets have such a good team now. The tables are turning. I'm pretty excited to see like this battle for the next couple of years. Brian Cashman hates us. He hates us all. But luckily we got Joe Judge. I wish Joe Judge could teach him a couple things, because, spending money on big hitters is not always the good move. We know this now. Giancarlo Stanton, please leave. And Aaron Judge, big contract too.
The Giants have spent a lot of money on some big hitters this offseason. So.
Yeah, but they're not like the same player. You know what I mean? Like the Yankees go out and sign like 50 players, and they're all exactly the same. You know what I mean? Like they're all Aaron Judges, all Giancarlo Stantons. Like they're all the same. And like they spend like hundreds of millions of dollars. Meanwhile, you have like the Tampa Bay Rays that are like, basically their budget is a Happy Meal at McDonald's, and they're doing so much better than us. So that is ridiculous.
Question for the fans: what do you think of the nickname "the Blanket" for James Bradberry, since he blankets wide receivers in coverage? I really like the nickname. Mike has been pushing
this hard. Mike has been pushing this nickname so hard. Got to get my nickname for Bradberry out there. I mean, look, I think I called him like the Shadow or something, right?
PFF called him the Shadow. I kind of like the Blanket. I think it's good.
I like the Blanket.
I like the Blanket.
I mean, it makes sense. Get him a pillow.
The Giants players have some good nicknames. We got the X-Men for Xavier McKinney and O'Shane Ximenez. The Blanket's pretty good for Bradberry. Danny Dimes, of course. Sexy Dexy. Saquads. A lot of good nicknames out there.
I love Sexy Dexy.
Yeah, me too. That's probably my favorite nickname. Sexy Dexy's a good one. And he's a phenomenal player, so pretty cool.
What's Blake? Does Blake Martinez have a nickname?
No, I don't think he does. I just know he collects Pokemon cards. But we have our first guest, first interview is here, Matt Lombardo. Let's add him to the stream and get things underway. What's up, Matt? How you doing?
Hey,
Well,
Matt.
boys, thanks for having me on. What a great day and a great cause.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you in New York?
No, I actually live outside of Philadelphia, about 35, 40 minutes north of Philadelphia. So just at home in the backyard, getting ready for training camp to get underway this week.
Yeah, man, I'm so excited for training camp. I know like they're kind of limiting a lot of stuff this year. They have FanFest coming up, kind of trying to supplement the loss of fans not being able to go to training camp and whatnot. But how excited are you for this team? Because I know you've probably been covering the team for a couple of years now, and you're seeing, I guess covering a team like we've been creating content as well about this squad of pretty much inadequate players for the most part. It's been pretty boring, I guess, to cover this team for the past couple of seasons. But now you got Kenny Galladay, you got Kadarius Toney, got some faces and some energy going on. Do you feel it? Do you feel it like we do?
Alex, brother, man, come on. There's never a dull moment covering the New York Giants, whether it was taking Saquon Barkley number 2 overall, whether it was trading Odell Beckham Jr. months after signing him to that long-term contract. Never a dull moment, right? But I think that this is the year with the highest expectations by far since I've been on the beat back in 2018, my first year moving over at NJ.com, and now, of course, covering the league over at Fansided. You look at what the Giants did this offseason, and I think that they're a team in the NFC East that's very much in what I believe is a 3-team race to 10 or 11 wins in a division title with the Dallas Cowboys and with the Washington football team. It's also a year where you're going to find out whether Daniel Jones is the franchise quarterback of the future, whether Daniel Jones can develop into a top 15 quarterback, because let's be real honest about this. He's shown some momentary glimpses of promise. Of course, the game-winning drive in his first start ever against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, some nice performances as a rookie, but he regressed last year. There's no getting around that. And you look at what the Giants did. They kind of ignored the offensive line, really hoping that experience with Matt Pert, Andrew Thomas, and bring in Rob Sale as a coach is going to bring that unit together. But when you go out and you sign Kenny Galladay and you're getting Saquon Barkley back and you sign Kyle Rudolph early in free agency as a dynamic red zone threat for one of the worst red zone offenses in the league, you're all in on evaluating your quarterback. And the Giants are as well positioned as anybody with those 2 first-round picks, the additional one acquired in the trade with the Chicago Bears, that if Jones struggles again, he's only won 8 games through his first 2 years, but if he struggles again, the Giants can then move up, and they have those 2 first-round picks to go and get one of the top quarterbacks available, either a veteran or the top quarterback in the class. But if he does step up, and if the Giants do win 8, 9, 10, 11 games, and he's a big reason why, well, now you can go out and you can acquire a couple of weapons to continue building around him. So I think the expectations are higher overall, but Anthony and Alex, this season is all about Daniel Jones's development and whether he can take that next step to become an elite quarterback.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that's well said. If I've ever heard it, it's a well said explanation for Daniel Jones and what, this future for him. My question is like, why do you think they ignored, getting all these players for him? Like they waited 2 seasons now to go get Kenny Galladay, draft Kadarius Toney. They still are avoiding the offensive line. I mean, they did get Andrew Thomas and Matt Pert last year, but for the most part, like they didn't give him much. We had undrafted free agents in his first 2 seasons, whether it be John Hilliman at running back, starting against the Patriots in that rookie campaign, or then you have Austin Mack starting a wide receiver by the midway point last year. They've really had trouble getting him the necessary, I guess, weapons around him to really elevate his game, give him the chance to succeed. Because you look at, like, for example, Zach Wilson. The Jets go out, they get, Corey Davis. They go out and get Elijah Moore. They get a ton of new offensive linemen. They're putting their quarterback in a position to succeed. The Giants didn't really do that. And I'm wondering, what do you think about that? Do you think, why did they wait so long for the most part?
Yeah, I don't even know that they waited, Alex, and I hate to keep bringing up the Odell Beckham trade. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek when you first brought me on. But you think back to why you passed up on a Josh Allen or why you passed up on a Sam Darnold. Obviously, you didn't believe that they had franchise quarterback upside back in 2018, and you saw more value in taking Saquon Barkley. But the reason you take Saquon Barkley is to facilitate an offense that's ready for a plug-and-play rookie quarterback to be dropped into. And when you trade away Odell Beckham Jr. and you remove one of the top 5 or 6 wide receivers in the league, you're kind of cutting off your nose to spite your face there. So it's almost like there have been 2 really different philosophies. And I can get behind taking Saquon Barkley number 2 overall if the following year you're taking a Daniel Jones and putting him in an offense with Barkley, Odell Beckham Jr., Evan Ingram, Sterling Shepard, and eventually Darius Slayton. That's an offense with a lot of weapons. That's the offense that you're now trying to build out with Kadarius Toney, Kenny Galladay, and John Ross. So it's almost as if the Giants had one philosophy when it comes to quarterback, and that's sticking with Eli Manning and trying to go all in and win that year. And then things just blew up with Odell Beckham Jr. to the point where they wound up trading him the following year. So I think what they did this offseason is what they had the position to be able to do in 2018, but it just hasn't really facilitated itself and presented itself until this year.
Yeah, and you mentioned 2018. You also mentioned the selection of Saquon Barkley, number 2 overall. Of course, he's coming off of back-to-back seasons riddled with injuries. What are your expectations for him this upcoming season? And have you heard anything about his injury status? Is he going to be ready for the start of the season?
Yeah, guys, my expectation is both Saquon Barkley and the Giants are going to be extra cautious here. And, this isn't me reporting anything, but my gut feeling, just speculating and throwing it out there for the purpose of the conversation, I wouldn't be shocked if Saquon Barkley doesn't get on the field until the end of training camp, maybe even the end of preseason. Because, look, the Giants need him to be fully healthy for 17 games. They need him to hold up. Barkley, on the other hand, he needs long-term security. They picked up the 5th-year option, but there's no long-term commitment there. So putting him and rushing him back on the field in July, in August, in training camp, and in 3 exhibition games, I don't know that that's necessarily the move here when you're trying to come back from an ACL that you suffered in October of 2020. You're less than a full calendar year out from being back. I do think that it would be a minor setback if Barkley's not on the field week 1 of the regular season against the Broncos, but I'd be mildly surprised if we see him before that. And I think it's the right move, because if the Giants don't want to risk injury and losing him for an extended period of time because of something that happens in training camp, and if Barkley's reluctant to get on the field without the benefit of that 4 or 5 year contract that makes him the highest paid running back in the league, then I think both sides here have the motivation not to rush this.
Yeah, I think that's really exactly what is going to happen, because for the most part, you go out and sign
Devontae Booker.
I keep thinking Devin Booker. I just watched the Suns lose to the Bucks. Devontae Booker. I think he has that ability to supplement the loss, or at least supplement, easing Saquon into the season, because I think they, like you said, they don't want to rush it. They want to make sure he's 100% healthy if they do view him as that long-term solution at running back.
And of course, you know what you have in Saquon Barkley, right?
Exactly.
So if you throw Booker out there in training camp, not only is he going to get his feet wet in terms of the offense and reps, you're going to really be able to evaluate his strengths and his weaknesses, and you're going to open up practice reps for guys like Brightwell and guys like Corey Clement to evaluate which one of those guys is best suited for the 53-man roster, who might be on the outside looking in, and who might wind up on the practice squad. So, in my opinion, there's really no upside to getting Barkley on the field during camp. If he's out there, hey, great, we're going to have all of the stories and all the content about what a freak of nature this guy is and a workout warrior, and look what a quick healer he is and all of that. But if he's out for practices, you get an extended look at Booker, Brightwell, and Clement, and I don't think the Giants would complain about that one bit in August.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I think, with Saquon specifically, you're talking about the ACL tear, MCL tear, partially torn meniscus. A lot of players have come back from these, right? We know Adrian Peterson did it. We know Kawhi Leonard's about to go through. He's just getting, rehab now in a different sport, but still, a lot of guys have made the return and have had great careers. I mean, look at Dalvin Cook. The guy, arguably, is better now than he was before he tore his ACL. So it's like, we know guys like Saquon that are just superior athletes can come back and they can be just the same, if not better than before. And that's what I'm really excited to see. I really want to see him, kind of prove everybody wrong. And he is such a great guy and he's such a great player. And seeing all these injuries the past 2 seasons has really, really hurt. It sucks to see, Saquon kind of fall into this injury bug riddled, just like kind of thing. And when he is healthy, though, and, Chris was talking about this before, when he is healthy, he makes everybody around him better. Daniel Jones will be better. The receivers will be better. The offensive line will perform better if they know they have a guy like Saquon Barkley behind them to really run that ball and create big plays out of nothing. And Anthony, I know you feel the same way. What are you thinking about his injury return?
Yeah, I think it's important, as Matt Lombardo mentioned, don't rush it. Just ease him back in. And if he does miss the entirety of training camp, so be it. But another thing you mentioned, Matt, I heard you mention the buzz of training camp, how Saquon Barkley would be stealing all of the buzz and media attention. Someone who's been stealing all of the buzz so far, and training camp hasn't really even started, is Kadarius Toney. What do you think is going on there? I know some fans are already prematurely calling him a bust. I think that's a bit ridiculous and a bit overstated, but what are your thoughts on Kadarius Toney, that selection, his role in the offense in year 1 of his career, and really this whole media buzz surrounding him as training camp kicks off?
Yeah, Anthony, I'm going to be real honest here. I don't know what to make of Kadarius Toney, because when he's out there and the couple times we saw him in practice during OTAs and minicamp, you see the explosiveness. You see the speed. You can kind of envision him in a 4 wide receiver set with Kenny Golladay and Darius Slayton on the outside and with Toney and Shepard in the slot. And you have all kinds of weapons there. And you feel like he can be a playmaker. But it feels like it's always something with this guy, whether it's the shoe not fitting right, whether it's whatever minor injury was going on during mandatory minicamp, showing up and checking in and testing positive for COVID-19 when you have COVID-19 vaccinations readily available to anybody who wants to walk into a CVS or a Walgreens and get vaccinated. So it just seems like there are all of these issues surrounding Kadarius Toney. Now, if he comes in and he plays like a true number 1 wide receiver and he steals the starting slot job from Sterling Shepard and he becomes one of Daniel Jones's favorite targets, nobody's going to remember the fact that he tested positive for COVID-19. Nobody's going to remember the busted up shoe during rookie minicamp. Nobody's just going to remember that you can, kind of question whether or not this guy has upside. You're just going to look at the production and say, wow, what a great player. But I'll say this. The Giants can't be happy with what they're seeing so far out of a first-round pick. They can't be happy with a guy that they traded back for. And yes, they got the additional first-round pick next year. But these frustrations early on, look, you're not going to lose a job in May, but you're certainly going to make it harder for yourself to win a starting job with the struggles that we've seen from Kadarius Toney early on. So he's a bit of an enigma at this point, and I'll be really interested to see what he's able to do once he's able to stay on the field, and quite frankly, if he can stay on the field this summer.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. That's the big thing is, can he stay on the field this summer? Can he prove to all of us that this is just kind of an anomaly, just different factors that really have no impact. And people, have a lot to say about him. It's an unnecessary headache, as Chris is saying in the chat. And I think, when it comes to Kadarius Toney, the Giants had a lot of different picks they could have went with. They could have went with Elijah Moore, who I loved out of Ole Miss. I think he's another phenomenal player the Jets managed to snag up in the 2nd round. But Kadarius Toney's different for a reason that, Tyreek Hill is different. He's able to make things out of nothing. He has that insane ability to, not go down. He had the highest missed tackle rate at 30% of any receiver in this draft class. He's also a deep threat. He can run vertical routes. He doesn't have a high-end elite speed, but the guy breaks tackles on nearly every open field attempt. And that's where he's so beneficial. Having a guy in the slot like that can make those plays out of nothing, that can put his hand in the ground when he's being tackled by 2 people and somehow emerge out of it and run for another 50 yards. But that's what Dave Gettleman calls touchdown makers. You know what I mean? That's what he said. He's like, we want touchdown makers. And Kadarius Toney is a touchdown maker. He's also, he's not a gadget player. And some people freak out when people say Kadarius Toney is a gadget player. He's a gadget. He's a player that can be used in gadget ways, but he's also a very good receiver. And he only had 4 drops during his entire career at Florida. He has good hands too. He's a player that I think is going to help this offense in ways that we haven't seen probably since Victor Cruz, with those crazy ability to make free catches and get open and just, nobody expected him to do all these things. We expect Kadarius Toney to do these things, but he's also kind of that, where Sterling Shepard was used on these end arounds and these jet sweeps last year. And this is where Kadarius Toney is going to thrive. And I also see him as a kick returner as well. And I'm sure you guys also see that application. He can also, perform on special teams, which is what Joe Judge really wants to upgrade. Last year, it was a disappointing performance for the most part, in my opinion, from the special teams unit. I think he's going to be a big part in helping, that unit thrive. And Kadarius Toney really is a superior athlete. He's if you watch the videos, his workout videos, he is so quick. He literally the iPhone can't even catch the frame. He's so fast. So it's actually insane to see him in action. And I think we're going to realize how talented he is. Now, I just don't want to see him, marrying kicking nets and stuff like that. I want to see him doing other things, like doing scoring touchdowns and not talking about it. I don't care that he raps. I don't care that he has diamonds in his teeth. I don't care any of that stuff, as long as he's not, betting away his life and stealing cars like DeAndre Baker seemed to do. I know that, always disproved and whatnot, but I think that for the most part, as long as he's staying out of trouble, I don't care what he does. Just stay out of trouble. And, the vaccine thing, that's very, very reasonable, logical discussion to have. And I think that, a lot of players are having that right now, especially the Bills. They're all having it with each other on social media, which is kind of crazy to me. I guess it has to be said. It might as well be in front of everybody. But it's crazy how the NFL is there's players not getting, jobs, undrafted free agents not getting jobs because they're not vaccinated, coaches being fired because they're not vaccinated. It's a crazy reality we all live in right now. But the reality is it's for the betterment of the health, it's the betterment of society. And I think that, the Giants and Kadarius Toney, very rocky start, like you said, very rocky start. But if he proves it on the field, it'll all disappear. It's that simple.
Yeah,
I
and
agree.
you mentioned the vaccine, and that's what I wanted to segue into and ask you, Matt. I did see someone in the chat ask this question. They wanted us to ask you this question. Do you have any insight on the vaccination efforts by the Giants? Do you know what percentage of the team has been vaccinated so far?
Yeah, the Giants have been kind of tight-lipped in terms of the actual percentage of players that have been vaccinated, and I couldn't confirm either from the player or the team side whether Kadarius Toney was vaccinated. And that's kind of a relevant question because you're now seeing breakthrough infections with the Delta variant among people who are vaccinated. So to me, that was a relevant question to ask. But Pat Leonard of the New York Daily News reported that the majority, quote-unquote, of Giants players are vaccinated. And that's not really a surprise. And I believe the expectation is that the entire coaching staff is or will be fully vaccinated by the time training camp opens up this week. So it seems like the Giants are on maybe not the top tier of teams that are vaccinated. You look at Tampa Bay, I think something like 85% plus of their roster is vaccinated, but they seem to be on the leading edge of NFL teams who have received the vaccine.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see this unfold in front of our eyes, and it's kind of crazy. But I do want to ask you, a couple questions about the fund, Tom Coughlin Jay Fund and stuff, and just what it means to you, as Tom Coughlin, big prominent piece in Giants history and still is. He's done so much good work for the community in terms of childhood cancer and really giving back. This fund, what does it mean to you to be able to, just kind of come on here, talk about it, and give it some attention? Because I think, with COVID and everything, a lot of stuff going on really didn't get the attention it deserved this past year. They didn't have the big event in New York City as they usually do. And you've been doing this for a couple of years now. So you've been there, what it's like. And, how important is this to the Giants community?
Yeah, Alex, I really appreciate giving me the opportunity to talk about the J Fund. I think what they do and what Tom Coughlin has built is truly special. And anytime that you can help families and children who are going through the absolute nightmare of pediatric cancer, if you can help facilitate the treatment of the cancer and help save that child's life, that's about as noble a cause as you can ever see. And to lessen the financial burden on the families that are going through that, I think it's just very commendable. And it's really reassuring at a time where it seems like everywhere you look, there's reason to question humanity or question whether or not society in general can come together for good, where we're so divided on so many issues. To see the Giants community rally around what Tom Coughlin has built, rally around the J Fund, seeing what it was able to do when it began in Jacksonville and then New York, really pick the ball up and run with it as a community and as an organization. I think it's truly special, and I'm just really glad to have the opportunity to come on here and talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for coming on and talking about it. You mentioned COVID-19 and the way that that's affected the world this past year. I did speak with Karen. She's one of the people who works with the Tom Coughlin Jay Fund. She was mentioning just how much of an impact the COVID-19 virus had on the charity. It was so impactful and it made things really difficult for them. So it's very important for us, we feel, to really spread the awareness of this cause right now, especially as COVID-19 is kind of coming to a close here with vaccination efforts increasing. But it's very important for us to be able to bring some attention to this cause. And we're super thankful to have you on and help us do that.
Well, guys, seriously, thank you guys. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Alex, for shining a light on the cause, shining light on the charity, and trying to drive funds into the J Fund. I think it's tremendous what you guys are doing. It's outstanding, and I'm just happy to be a small part of it.
I appreciate it, man. Really, really big fan of your work. Really excited to see what you can give us this season in terms of just some good Giants content, because I'm craving it. I know Anthony's craving it. Everybody wants to see it, and I think it's going to help us kind of get back into the flow of things, with COVID and everything hopefully coming to an end. It might be a longer battle than we anticipated, but there's nothing that New Yorkers can't face. And I know the Philadelphia natives are also tough as hell. So we can do this together. We can join as one and kick this thing to the curb, right?
Appreciate you guys and appreciate what we're doing. Everybody, make sure you pound that GoFundMe link and donate to the J Fund.
So thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Have a good one. Good guy. I like Matt.
Yeah, Matt's awesome. That was a great interview. And as he said, guys, go pound that GoFundMe link or at least donate to the channel and we'll throw it into the GoFundMe. Link is in the description for the GoFundMe, and make sure you go check that out and let's raise some money. As you just heard Matt mention, it's a great cause. They put a lot of work into this. Tom Coughlin, the whole team at the TCJ Fund, everybody, and they've been really hit with COVID. I mean, just imagine. I hate to be
For the
really,
kids.
I hate to be really bleak here.
for
Yeah, it
the
is for the kids, but imagine you have a family member fighting something as horrible as this in the middle of COVID-19 when the economy has gone to crap. If there's ever a time to go ahead and make this a priority and to make this a real big part of your life and to make a donation, now's the time. Coming out of this, pandemic, if you have the ability to donate, you have the funds to do so. We really encourage it. We would really appreciate if you would go ahead and do that. So thank you so much if you are willing to donate.
It's also donating to tax write-off, so you can use it in that way too. Just write it off your income. It's a good thing to do, and we really want to help these kids because we're very, very, very privileged to be healthy and have everything that we need in life. And I know you guys are too. So I'm really thankful for everyone to be here right now, to be contributing back to people that need it. It's important, especially during COVID right now. There's a lot of the hospitalizations and whatnot. Some of these kids don't get the special treatment they need because of that. There's overwhelming the hospital bills and everything in between. My grandma just beat cancer last year, and I'll tell you what, it was the scariest year of my life, and it sucks. But let's go into something a little bit more positive before we bring on our next interview. I think in a couple minutes, right, Anthony? Steven said NFL films about the Giants got me hyped. Tune in on NFL Network. Look, NFL Network barely ever shows the Giants. We were actually watching the Giants versus Seattle this game last year. That was our best win of the season, maybe our best win over the past 2 or 3 seasons. And I think I'm excited for us to be more included in the NFL Network, hype videos and hype shows, because we are deserving. I think I would have loved to have HBO, Hard Knocks this year, but Joe Judge never would have let it happen. Just looking at how strict they are with training camp this year, no fans, nothing. They were never going to let it happen. You know what I mean? So it's just I hope we get to see some stuff. But Josh, really appreciate the donation. Everything's going to the TCJ Fund, my friends. So I really appreciate that. Make sure to if you want to donate here, we'll translate it right over. If you want to donate on the GoFundMe page, everything's going to childhood cancer and knowing that you're doing a good thing. So hopefully you guys are having a great Sunday on that note.
Yep, and I'm setting things up right now. We're going to get ready for our second interview. Going to happen in about 7 minutes from now. It's going to be Patricia Traina. Many of you know her, another prominent Giants beat writer. She's going to join us to talk about the Giants, talk about football, talk about the charity and all of that. So back-to-back interviews before we get a little bit of a break. We're going to do Art Stapleton after that. So make sure you guys stay tuned. Long day ahead. And of course, Josh, thank you so much for donating and supporting this great cause.
And AJ, interesting question. What storylines do you have for the Giants in training camp and what to look for? My favorite thing about training camp is position battles. That's my absolute favorite thing about training camp, is watching these guys go head to head to win starting jobs. And finally, my friends, we're not giving starting jobs away. This is not like a McDonald's drive-through. We're not just giving jobs away because no one else wants to do them. We are actually putting in a good place where people can compete. The outside linebacker group, we have so many players there now. We had 2, 3 last year. Now we have 6 or 7. It's such a good situation for us. I'm really excited, to see what they can accomplish. And we'll see how it goes. But AJ, I think that's the big one. The position battles at cornerback, in terms of Aaron Robinson and Darnay Holmes, outside linebacker. Seeing what happens next to Blake Martinez. Maybe if Jabrill Peppers kind of moves up into this money backer role. There's so much fun stuff ready to commence, guys. I'm super hyped.
Number 1 position battle, Daniel Jones versus Mike Glennon. Can't wait to see that unfold. Who will win the starting job? Who will be the future of the New York Giants?
The giraffe neck. He's going to dash Daniel Jones with his neck. He's like that. You ever see giraffes fight?
I have. It's really wild. It's actually pretty fun to watch.
If you guys have never seen giraffes fight, go look it up. They literally they just swing their necks at each other like baseball bats. It's crazy. It's actually it looks pretty deadly. I wouldn't want to get hit by a giraffe neck. That's like Mike Glennon. The guy has a huge neck. I saw this edit of Mike Glennon. He literally was just like 10-foot neck. Oh God. Yeah, it's getting to that time. I'm just my brain's just scrambled to
we've been going at it for a while, and we have a lot longer to go. We have a lot more great interviews to do, of course, guys. The schedule is pretty sweet. Patricia Traina about to come on. Art Stapleton, license plate guy, will be joining us at some point today. He's busy helping Odell Beckham Jr. with his camp, so we're not sure when LPG is coming on, but he's coming on today as well. Of course, Christiana Taina, he's in the chat right now hanging out with us, but he'll be on later as well. So I guess we're ready to get started on our second interview of the day. We'll add Patricia Traina to the stream and get it going.
Yeah. Hey, Pat. How's it going?
How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Getting through this last weekend without any football because it's starting up soon.
I know. I'm so excited. It can't come fast enough. Life is boring when football is not happening. And oh my goodness. And honestly, the regular season, we were just saying, the regular season is like so close. It feels like it's far away, but it's only like a month, couple weeks away. And even our first preseason games, like 2 or 3 weeks away. But how are you doing today? And, I want to talk, just starting off about the fund, TCJ Fund, and what it means to you. And you've been here for a long time, so you know all about it. And over the years, seeing what they've done for many kids, fighting childhood cancer. So, I'm just speaking a little bit about that. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Sure. I mean, I don't know if you guys know or how many people know, but I myself am a cancer survivor. So I went through cancer treatments in 2011, and one of the treatments that I had, it was interesting. They put us in little pods for the treatment, for the chemo treatments. And I remember being next to a little boy who couldn't have been more than 10, 11 years old. And I remember sitting there just, thinking to myself, why do these little children have to suffer like this? Because, chemo treatments, they're not fun. I can tell you that, from experience. And I remember I had brought with me, to keep me busy because I was going to be there for most of the day, I remember I brought media guides. It was right around the time training camp was getting ready to start up. So I brought, Giants material with me. And I remember the little boy his family was we're Giant fans. And, here I am, I'm sharing the information and I'm, trying to make this kid feel, to take his mind off of it because, you've got needles sticking in you and you've got these drugs pumping into your body and you're feeling sleepy or you feel like you have to run to the bathroom every 5 minutes. I mean, depending on what you're having done to you. So it was really rewarding to see this young boy get his mind off of it. And, I tell that story because what TC's J Fund is doing, cancer is very devastating. And it helps when you have a good support system around you, whether it be family, friends, strangers, whatever. And what TC's J Fund does is just, I tip my hat to the coach. I mean, it means a lot, I'm sure, to the families who are going through it. I know, having gone through it when I had my support system, it meant a lot to me. So I'm really happy that you asked me to jump on with you guys to support this great cause. And I really hope it does well.
Me too. And thank you for sharing that story because that's a deep story and one I knew you were tough, but that's tough. You kick some butt, Pat. Seriously. That's, nobody should have to experience that. Especially seeing such young kids experience that. I can't even imagine. Just raising some awareness for it, especially after a long COVID riddled year. I think it's important. And I think that, trying to give back, especially with, it's not always about football. Sometimes you have to look at the bigger things in life and say, we have to contribute toward those things. And I think this is one of them, especially because it is Tom Coughlin and the amount of happiness that Tom Coughlin has given me in my lifetime, 2 Super Bowl wins. It's only fair that I give it right back. That's he gave it to us. He worked hard to give those moments, those few moments, and I'll never forget them. So I think it's important that we share it with him too. But Anthony, what are you thinking about Pat's story? Just an incredible, source of confidence and motivation to do better.
Of course, it's an incredible story, and I thank you so much for sharing it. It was deeply personal and very inspiring. And as you mentioned there, sometimes we use football to take our mind off things, right? And so that's one thing that we want to do. We want to raise a lot of awareness for the foundation, of course, and we also do want to just talk some Giants football as we all get excited for the upcoming season. Training camp's about to kick off. One player that I do want to ask you about and discuss with you is Darnay Holmes, and actually 2 players, Aaron Robinson as well. We're talking about the slot cornerback position. 2 young players there about to compete for the slot cornerback role in training camp. What are you looking at there, and how excited are you to get back to training camp and back in person covering the team as well?
Oh, well, to answer your second question, I can't wait. I'm actually sitting here counting down the days. I have my COVID test tomorrow. And I was like, I'll come down now. As soon as they told me I had to take that COVID test, it's a requirement league wide if you're going to cover in person. So I can't wait to get back out there. It's been too long. And, I thrive, I think, doing things in person as opposed to via Zoom and video conference and over the phone. I just feel like it takes away, a personal element. So I've always thrived being in front of a person. Regarding the Darnay Holmes and Aaron Robinson battle, I'm not so sure, guys, that that's a true battle in the sense of, like at right tackle where it's going to be one or the other. I think you're going to see a situation where sometimes you will see Darnay Holmes in the slot. Sometimes you will see Aaron Robinson in the slot. But what I'm looking for with Aaron Robinson is I think you're going to see him maybe play a lot of that star linebacker spot that Jabrill Peppers has played. So, you got to remember Jabrill Peppers, he's not signed beyond this year. I don't know that they will sign him beyond this year. I think they're going to maybe look at Robinson for that role, see how he does. But, the good thing about all the talent that they have on defense is they can mix and match now. So how many times last year did Darnay Holmes, who, by the way, I thought did a pretty good job, all things considering, especially since he hadn't really played that slot cornerback spot much in college. But how many times do you recall seeing him go up against a bigger receiver and just be totally outclassed? So that said, now the Giants have a taller slot cornerback option. They have other slot options. And I think that position, I could see that being more of a committee approach, if you will. And I'm looking forward to it. I mean, Robinson's a guy, remember, they traded up to get. I think the Eagles, I read someplace that the Eagles might have been interested in getting him, which is interesting because they still don't have, I don't think, solutions at cornerback. But I'm really excited to see that, how he develops. Now, of course, he's on the PUP list, I think, with a core muscle injury. So hopefully he'll get back quickly and, he'll do great things as well as the rest of the rookies and new faces they brought in.
Yeah, they actually had Dallas ranked 32nd. I think PFF had Dallas ranked, their secondary ranked 32nd. I think Eagles landed at like 26th or something like that. So the Giants all the way up at 7th, looking pretty good so far. And, going out and getting Aaron Robinson. I'm excited to see, how that influences Jabrill Peppers. There have been some rumors floating around that the Giants could trade him. I don't think it makes sense right now, but do you think that trading Jabrill Peppers maybe at the deadline would make more sense, just getting some draft capital back if they're not going to extend him? Because what kind of contract could they really offer him now that they're kind of strapped for cash for the next couple of seasons, with Kenny Galladay's cap hit being so low this year and then ballooning next year? Same with Leonard Williams, not going to have a lot of free cash flow. How would you possibly fit Jabrill Peppers moving forward?
You probably won't be able to, especially if he has a great year. And, I think he's going to warrant, because remember, Jabrill Peppers is still young. He's still peaking. So teams will pay a premium for that kind of talent. And he's versatile. He could play down in the box. He could play that star position. He could be your punt returner. There's a lot of things he can do. So I am not optimistic that he will be a Giant next year one way or another. Could they trade him? I suppose they could. But I'll be honest with you. As to what they could get for him, I haven't really thought about that, what his value is. I think a lot's going to depend on how Aaron Robinson comes together. I think it's going to boil down to how Jabrill is playing at the time. So there's a lot of things we don't yet know. But with that said, you're right. The Giants don't have a lot of cap space next year. And I know people are probably saying, well, they didn't have a lot of cap space this year. They found ways to get it done. Next year is going to be kind of tight. I think Kevin Abrams himself even said that could be a problem. So if they don't have Jabrill Peppers in their future, would I like to see them try and get something for him next year? Absolutely, because they're not going to be able to really dabble, I don't think, as much in free agency. So the more draft picks you have, the more flexibility you're going to have to move around and get guys that you need at, by the way, that rookie rate that, that's a bonus with having draft picks as opposed to veteran free agents.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really interesting to hear you mention Aaron Robinson as a potential replacement in a way for Jabrill Peppers. That's not something that I've heard many people mention thus far. So I think that's a super interesting scenario that could take place. But one thing you also mentioned, back on the first question, talking about getting back in person, you mentioned personal connections that you make covering the Giants in person. I'm curious to know if you have any very personal stories or personal connections that you made with anyone specific in the Giants stratosphere throughout your long career covering the team.
Oh gosh, I got a long list. I mean, do you have all day? No, seriously. One of the rewarding things for me is when I cover a player and I walk, then the player leaves, and years later they remember you. They might not remember your name, or they might not remember, everything about you, but they recognize your face and they come up and they're like, oh yeah, I remember you wrote this about me, and I have, I like that article so much that I had it framed. Dominic Hickson told me that about an article I had written for him that quite honestly I'd forgotten. I mean, I've written so many articles over my career, but I will tell you guys a really cool story. And I was telling somebody this story the other day, actually, going back to my cancer battle in 2011. I got a game ball from that team. That team gave me a game ball because what had happened was Steve Weatherford, the punter, just took a shining to me, I guess. He and I really hit it off, and he was always, anytime I needed something, he was there. He, gave me his phone number, introduced me to his wife and his family. And we're still very, we still keep in touch to this day. And, one day he said to me, you know what? I found out you're going through cancer and I want to give you a game ball. And I said to him, nah, you don't, because you don't accept that thing. If you're a reporter, you don't accept tickets or game balls or game use stuff or any of that. So I said, no, I don't need that. That's good. I said, I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't want a game ball. He says, well, a bunch of guys, we decided that you deserve it because, you're here, you're doing your thing, and, you can't possibly be feeling good, and yet you're here and you're doing the best you can. So you deserve it. And I said, no, I said, guys, come on, you're making too big of a deal of it. Because for me, when I was going through it, I'm like, well, I'm going to beat it. I know I'm going to beat it. The doctors told me I would, but they also told me it was going to be tough. So anyway, I kept turning down the game ball. And I said, look, if I bring that game ball back to the media room, I'm going to get looked at funny. So I didn't want to bring attention to myself. Well, long story short, he got hold of my address and they mailed me the game ball, despite the fact that I said I didn't want it or deserve it. So I got that game ball. It was signed by a bunch of players, and just really cool, a really cool, I think, gesture. And, that would have probably never come about had I not had the in-person experience and been able to, sit with guys and talk to them on a, kind of like how we're talking person to person. And that's what it's all about.
I think that's an incredible gesture from a team, and that shows you how much of a family the Giants really is.
Mm-hmm.
That organization is just a big family, and they all care about each other. And I think that the past couple of years that's kind of gotten lost in translation a little bit with all the turnover and all of the negativity. And I feel it again. I feel like we're a family again.
Oh, yeah.
And that's special. Because even, when the negativity was flowing and, things weren't going so well, even the fans started to turn on each other. It was a very hostile place on social media. We all know it can be. But now it feels better. I feel like, even the bad conversations aren't that bad. They're better now. And I think that's a huge, just a testament to how much we all love this team, how much we care about this team, and how much the players care about us, because they're even in getting involved in social media and giving back. And that's just a great story for all of those that are listening on, how much they care about people that may have never met, or they know, very little about, just finding out, okay, this person's going through something really tough. We have to do something to cheer them up. They didn't have to do that, but they wanted to do that. And that's what, that stands out. And I know Steve Weatherford's a great guy. He's done a lot. And I follow him pretty closely too. I see him all over social media all the time. He's also very ripped, which is pretty cool. Very fitness oriented and fit. But Patty, yeah, this upcoming season, how do you feel about Joe Judge restoring this kind of family mentality? Do you feel that too? Because I definitely feel like there's a change in guard.
Yeah. Well, spoiler alert. Make sure you tune into Giants Country starting at 9 p.m. tomorrow, because I'm going to have a series of 3 stories I'm going to drop in a matter of 15 minutes, which I think Giant fans are going to really enjoy. But to answer your question, I love what Joe Judge has done. I really do, because, Joe Judge, the guy we are seeing as head coach, is the guy, I think the same guy his family sees. He's all about building a family, keeping the dirty laundry, if you will, behind closed doors. And I know a lot of people say, well, he doesn't tell you much. And that's not his job. His job is to protect the family. And at the same time, he encourages the players to be, to be representatives of the family. I'll give you a great example. One thing I noticed that I can't say I noticed with every player in the past, but last year when we did interviews with players one-on-one, or even on the Zoom calls, the guys almost always, when the PR would say, okay, you're all set, they would almost always say, thank you guys, or, thanks folks, have a good one. And you didn't see that in the past. So it's a little thing, but it's also, that's coming from the coach about be respectful. Look, the media, yes, we can be a pain in the butt, but we have jobs to do. And just don't fight. I mean, why fight with the media? Why should the media fight with the players? We all have jobs to do. And okay, sometimes it gets a little rough. I've been through seasons where it's gotten just ugly, but what does it accomplish at the end of the day? And I think Joe's got, I think he's got a good perspective on how things need to be. I think he's realistic. Is he perfect? No. He's done things that, or made decisions that I know I haven't agreed with. And P.S. I've told them as much. The Daniel Jones thing last year, I told him, I said, I don't know what you were thinking there, but I did not agree with that. And that's fine. He respects my opinion and says as much, and we move on. But, it's a family. And I think it says a lot about, the man himself and the organization. And I think it's what the Mara family and the Tisch family envisioned. If you go back to the early years of the Giants, it was a mom and pop shop, basically. And that's not a bad thing. That just meant that, the ownership and management took care of the workers. And, you look at the number of workers who make careers out of staying with the Giants, 20, 30, 40 years. That says a lot about the atmosphere inside that building. And I think that's what Joe Judge is looking to build with that team, and also within the community, because the community, the fans, they're an extended part of the family. They're kind of like the cousins, the second cousins and so forth, but they're part of the family, and they're just as important as the sons and daughters, if you will.
Yeah, it's like a big Italian family. I'm sure Anthony can relate. It's like Uncle Rico, like sixth removed cousin, but everyone loves him. And that's the thing about the Giants. Like, it's all connected in one way or another. And that's why, I love this fan base too, because of how close everybody is and how much we love this team. It's like unconditional love. Like, we're willing to fight about it like a family, and call each other names and stuff. But at the end of the day, like, we all love this team so much that it's gotten us to that point. And I think, your stories are really in line with everything that we try to embody as a fan base, in just terms of being a family. And it gets intense, but when positivity is flowing, when things are going well, I've never seen a more passionate group of people that are all on the same side. You can't argue about winning. And I think that's what Joe Judge's mentality is like. He told a story the other day, when he was on the podcast, I think it was on the Ringer, and he was saying, when he was with the Patriots and Bill Belichick, Julian Edelman walked in. And he was like coming off a PED suspension, and he said, it feels good to win. That's like, and somebody asked Julian Edelman, like, do you like being a Patriot? We know it's crazy. We know it's tough. We know it's intense, but do you enjoy it? And he was like, do you like winning? Because I do. And that's what he saw as fun. And I think the Giants and the fans, we deserve to have that as our norm, really. And I think Joe Judge brings that, just a winning mentality. And I know it doesn't always translate to wins, but at the end of the day, we're on the right path. And I truly believe that. I've never been this optimistic about a team, at least over the last couple of seasons. And it's really special to see that we've finally turned a corner, so it seems, and we have so many great people, right? That's the thing, like the locker room, everybody, the leadership, the Logan Ryans of this team. They're such good leaders, such good people, and they care and they give back to the community. And that's special to me. I think that's really something to hold on to. But Pat, I really, really appreciate you coming on. You're one of my favorite beat reporters. You have so many stories, so much knowledge about this team. And giving us some of your personal background too, to hopefully get people to understand that, these cancer issues, this childhood cancer is serious. And if you haven't experienced before, it's impossible to know. So, you giving us that story, hopefully will encourage some people to give back and really show some positivity today. So I really appreciate you coming on as always. And I can't wait to read your content tomorrow, right? Tomorrow at 9 p.m. it's dropping?
Yeah, starting at 9:00. I mean, I'll have stuff before that, but I'm particularly excited to take the cover off of what I've got for tomorrow night. Some just a teaser. It's a training camp preview, and it's something that I think Giant fans are going to enjoy. So do check it out. It's over at Giants Country, which is part of the SI.com Fan Nation series of websites. Also, I'm going to have on the podcast, I'm going to have a special podcast dropping Tuesday. So I have a lot of stuff I'm really excited about. I mean, I'm just excited to be back producing content and talking football again and getting the opportunity to see everybody, and not just, the players and the coaches, but also the other members of the media. Sometimes, we're all frenemies. I call us, because we're all competing with one another. But, at the end of the day, I think everybody in that room is, I respect everybody in that room, the family people, I think they're good people. And it's just, we're all frenemies. We're competing for the same information and for the scoops, and, may the best man or woman win.
Absolutely. May them win. And of course, thank you so much for coming on. I'll also share this really quickly before we wrap up. You've mentioned this family mentality, and we've talked about Joe Judge quite a lot. I'm not sure if you know that I've been crowned by our fan base for Fireside Giants, the leader of the Joe Judge fan club. I've kind of got this strange obsession with the guy. I love him. I love everything that he's done with the Giants. I have some solo videos that I do on our YouTube. I wear a judge's gown and a gavel. Big fan of him. And one thing that I'll say about Joe Judge, in talking with the Tom Coughlin Jay Fund, they made it very clear to me that Joe Judge holds that near and dear to his heart as well, and that he's actually put an emphasis back on the Jay Fund that hasn't been there over the past couple of years. He's put an emphasis back on it with the players, which is super, super important. And I'm very happy to have known that from Karen with the Tom Coughlin Jay Fund. She made that very aware to me that that Joe Judge has put a huge emphasis on the Jay Fund. So I'm very excited about that. And again, thank you so much for coming on, helping us raise some awareness for the Jay Fund, and hopefully raise some donations. I know that we did get a couple donations while you were speaking, so we'll give those people their shout out. But yeah, thank you so much, Pat. And I'm going to be sure to tune into Giants Country tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for having me. And by the way, just real quick, folks, get checked out. Don't put off annual physicals and whatnot, because had I not done it, my cancer probably never would have been picked up. So please, if you don't feel right, go to your doctor. It's perfectly okay. You're not complaining, you're being proactive. So I encourage you, whether it's a mole on your skin or, maybe your stomach's not feeling right or whatever the case may be, if something doesn't feel right, say something to your doctor and get it checked out. Better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah. And if you have insurance, they'll usually cover those checkups pretty much
absolutely.
for free. So definitely a necessity. But Pat, thank you so much. And we will talk to you a little bit later, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Sunday.
Thanks, guys. Good luck with the rest of this, and thank you all for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks. See you later.
Bye.
Another fantastic person. I love Pat. She's the best. She's the best. Just great people. We have so many great people in our as even if we don't agree with all of their takes and whatnot, I really do believe that we have some of the best some of the best people just covering this team. It's special, I really feel good. But let's give some shout outs. I know we have a couple people that have been messaging. And W Climber, love the channel, love the cause. How about a Tony takes on the route tree and how our fit and who will excel at what route? Anthony, that's a pretty good idea. I think you should cover that.
That is.
But
That's a really good idea, and I will add that to my list of topics. I've been making a list for all of the fans who give me topic ideas, so I'll put that one on there. And as Alex was about to say, thank you so much for donating. Money will be sent over to the Tom Coughlin Jay Fund. So thanks for helping us support this great cause.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy to have some really great people. Pat, those stories that she told, very real, very real. And luckily I haven't had to experience that in my lifetime, but I know a lot of people have. And I can sympathize with that, and I can, try to give back. So, all the people that are in the chat right now, James Bradbury should be a 99 rating. Absolutely. Even Chris, he had to go, but Team USA is trash. That is true. They just lost to France. The Olympics. Is anyone actually watching the Olympics right now? I haven't watched any of the Olympics. Have you watched any Olympics?
I actually haven't watched any this year. I was planning on maybe watching some of the basketball, but they're out. So I guess I won't be watching Team USA.
Are they already knocked out? That knocked them out?
I believe so.
Is
If
it
someone knows
exhibition or is it
more
like
than I do, they can clarify. I believe that the Olympics have officially started, and their loss today eliminates them from the tournament. That's what I think just happened. But I could be wrong. If someone knows better than I do, clarify for us in the comment section.
Group stages? I thought it was like a group stage, and then it went to let's see. I can't believe they lost though. They've been sucking lately. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it hasn't been too good for them, but I'm gonna get things set up for our third interview. So let me do that real quick.
Yeah, if anyone knows, I'm very curious to see. Is this like a one and done type of tournament? I guess the Olympics has become so irrelevant though. Like nobody really cares about the Olympics anymore. Like, I guess, best pro basketball league in the world, but they can't even win a game. Frank Ntilikina, man. It's the curse of Frank. He always comes back and haunts. He's always so good in international play and sucks when he goes back to the Knicks. It's ridiculous. Fireplace Gaming. Hey, what's up, guys? Doing pretty well. How are you? Hope you're having a great Sunday, my friends. We have some really cool interviews with Matt Lombardo and Pat Traina. We have Art Stapleton coming on next. And then we have later on, we have license plate guy, Brian Walker, who trains Jabrill Peppers, Darnay Holmes. Talk to him about those guys, see what they're up to. He also trains Xavier McKinney. Then we have that franchise guy at 4 p.m. Diggy's coming on at 4:30, and then Chris to finish it off at 5. So we got some really good interviews, some really good content creators. I'm super hyped. And Fireplace Gaming watching from work. Really appreciate the love and tuning in from your workplace. Hopefully you're having a good day. I know we're working on the weekends, so we feel you. But it's for a good cause. So, we're doing it for the children. It's for the kids, guys. It's for the kids. And I saw somebody before, Anthony. Steven said EA Sports is in the game. I thought it'd be kind of funny to do our best EA Sports impression. Like the actual, the guy that says it. Anthony, are you capable of doing such thing? Or no?
I'm capable of doing it in just a second. I'm setting up this next interview. So 1 second, let's go ahead and hear yours, and then I'll chime in and do mine.
Okay, fine. I was hoping you would go first. That way I could avoid all embarrassment, but let me give it a try. All right. EA Sports. It's in the game. The first part was decent.
Okay, that was actually really solid. Surprisingly good. I'm really surprised.
Was it?
Yeah, no, that was really good. Everyone in the chat, let me know if you agree, because that was really good. That was a solid 8, bro. That was pretty close. All right, I'll do. I
never get good reviews from you, so I'll take that one.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
You sound like Robotron. You sound like the Terminator. EA Sports. It's in the game. My goodness.
Alex, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break before we get this next interview going. I don't want to be too jittery during it, so I'm going to do that, and I'm going to send him the link, and then we'll get ready to get started. So I will be right back. You can take the reins solo for just a second.
I'm going to do another EA Sports thing, because now I feel good about myself. I feel like Anthony's kind of sounded like Robotron. That was kind of funky. But so they're releasing the Madden things right now. Is that what's happening? Kyle Pitts, highest rated rookie at 81. What is Kadarius Toney? I'm curious. What was Toney and what was Azeez Ojulari? Because that's kind of an interesting number there. I can't wait to get the new Madden. No Giants though. Airborne Cheeseburger says, and Chap City, sup guys. I'll be in Tampa Bay for a week of Thanksgiving. Any tailgating going on for that Monday Night Football game? Most likely buying resale tickets for my son and I. For Tampa Bay for the week of Thanksgiving. TB. Is there a game? Okay. I guess it's an away game. If you guys want to meet up for the Falcons game, and it's Eli Manning, they're going to be retiring his number there. I think that you guys should definitely, we can link up. We can get like tickets together and sit together. We could do a tailgating thing. I think it'd be pretty fun to do. I don't know. That could be something cool to do together in person and really make some cool out of it. But Devonta Smith was 75, tied with Chase. He probably dropped like 5 points after dropping all those passes in training camp. Absolutely ridiculous. I kind of feel still a little stung by the whole Devonta Smith situation when we got leapfrogged by the Eagles. But at the end of the day, I think we walked away with such a better deal. Like, would you rather have Kadarius Toney and a first-round pick next year, or would you rather have Devonta Smith alone?
I'm back, and I would absolutely rather have Kadarius Toney and a first-round pick. You guys know how important I think it is to accumulate as much draft capital as possible, give you flexibility, insurance, and more opportunities to select great players in the draft.
You have a wildly fast.
I'm quick. Yeah, I'm very, very quick. I've been told this before. I'm very quick.
Very quick. So Monday Night Football on November 22nd, Giants versus Tampa Bay. It'll be nice. It'll be warm down there at least, right? And Fireplace Gaming. If you get tickets, let us know. We'd love to get tickets. If we can get like a bunch of people to get tickets together, that'd be pretty fun. Like we could go together. We could tailgate, make a day out of it. And link, and that'd be a really cool thing to do, I think. So if anybody wants to do that, let me know, and like just like DM me on Twitter or something, and I'll kind of add people to a chat that want to go. Be kind of cool. Steven, you crazy SOB. The extra first round pick is known as the DJ Emergency Fund. I actually agree with you, JC. I see it as two ways. It's the DJ Emergency Fund, or it's the Kayvon Thibodeau Fund for greatest outside linebacker core in the league. That's what I see as the secondary option. And Chap City wants to do it. Just let me know, bro. We can set it up. Perry. So what the Eagles do, they're going to throw their third quarterback after a Super Bowl. Through there. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I am on your side. And Marcel, JC, do you guys have any bold predictions for the offense? Also, I want to say how much love from Austria. Your content is awesome. Dude, really, really appreciate you tuning in from Austria. That's super cool. Have fans all over the world. It's really special for us to have that kind of impact. And thank you for donating, towards child cancer and awareness. So that obviously means a ton to us. That's why we're doing this live stream all day long. And any bold predictions for the offense? I think my bold prediction for the offense is that Daniel Jones is going to be a Pro Bowl quarterback next year. I think that's a pretty bold prediction. He's going to be a Pro Bowl quarterback next year. He's going to have 32 touchdowns through the air, and he's going to have 3 rushing touchdowns. That's my prediction. He's going to take such a big step forward in context with what he has done. He's going to be a Pro Bowl level quarterback, and it's all up to the offensive line, though, guys. If the offensive line stays healthy and stays good, we will be fine. I really think he could be that good.
Yes, sir. And the link has been sent. Art Stapleton will be joining us for another interview very shortly. So very excited to do that. Really pumping out the interviews right now. Got to keep this going, keep it flowing, keep it showing, right? How many rhymes can I come up with?
Too many,
I guess. But yeah, in terms of doing the game meetups, though, as we mentioned earlier in the live stream, we're definitely going to try and do that one for the Falcons game. I'm going to be going to the Dolphins game, but I'm going with my family, so I won't be meeting up with anybody then. But, we'll do some meetups and really make this an exciting season. But we're ready to begin our third interview of the day with Art Stapleton, so we'll add him to the stream and kick it off. Hey, Art, how you doing?
How's it
What's
going?
up, guys? How are you?
Very good.
Good. Just hanging out and having drawn some awareness to this TCJ Fund on this. Yep. I guess it's beautiful in New York right now. You in New York?
I'm in New York. Yep. Well, kind of beautiful. It's been
I was like looking outside.
I'm in Florida and it just started downpouring. Like it's storming outside.
Classic.
So yeah.
Florida.
Hoping my internet can survive.
I know.
Florida.
What do you think?
Exactly. Florida summers are just rain. That's all you get. Just rain. Everyone thinks it's a sunshine state. You go sit by the pool all day. You get to do that like 3 times in the summer, realistically. It's always raining.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to you in January when you're out by the pool and we're in a feet of snow.
That's a good point.
Yeah, New York is brutal for the majority of the year. But Art, no, really, really happy to have you on, man. Means a lot to us. You're going to come on and, talk about the JC fund, the TC fund, and really, draw some awareness to it. We want to hear, your thoughts on this upcoming season, the fund, and, what it means to you to be able to, support childhood cancer awareness and really give back to the community in that way. And are you excited for this upcoming season? I know it's been a long year with COVID and everything. It's been pretty down. But I know everyone kind of needs this. Everyone kind of needs football to come back. We all kind of need that excitement. And this is reason for excitement. This Giants team is a lot better than it has been in the last couple of years. And I'm really excited to hear your thoughts on everything that's gonna kind of ensuing in the next few weeks.
Yeah, a lot of intrigue. First, obviously, what you guys have been hitting, since the morning when you got on and started the stream is, the TCJ Fund is something that when you consider it was born from Jay McGillis when Tom Coughlin was the head coach in Boston College, and this foundation now transcends Boston. It went from Boston to Jacksonville, Florida, then to New York, New Jersey, then back to Jacksonville. And now it really is a nationwide awareness for families, for kids with cancer. And I think, look, I'm wearing yellow specifically today for, kids with cancer. And I think, Tom Coughlin and what his family and his foundation has done is just a tremendous cause. So I give you guys credit for doing this. I'm glad I could be a part of it. Obviously, as the Giants go, I think there's a lot of intrigue. I do. I think never before has a 6-10 team gone into year 2 with so much optimism around here. And I think that speaks to Joe Judge. That speaks to the roster that they've continued to build. And now let's get out there, training camp. Let's roll into the season and see where they're at. Because last year, 2020 in a season of challenges, they came out on the back end, not a playoff team, not a winning team, but a team that's ascending. And I think that's something for Giants fans to feel good about.
Yeah, we just talked to Patty Traina, and she was telling us kind of a similar notion about Joe Judge. And what is your kind of idea about Joe and what he's brought to this team, the transition from Pat Shurmur to Joe, and Gettleman kind of being that, I guess, that piece, that glue. He didn't leave, and he's just kind of been the constant variable in this entire equation. So I think with Joe coming in, what is the differences that you're seeing? You're there, you're seeing everything that's going on.
Right.
Just from the locker room to the field to the practice. I know it's going to be kind of shut down this year, no fans, and they're not really letting you guys, film stuff as much. They're really shutting. It's like Patriot way. So it's cool to see, but also at the same time, it won't be as included. But what are you noticing? Do you feel more of a family mentality? Do you feel more continuity?
Definitely more continuity. The more people you talk to in the organization, and look, guys, this is my 10th training camp as the full-time lead beat writer. Kicking off, I've been around for 12, but my first full-time camp was 2012 after the Super Bowl up in Albany. So, you see a lot, you talk to a lot of people, and you see a lot of trends. And at this point, this is the 4th head coach that I've covered. And I do think that the last 2 head coaches had a very hard time connecting with the entire organization. And I think Joe Judge from day one has connected with the entire organization. And that makes a difference. When everybody feels like they're on the same page and they're pulling in the right direction, I think you have less chance of people to splinter off. And that goes from the locker room, that goes from different departments. And I think that's kind of what Judge has brought here, really more than anything else. And on the football side of things, it's a plan. Now, tomorrow morning on NorthJersey.com, I had an exclusive Q&A with Joe, about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, just talking about the challenges of entering year 2. And one of the things I talked to him about was, you can look at the second season of a coaching tenure in one of 2 ways. It's either a bridge from year 1 to year 2, which is what Ben McAdoo had, and you look to plug holes from the previous year. 2016, the Giants lacked a guy to bust the seam. Remember the cover 2 just completely shut down that offense. Everyone said you need a tight end to split the seam, and they go out and they draft Evan Ingram. Well, they kind of forgot about all the other parts that it wasn't carrying over. Judge is the opposite approach. Judge is still the global view of what program am I building. He didn't look at 2020 and say, okay, here's our roster. Where do we need to plug holes? He looked at the roster and said, where do we have to build to be better in 2021, 2022, and so forth. So the credit I give to Joe Judge is the fact that he's convinced the Giants, we're going to do it the way the Giants have always done it. He's convinced them to do it the Joe Judge way and to look at his vision and kind of carry through that. And I think that's the biggest credit you can give him, because I don't think that was the way with Ben McAdoo and Pat Shurmur. I think McAdoo was going off of what he thought was the script to follow Tom Coughlin. And then I think Pat Shurmur was just trying to build the offense and really didn't have a plan. It was almost like Shurmur was following Dave Gettleman's plan rather than Dave Gettleman following Pat Shurmur's plan. So long-winded answer for you guys, but I think that's where I see Joe Judge, is that this is his vision and the Giants have bought in. The players have bought in. Ownership has bought in. And I think it'll be interesting to see where they take that vision going into year 2 and beyond.
Yeah, it might have been a long answer, but it was a very thorough one. And in terms of that key difference that you mentioned between Pat Shurmur and Joe Judge, where now it feels like Joe Judge's mold is being followed by Dave Gettleman. And of course, Dave Gettleman has received a fair amount of criticism throughout his career with the Giants, right? And over the past 2 years, though, ever since Joe Judge has gotten here, it's been a lot more positive. Everybody seems to be on board with what Dave Gettleman's doing now. Do you think that's in part because of Joe Judge and the mentality that he's brought to this team and those key differences that we've seen in terms of roster building? How important do you think those are going to be as we set up the long-term future success for the New York Giants?
Yeah, the roster building is 100%. I mean, that's really what's going to get this team back into the playoffs, and not just back into the playoffs for a one-year deal. You know, we all remember, I mean, well, you kind of forget because of the way it went out in flames, but Ben McAdoo's first year, they were in the playoffs. I mean, they won 11 games. So, you know, the idea is, yes, they paid for it. They basically bought a playoff spot. But I think with Dave Gettleman, to me, the biggest thing, and I only see it in hindsight, is that when Pat Shurmur was here, Dave Gettleman had the loudest voice in the room. And I think now with Joe Judge here, I think Dave Gettleman, whether he was told to take a little bit of a backseat, whether he acknowledged it himself and realized, I now have a head coach that I need to let lead and feed his system. You know, one of the positives that Judge and his coaches do is that they make it very clear what they want, what they need in players, what their plan is. And I think as a GM, credit to Gettleman for acknowledging the fact that this is the vision that we need to feed into. And that's hard as a GM, and that's specifically hard for Dave. I mean, after the 2 years with Pat Shurmur, he could have looked at it and said, you know what, I'm going to take more control. I want more control because it's just not working. And I've got another chance. I'm going to take more control. I do think he's let some control go, and I think the Giants are better off for it. So when it comes to Gettleman, I think he's now now I don't want to say necessarily a contributor, but I do think that he is allowing the coaches to kind of lead the situation, allowing the scouts to lead the situation, and Gettleman could kind of take a step back, not remove himself from the situation, but I think that benefits the Giants going forward because, look, sooner or later, the Giants are going to make a transition, even if this goes well, in the front office. So they need to have other people in this front office available. I think you've seen that with Kevin Abrams and Chris Pettit. And there are others that are stepping up behind the scenes that I think we will see, if this thing goes well over the next couple of years, kind of emerge as power players within the Giants organization.
Yeah, I think you actually nailed like one of the biggest concepts about why Joe Judge is doing so much better, because there is a connection between the head coach and general manager. And I think whereas in the past, the general manager and Dave Gettleman was kind of leading the charge and then the coaching staff was reacting. Now Joe Judge is like, this is what I need. This is what I want. And then Gettleman goes out and gets it. Like that's what it should be. Like that's the head coach should be setting the foundation, and then the general manager should be reacting. But if your GM is doing all the hard work and, I guess setting the foundation, then the head coaches are reacting. They're like, maybe this isn't the right personnel for what I'm trying to do. And we saw with James Betcher, who did really great things at Arizona, came here and didn't do that great. They, like you said, they bought a playoff appearance. And I think that was like the biggest like head scratcher when they signed those big 5-year contracts to Snacks and Janoris Jenkins and Olivier Vernon. And some of those were great. Snacks was a great player for us while he was here. Jenkins was a great player for us before he, kind of forced his way out. And of course, Vernon was the injury riddled. But those 5-year contracts, they really hurt down the road. And I love the new concept of the 3-year deals with the 2-year out. And I think that's really what this team is, predicated on now, is maximizing value and then moving on before it gets to bog you down with those big cap hits down the road. And I think Chris Pettit, like you said, like Chris Pettit, these guys coming up behind the scenes, he could be our GM. I think he would be a perfect GM for Joe Judge because he's a great personnel evaluator, going out, evaluating that personnel correctly. And then, of course, Kevin Abrams being the money guy, I think he also would fit the role perfectly. Those guys working in tandem, really, really good. And I think, one thing I want to ask you is for Dave Gettleman, trading back this year, doing a lot of things we never thought he would ever do. We thought he was a dinosaur in that space, but he really emerged and adapted. He modernized his approach. Why did he do that? Because that's like my biggest question is like, who influenced him to finally get to that level?
Did you see the first 2 years with Pat Shurmur? I mean, that's what happened. I mean, I think there was, Gettleman was at a crossroads. I mean, there are people in this organization who love Dave Gettleman. I mean, I do believe that John Mara, wanted Dave Gettleman to return. They believe in some of the things that Dave Gettleman believes in as general manager. But I think not that an ultimatum was put on the table, but I think Dave is smart enough and he needed to put ego aside and realize, you know what, I could continue to say I'm doing it my way, but if my way doesn't win, I'm out. And I think they kind of acknowledged that when they hired Judge. And look, let's be honest. You go back when Judge was hired, it was a surprise. I mean, the Giants had to kind of move on the fly at the 11th hour with all the Matt Rule stuff, and whether he was going to come for an interview. And Joe Judge blew them away. I mean, John Mara was, honest and candid and said a week before Joe Judge interviewed, he would have never put him on the radar to be the head coach. They were interviewing him because Belichick signed off. They loved, Mara said Saban had the best interview for the Giants head coaching job that he's ever been a part of until Judge. So where Gettleman fits is, I think, Dave kind of came in 2 years. It was Hurricane Dave. It was, we got to change everything. And I think they were too aggressive at times, the trading Odell and then the next day signing Golden Tate, which made no sense. To one hand be a rebuilding team, and on the other hand we're gonna still win while rebuilding and all that stuff. I think they've gotten to the point now where Gettleman is just he's a role player here. I mean, I'm not trying to minimize his power because I'm not. He's still the general manager, but I do think that the working relationship that they have behind the scenes, I do think fits more along the way. When Tom Coughlin was here, just based on they have confidence in what Judge wants to build. Now, Judge can go out and lose that confidence just as quickly. So that's why this year is going to be very important. But I do think that's where the Giants are in terms of moving forward and where Gettleman fits and all that stuff. They don't want to think about 2022 without Dave Gettleman, because if they think about that, then they're probably going down the road of 5, 6, 7 wins, and then who knows what the future will hold for this franchise in that situation. I don't think they'll get rid of Joe Judge, but I do think there would be even more so changes. And you guys kind of touched on it earlier, the Daniel Jones questions, the Saquon contract, everything else kind of fits in after that.
Of course, and you mentioned year 2, this transition. We've talked a lot about that transition for Joe Judge is heading into year 2 and really solidifying this base. But for you, year 2 for Joe Judge, you're going to be in person this year. Real big difference from last year. Everything done on Zoom. How excited are you to finally get back in person? And I think you also mentioned earlier Albany, how training camp used to be in Albany. So Also side question, which one do you prefer, training camp in Albany or training camp at the Quest Diagnostics?
Well, I only had one in Albany. So It was a great experience. I mean, they were defending champs, so it was just a different mood. But the mood of Tom Coughlin up in Albany, look, I don't think fans realized they knew how great it was on the fields, the access. But when it rained, I mean, I remember 2 days in particular when I was up in Albany, they had to go into basically the half of a men's gym and a men and women's gym. I think it was being used by men's basketball at the time. That was transitioned into a weight room. I mean, if you could see, you thought Tom Coughlin's face was red in Green Bay in 2007. I mean, just the idea, what are we doing here? Like, if it rains and we have to move inside and practice in basically half of a gym, why are we not practicing back at home in Quest? Because remember, the year before, they were forced to practice in Quest because it was the lockout, and they went all the way to the Super Bowl and then won it. So it wasn't like they looked at Albany and said, boy, we really missed Albany last year. So, I mean, from a fan's perspective, Albany is great. From a media perspective, it's probably about the same. The fans bring the juice, so it always makes it fun. So the side question, I'd say for the fan aspect, there's no comparing Albany just because of, they didn't create the Quest Diagnostics Center to bring fans in training camp. You're in MetLife Stadium parking lots that they basically have to create seating for fans. And that's kind of one of the things that I was going through with fans, talking about why aren't fans there. It's just not a great setup for fans, and maybe they can change it going forward, but it isn't, that way. As far as in person, there's nothing, you can't replace that. And I don't know what it's going to be like. I mean, we went through an entire year on Zoom, and, I've been in person with Joe Judge three times. And, it doesn't mean that I don't have a relationship with him. Excuse me. It doesn't mean that, I wasn't able to gain valuable experience with the head coach, but his introductory press conference, a one-on-one at the Combine in February 2020, and then a group / press conference at the Combine. That's it. We haven't been with Joe Judge, and I could say that it's not just me, it's the entire beat. So I'm very much looking forward to building relationships with not only Joe Judge, but the assistant coaches and the players. I mean, guys, people don't realize, Daniel Jones was he was basically in the shadow of Eli Manning the last time he met reporters in person. I mean, think about that. He went through an entire year where it was all Zoom. So there's no relationship building with Daniel Jones. Whatever relationships you built with Jones when he was a rookie, that's kind of where it ended. There were no opportunities to do that. So a lot has changed potentially going into this year. If we are in person, which is the plan, I think, I'm definitely looking forward to that because it's a people business. Our business doesn't work without people, and their business needs the people interaction to be able to kind of get their thoughts across.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great way to put it. And, speaking of Jones and, his struggles the past 2 years and whatnot, and going into the season with, such a new offense in ways, I guess, what are your expectations for DJ this year in terms of his progression, and how big of an impact do you think the offensive line is going to have on that? Because that's really the catalyst behind his development. If they fail, he's probably not going to play that well. But if they do well, if they're even average, we could see a quarterback that we didn't even know existed in DJ. But, seeing the weapons they put forth, and Galladay, Toney, Saquon coming back, even Rudolph, what do you think their impact is going to be in helping him, develop and really become that franchise quarterback?
Yeah, it's everything. I mean, look, he's one of 11, and the other 10 have a direct relationship to what he's going to be able to do this season. It's all going to fall on the quarterback, obviously. My expectations for him is that I think it was a 4-game stretch before he got hurt in Cincinnati last year where I really felt like he was taking a step forward. And then I look at the Baltimore game last year, and I know there were a lot of people who looked at it and said, what are you, crazy? I mean, they were demolished by Baltimore. But if I just look at the way Daniel Jones played in that game, I thought he played pretty well against that Baltimore defense, all things considered. So Look, this is also going to be, it's on Jason Garrett, who comes back as the offensive coordinator. It's obviously on Rob Sale, who comes in as an offensive line coach. But Joe Judge is going to have his fingerprints all over this offense. He has to. Whether he's directly involved, he's been directly involved on the decision-making. They have Pat Flaherty here as a consultant. Freddie Kitchens is now taking more of a global view of the offense with a focus on how does the front connect to everything else. Well, that becomes a pseudo assistant offensive line coach. Ben Wilkerson is back. He was here last year. He knows all the things that went wrong and went well. As much as what Jones does, yes, the offensive line, I mean, it's the same song for the Giants of what the offensive line is going to be. But this coaching staff is getting paid to develop players, and they are now putting their money where their mouth is. They say that they believe that they can develop this talent into a winning unit. And I think that goes across the front. They did not make a big move for anyone in free agency in the draft to be an offensive lineman, to come in and solve this issue. So a lot of it is going to be on development. And I think they know it. I think they're confident. But week one, when Von Miller and Bradley Chubb are zeroing in on Daniel Jones, you can't have Daniel Jones get his pocket picked and somebody runs in for a touchdown and you throw your hands up and go, same old Giants.
Definitely. And I have one more fun question here. I see someone in the chat advocating for Eli Manning as general manager or player personnel. Of course, I don't think that's too realistic, but Eli Manning has returned to the New York Giants organization in his business operations and fan engagement role. Do you think that's a reason for the Giants fans to be very excited just to have Eli back? And what are your thoughts on Eli's potential future with the Giants? If there is any other avenues or are any other avenues for him to maybe go down and have an even wider and more encompassing role with the Giants in the future? I think Art's frozen here.
Seems to be. I don't think Eli will ever be a coach, though, personally.
Me neither. There you are. Are you back?
I think
Did
I
you hear
lost
the
you guys
question?
for a second. Am I back?
Yeah.
You're back now.
You said something about Eli and his presence, right? And in terms of what he would be, I think.
Yeah.
Look, it's a feel good move, right? I mean, Eli comes back. It's a feel good move. I mean, the fans embrace it. They love it. He wants to be here. I think the community engagement is huge. Fans see Eli walking around. Fans see Eli. That video, if they would have done that video with anybody else for FanFest, I don't think they get the same reaction as they ended up getting. I think Eli Manning's presence on that video drew fans in and blew that whole thing up. And I can tell you, I talked to somebody on the Giants business side of things. The idea that it was 20,000, they didn't think they would get anywhere near 20,000 that night. And then told me we were going to let as many people in as we can. And then the next afternoon, they have to put out something saying no more tickets. We're capped at 50,000. That was an unbelievable thing that they thought of. Look, I think Eli wants to be involved in a bunch of different things. I think he loves being a Giant. I think he wants to be here. I think he wants to see Daniel Jones succeed. But as we've seen, he's pairing off with Peyton on Monday nights now. So if that takes off, is his role with the Giants lessen? Does it lessen? Is he only working there, 2 days a week, that kind of thing? I mean, it's not like John Mara presented a contract and we know all the particulars and Eli Manning has to do X, Y, and Z in order to earn his contract. But look, Eli Manning, when he steps in that building, we saw the last time he was in that building and the reaction he got for a bad team. I think this time, if he's around, I think it's only good for the franchise. But I do think it's important to kind of separate Daniel Jones and Eli Manning. I don't think this is Daniel Jones is playing well, so it's because Eli Manning is back in the building. I do think there is that separation. And just knowing Eli, I don't expect Eli to kind of come down to the locker room and try to step on the toes of assistant coaches and anything Joe Judge wants. Now, could I see Joe Judge hooking up with Eli and just bouncing stuff off him. What was it like for you? Kind of picking his brain. I could see that, but I don't think that I would see, going into week 3, Jason Garrett and Joe Judge and Jerry Shaplinski sitting down with Eli and saying, okay, how are we gonna attack this Atlanta defense? I don't think we're getting to that. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's there for that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that maybe a couple years down the line, if anything, I agree with you. I think he's more or less in this fan engagement role, which is great. He brings people together in this fan base in a positive way. And there's a lot of negativity at times on social media and whatnot. And I think, bringing Eli Manning as that kind of catalyst for fun and happiness surrounding this team is a great thing. And I think it's great for Daniel Jones too, because a lot of people want to take shots at Daniel Jones. A lot of people want to say bad things about DJ. But if you have Eli there kind of like smoothing things over, creating this fun, engaging role, that he's going to be curating this upcoming season, I think it'll make it more fun. And it'll give Daniel Jones a little bit more distance from all the negativity, because I think that was probably the one thing Eli told him. I'm going to assume he told him this: stay off social media at all costs, because we know how toxic it can be. And that's like the best thing you can do as a quarterback in New York, I imagine.
Well, I think I agree with what you're saying, Alex, in terms of, Eli creates a little bit of a shield at times. But once the season starts, if things are going south for DJ, Eli's presence might backfire on him a little bit, because now you know how social media is. Now people are saying, Eli Manning, oh boy, this guy's not Eli Manning. We know he's not Eli Manning. And, Eli being a visible role with the Giants kind of creates that kind of back and forth. So I think they're going to be careful with how they set up that relationship with Eli and Daniel. I mean, knowing Daniel for the limited amount that I've known him for 2 years, and talking to people who know him, anything he's doing behind the scenes, he's not going to step in front of the camera and tell you everything that he's doing. So I'm sure he will reach out to Eli Manning when he wants advice on things. But I still think Eli will create that disconnect with the locker room, because, I don't think he wants to put himself in that position. I think if he wanted to, now maybe when they start winning, maybe it's even more so. You'll get an Eli interviewing Daniel Jones. I mean, your Giants.com, wouldn't you love to have Eli on camera, interview, playful interview with Daniel Jones? But, that only happens if Giants are sitting there at 8-2 and leading the NFC East, and Jones is playing really well. And so I think there are opportunities, but I wouldn't expect that early on. And I don't think Joe Judge will go down that road either. As much as they want to honor the 2011 championship team this year, and they will as an organization, I think there needs to be a disconnect between the team and that team, just based on, you don't want to all of a sudden throw those expectations on this team, because look, they haven't even have a winning season yet for this team. They're 6-10. So I think they may, look to kind of poo-poo it a little bit. But yeah, I mean, look, anytime Eli's around when he's not playing, I mean, fans love him. I mean, he was playing poorly at times at later stages of his career, and this organization still loved him for what he means to the Giants. I mean, to me, he's the best quarterback in the franchise history. Anytime you can have him involved, you want to have him involved promoting what you have and the business of the New York Giants.
Yeah, absolutely, Art. And I really appreciate you coming on, hanging out with us, and talking about the Giants, because I know everyone's getting really excited for the next couple of weeks in training camp. And I know it's going to be kind of hard to divulge a lot of information because they are kind of shutting it down. But
we'll be all right, Alex. We'll be all right. Don't worry.
I think so.
It's all
you got us
paper.
covered.
It's all on paper. It's really the same rules that have been in effect for a lot of years. It just, because of the New England thing, everybody thinks it's Joe Judge changing everything. But we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Cool. Trust me.
I know. I'm happy to hear that, because I know I do. I'm in dire need of this. I think we all are. It's been a long year, and we've been doing a lot of work. I know you're right in line with everybody in the sense that it's like we're ready for live action, ready for stories to present itself that day, and not having to be conjuring things. And I think like this upcoming year, with all the excitement brewing, and preseason really is only 2-3 weeks away. It's really close. I'm super excited. But if you have anything else you want to say about the fund, and just, bringing some awareness to it in terms of just, childhood cancer, and really donating toward this cause for the people that are listening and that will be listening later on. I'd love to hear any of your last words before I let you go.
I just think it's a great cause. I mean, anytime you mention Tom Coughlin, the respect that his name carries, and the fact that the Jay Fund has become what it has become. Like I said, I mean, it was a very local charity when it started, and the spirit of Jay McGillis and his family and Tom Coughlin kind of bringing it at all of his stops that followed. I do believe that Tom Coughlin will be in the Hall of Fame one day, and this is a huge part of his legacy. So if you're talking about a Hall of Fame coach and a Hall of Fame man, to have the Jay Fund a part of his legacy, I think there's nothing more to say in terms of how important it is to families in North Jersey and the New York area and down in Jacksonville and really anywhere this fund touches. So, again, great job by you guys putting this together. Donate if you can. And sometimes donations aren't even financial. It's about awareness. Everyone has social media. Just try to stay aware. And, if there's a cause to support and you're looking for one, the Tom Coughlin Jay Fund is certainly one that is at the top of my list.
Absolutely. So, Art, really, really appreciate you coming on, talking to the fans, talking to us, and, really wishing you great luck for the season ahead and having some really great interaction with the players and really creating those relationships like you mentioned before. Big fan of your work and really excited to see what you put forth this year, as always. And I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Sunday, and really appreciate you coming on once again.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it. Keep up the good work, and I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Sounds
Thanks,
good.
Art.
Have a good
Talk
one.
to you soon.
Thank you. Awesome.
So there you guys have it. Interview with Art Stapleton again. That was a good time. Great interview right there.
Yeah,
did an excellent job. Gave us a lot of great info, especially on the front office of the New York Giants, something that I think is really intriguing. Great storyline to discuss heading into the season and really discussing the future of the New York Giants. So great stuff right there.
Yeah. The front office is interesting, man.
Yeah. And I also do want to touch on what Art said at the end there in terms of donations. They don't always have to be monetary. If you guys go ahead and you send out some tweets right now, just sending the link to the GoFundMe or sending the link to this live stream, we would really appreciate that. The J Fund would really appreciate that. You can tag the J Fund. Maybe they'll even like and retweet your tweets. They're very active on social media. So make sure that you go just raise awareness, spread this cause as far as you can, and let's do all we can to help this foundation. So, and of course, if you do retweet it or tweet it wherever, share this wherever you can, make any donations, you are entered into our giveaways. We're giving away t-shirts on this live stream. We are giving away FanFest tickets. I know some fans are really, really clamoring to get their hands on some FanFest tickets, but those are going to go to people who make some donations, and I'll even add in donations via raising awareness as well. So if you go ahead and do that, I'll even put your name on the list for potential FanFest winners. So make sure you guys do that, and thank you all for supporting us and as we support this great cause with the foundation.
Absolutely. And we're about 2 hours and 30 minutes into a long day of interviews and stuff and that stuff and this stuff. And who do we got down the line? We got Brian, Mr. Walker, my man. I freaking love Brian. LPG from OBJ's camp. Maybe we'll say hi to LPJ. OBJ. Oh,
could you imagine that?
That'd be crazy. The franchise guy, Diggy, Entertainer. We got some good stuff coming for you guys, and I'm really excited about it. Just a good time for us to give back before training camp gets started again, before everything kind of kicks back up into shape. But Anthony, any other topics on your mind that you want to discuss?
Well, I know that the Madden thing is going on right now, right? So let's interact with the fans unwind here. Maybe we can talk about the Madden ratings that are being revealed, and whatever you fans want to talk about, throw them in the comment section, because we have some time to fill here before our next interview. This is kind of our time to break for a little bit and just talk Giants and chill out. So let's go ahead. Let's do that. Let's make some donations in the meantime as well. That would be awesome. I actually, at the start of the live stream, I did donate $200 myself. I really encourage all of you to go click on the GoFundMe in the link in the description and go make some donations. Please, be really helpful for us and for the J Fund. So, but yeah, let's go ahead. Fan topics. Maybe we'll even add some fans onto the live stream, talk to some fans about the Giants as well. Hopefully not get any creepy encounters like we had during the NFL draft. Those of you who know what I'm talking about know exactly what I'm talking about, but hopefully we don't have anything like that. But we will be welcome to talking to fans and hearing your topics and everything. So JC has a good one. I'll let you kick off with that real quick, Alex.
Yeah. So when did you become Giants fans and how? Well, when I was born, I actually didn't know what football was. But by the time I turned 5 years old, I was probably the size of a football. I think I was a preemie, actually. So I was a little tiny. I was like little one of those little Nerf footballs. And was born in my blood. And when I was 5 years old, didn't have a team. All my friends were Jets fans. But even by the time I was 5 years old, I already knew I didn't want to be a loser. So I decided that I wasn't going to be a Jets fan. But what other team was I going to be? My neighbor, Giants fans, we're making moves. We're winning Super Bowls. So get myself a jersey. I think my first jersey was a Hakeem Nicks jersey. I was like literally 4'8". For whatever reason, I got a Hakeem Nicks jersey that's like extra large. And it's still too big on me to this day. It's actually kind of ridiculous how big it is for no reason. And that was kind of like my origin story for being a Giants fan. Like my neighbors were Giants fans. I didn't want to be a loser, a Jets fan. And I decided I was going to, wear blue for the rest of the time. And ever since then, I've just been obsessed. Like Eli, like I remember growing up and Eli being like a father figure because he was a winner. He was a winner.
Me too. Me too.
And that was like, always loved Eli Manning. Like, how could you not? He was just such an exemplary person. I was like, that he looks like he could be anybody's dad. You know what I mean? Just kind of has that face. And that's kind of like, it's just a family, like I feel like we're all a big family. And while people yell at each other and people are mean to each other, at the end of the day, it's football. You know what I mean? Like it's a game. And like, if we can't be positive about a game, if we really got to go after each other, it's those people aren't real fans, or maybe they are, maybe they're just overly passionate. But the people that are just mean and go after one another, they're not there to talk about football. They're there because they're trying to release some anger. And I think that's, something I've had to learn over the past couple of years and, learn that it's constructive. Everything is supposed to be good conversation. So being a Giants fan is like my life. Obviously, we have this channel. This is a community that we've been working really hard to build with you guys. So thank you so much for being a part of it. And we hope to continue building it and doing really cool things in person. We want to go to games with you guys. We want to do stuff live. We want to really make this something special, unique that nobody else has. And we really want that to be with you. So I really appreciate all of that. Anthony, what's your origin story?
My origin story, my superhero origin story,
multiverse origin
maybe
story.
A super villain origin story. We'll see.
God, you're not that strong. Relax.
I'm a devious boy. I'm a menace to society, or at least I strive to be. Yes, my variant is going to pop out of the multiverse one day. My variant form of Giants fan Anthony, where he's just a complete menace, is just going to. Yeah. Yours a gerbil, Alex the gerbil. What is your variant? Everyone in the comments. What is your variant animal in terms of the MCU verse? Well, you just said you're a gerbil. I think that I'm like a nice little puppy.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I think I'd be a nice little happy puppy. I think that's my variant. Right? I don't think I'm an alligator. Whatever, man. Also, really quickly, I want to say shout out to Jeff Turner. You must be someone watching the stream. Made a $5 donation on the GoFundMe. And shout out to Art and Mary Stapleton. Thank you guys so much for the big donation on the GoFundMe. They just made a donation. So thank you to them. I want to give them a great shout out right here. It's really awesome of them. So
thank you guys. Really means a lot to us.
Yeah, but I'll go ahead now and give my origin story as a New York Giants fan. So I became a Giants fan basically, out of the womb, but not really. I kind of became a Giants fan around 2007, 2008 during that Super Bowl season. That's the year that I first remember. I first remember watching that Super Bowl. I wasn't really that into that Super Bowl. Like I watched it and I appreciate it now. And I've rewatched that Super Bowl probably 16 bazillion times. But at the time I was just getting into football then. And it wasn't until the season after that, or maybe 2 seasons after that, that I just got really invested. But basically I have an Uncle Anthony. Okay. I have like 7 Anthonys in my family.
Serious?
Yes, I'm serious. My grandfather's name is Anthony. My uncle's name is Anthony. I'm Anthony. My uncle's son, my cousin, is Anthony Joseph. He's AJ, so he's an Anthony. And then I also have an uncle Tony, who's an Anthony on the other side of the family. And then I have a whole other portion of this family I've never met, and there's some Anthonys in there as well. So a lot of Anthonys in my family, but one of the most influential Anthonys in my life is my uncle Anthony, my mom's brother, and he has been a diehard Giants fan throughout the entirety of his life. And I was really close with him growing up, so I became a Giants fan, on my own, but got really invested because of him, because he's such a diehard Giants fan. So that's kind of my origin story. Kind of grew up around him. He was always a Giants fan, so I became a Giants fan. And I just remember, especially remember the 2011 and 12 season, but I remember even memories from the 2009, 2010 season. I remember the day that Plaxico Burress shot himself in the leg. I very vividly remember going over to my grandmother's house that day on coincidence, and my great-grandfather was living there at the time. Rest in peace to him. But he was reading the newspaper, and he was reading about Plaxico Burress. And so my great-grandfather was fresh off the boat from Italy, came from Napoli over to through Ellis Island into New York City. So he had a very strong Italian accent. So he's sitting there with the newspaper, and he's a Jets fan, but he throws the newspaper down. This a stupid idiot, just cursing, this moron. Just so pissed off about Plaxico Burress shooting himself in the leg. Very vivid memory that I have there, and I have plenty others. This is one that I'm curious to know how many of you remember this as well. I just for some reason have this in my head. Does anyone remember? I think it was against the Panthers when Eli Manning threw maybe the worst interception I've ever seen. He was sliding down from like the 5-yard line, sliding down in the pocket, throws it underhand into the end zone, and it pops up and gets intercepted. The most bizarre thing I've ever seen. Like, I have those memories from deep within the vault that just engraved into my brain just because I've grown up diehard Giants fan my whole life, and I always will be till the day that I pass away. So, yeah, and I'm excited now that I have this platform and this, community to share my fandom with and just geek out about the Giants with all of you great fans that listen to Fireside Giants on the daily.
Bro, I loved your Italian.
You would have loved my great grandfather.
Plaxico, are you shooting yourself again?
Pretty much how he was. He was very furious he was irate over the whole thing, which was it was hilarious. And he was a Jets fan, so I don't know. He just
like Italian dude just yelling at Plaxico Burress is like one of my bucket lists. It's one of my bucket list things. I want to go to Italy and just be like, and just have someone read a script. Daniel Jones, why are you fumbling?
That's one thing JC just mentioned, loves the Italian accent and the hand gestures. I'm always talking with my hands on the podcast. I wonder if anybody ever has noticed that. I've always had that throughout my life, people, because sometimes if I get pissed off at somebody, I'll sit there and I'll be like, and I'll start doing that with my hand. Like, I actually will do that, and people will be like, all right, relax, put the mafia back in you, like, it's just a little thing that I've always done Italian, I guess. I don't know. I wonder if anybody's ever noticed that on the podcast. I'll just be sitting there talking to the camera like this and always using my hands. Wonder if anyone's noticed that as well. Have you ever noticed that, Alex, that I talk with my hand? You probably noticed it when I was up in the city with you this past week.
I didn't notice it because I also use my hands a lot. I'm always like holding things. I always got to be like fidgeting with something.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
I don't know what it is. I always got to be like, I think it just helps me think better, but it might just be annoying at the same time. I don't know. Damn.
Steven RC was held by Tiki Barber when he was a kid. No fumble though. It was the fixed version of Tiki. That's pretty awesome, Steven.
Well, if he dropped you, you could have totally been like, I guess you could
have gotten that Tiki money.
You could have sued Tiki Barber. I mean, he did talk.
Could have gotten that Barber money.
Yeah, he talked a lot of crap about the Giants after he left. So I feel like that might have been a good like screw you before it even happened. Or you should have waited till after he talked crap. Remember that time you dropped me, and now look at me, fool.
You remember that time you were dropped on your head, Alex? It explains so much. Explains everything.
I don't like to talk about it.
Sorry.
He dropped me really. He dropped me. Was it he or was it my mom? Somebody dropped me. I think I bounced. That's crazy. That time had like a trampoline. I think I bounced and kicked her in the face.
So I was teasing you, but now it actually seems like you're being serious about this. Kind of crazy. I think you might have actually been dropped.
I think I was dropped.
Yeah, Airborne. We have a long while to go here. We got a few interviews. The schedule got a little bit messed up in the making, in the process of it, where we were leaving some time slots for some extra people. Couldn't get them on, but I think that's why we're going to just chat with the fans for a while. Take these next, I think the next hour pretty easy, and then we'll hop into another. We might even take a little break here and there, just solo it. I might go grab lunch, then solo it. Alex grabs lunch, stuff like that. But just here to chat with the fans and enjoy this Sunday afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we could always play like a video, like an episode, a recent episode during that time. Yeah, I think instead of doing solo, I can't sit here and talk by myself for that long. Oh, that much to say.
I hear you.
Hey, go get lunch. What leave me here? Like an hour am I gonna talk about by myself? What the hell?
I'm just gonna make a sandwich. It'll take me 10 minutes.
Edward Squirrels or Squires.
Squire.
I wish your name was Squirrels. Italy is beautiful. I've been to Milan and Venice. I'm actually going in a couple days.
I gotta go. You know what? I'm tagging along, Alex. I'll see you there.
Nah, this is just me and my girl. You're not welcome.
Damn it.
It's gonna be a romantic trip. And Anthony's gonna be like just dragging me home. Bro, get out of here. Like a roach.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun time for me. I'm down. I don't know.
Oh yeah, because I already bought all the hotels and stuff, so you just get a free stay in the closet.
Yeah, I'll take the closet. That's good enough for me as long as I'm in Italy. No, I'm just playing. I'm gonna go at some point though in my lifetime. I have to go. I'm gonna try and raise some money or save some money rather, and take my mom one day. That's my life plan, but we'll see.
Highly recommend it. It's a great time. Beautiful. This is my third time there. I can't get enough of it.
I have a lot of relatives over there, so
it's my favorite place on the planet.
Might even have a place to stay because my mom, I guess, she talks to some of her cousins over there. So
you have a place to stay everywhere you go.
No, it's only in two places. It's in New York and it's I guess in Chicago as well. Usaid would probably hook me up with a couch. So I guess I have 3 spots that I can go to. I can go over to Chicago, New York, and maybe Italy. That one's very maybe. That's my mom has to be there for that for sure because I've never spoken to those cousins a second in my life.
Oh, that's why you have cousins. What else are cousins good for except for randomly showing up and taking a bed in their house?
Fair enough.
Tony's takes ideas. Send them.
Yeah, let's hear your Tony's takes topics ideas. I have a long list of topics. I'm going to throw some of those topics out. You guys let me know what you think. I'll just read off the list real quickly. Good list of topics. Let's see. I have everything organized here. Maybe you can find more Anthony Rivardos in Italy. Now, that would be interesting. Well, a really common last name, Italian last name, apparently it's common, is Iannuzzo. And that's my mom's maiden name. That's my grandfather's last name. So Anthony Iannuzzo is my grandfather. So I could probably find some Anthony Iannuzzos in Italy.
I'm sure there's a lot of them. Nikos and Nacos and variations of Nico. That's all I got.
Well, my great-grandfather, Vittorio D'Estasio.
Vittorio D'Estasio? That's a hell of a name.
Vittorio D'Estasio. Vittorio means victory.
That's pretty cool. How did I get such a regular-ass name?
It was cool when Italy won the Euro League, people were saying Vittorio. And I was like, that's my grandpa, my great-grandpa. It was pretty cool.
Interesting. Yeah, well, that entire team now incited massive partying across the country, and their COVID cases are spiking again.
Bet you're going to have fun when you're there.
Well, no, it's actually great because the COVID spiked, and now they just shut down the country for all the unvaccinated people, so they literally can't do anything. So I'm going to go, and it's just going to be all vaccinated people. It's good for me.
That's awesome.
But they did really they like won for the country. They really needed like a spark, a little patriotic spark, and then just gave themselves COVID again. Like really, like come on, use your brain. I know I was dropped on my head when I was 4, but come on. Even I would have figured that one out. It was probably a bad idea.
Here's the Tony's takes topics that I have. So right now, the offensive line miniseries suggested by Michael G. That's in the works right now. I have like 3 episodes left to do. I've released the first 3. I got 3 left. Discussion on Saquon's health state and New York Giants, why they might be coy about it. I think that's one that I think Alex and I should do together outside of a Tony's takes. I think that's a discussion we should have on the channel pretty soon. on one of these videos. Let's talk about Saquon, his health, and why they're being so secretive about his health. I think that's a pretty good one to discuss.
His health?
Yeah, breaking down special teams, Riley Dixon, Graham Gano, and the returners. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to dive into the special teams unit, kind of just go over each position. We get really analytical on Tony's takes. It's fun. We get into the data and the statistics. It's a good time. Full coaching staff breakdown, strengths, weaknesses, how our staff ranks in the East. That's a really good topic. That's going to be a long one, though, so I'm kind of putting that one off for a little bit, but I think that's going to be a good one because it's going to be a nice, deep, beefy episode to digest.
God help you. God help you. I'm not ready for this. That wasn't me this time, by the way, for all those that watch this.
I kind of did. I did that one on purpose anyway. But
I know.
Someone wants a breakdown on Jabrill Peppers playing inside linebacker. That I'm definitely going to do because people need to be enlightened. People don't understand what Jabrill Peppers does for this defense. They're very confused. I don't know. They really don't. Fans are always like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Jabrill Peppers, he's a box safety. Dude, he's a lot more than just a safety. But special teams depth chart, kind of like the first one I mentioned with special teams, but I guess we can go over that. One position to target during cuts. So I'll probably talk about some players who are on the chopping block as we get closer to the end of camp and closer to preseason, and then talk about whether or not we should pick them up. Where should our roster upgrade focusing in the future? These are like all from Z-Flu. I think his name is Zachary. Dude just bombed me with like 40 questions in a row on the Discord. Join the Discord if you haven't already. Very fun stuff over there. Our defense lined up against Washington football team's defense, positional matchups, all that stuff. Compare and contrast the traits of Andrew Thomas and Matt Peart to past Giants offensive tackles. That's a fun one too. So that's my list of topics, and I guess I'll add on break down the Giants secondary and roles plus projections by Steven. Got a lot to talk about. I have a lot of topics to discuss.
You do have a lot. And Steven, break down roles plus projections. Giants have like 128 coaches. They have the biggest coaching staff in the league now. After having nobody, Pat Shurmur hired like his buddies from the local Walmart and sent them on their way after that. I don't think any of them have jobs anymore. And now I don't even know where James Betcher went. I have no idea where he went.
I think they upgraded from Walmart to Costco because they were like, "Oh, you worked with the Giants for like a year. You were terrible, but now you're in Costco now."
Costco has better deals, so
Costco
I can see how
is the bomb, bro. Costco is cool. I don't even go there though, like because it's just so large and hectic, and it's not that close to me. But Costco's the bomb.
Costco, BJ is also the bomb. You've been to BJ's?
Welcome to the gun show, guys.
The gun show.
Yeah.
Was this a gun show for midgets? Jesus.
You guys should see Alex in the gym. That dude's getting swole. Alex been working his ass off in there. You can see it.
Dude, we only go hard here.
Yeah, I've been going really hard. I did I woke up at 8 a.m. yesterday. I went and did water aerobics. My friend teaches a class over at the aquatic center. So I went over there to support him, do some water aerobics.
Great place to meet ladies and or men teaching classes.
Yeah, well, he did a really great job. I'm proud of my boy, John. He said he might be watching some of this, so I'm proud of him if he's hearing this. He did an awesome job with that water aerobics class, and it's good exercise. It's fun. It's basically, you're in the water. You have weights, like they're very light, but underneath the water, they feel pretty heavy. And you do different exercises. You work every single muscle group, and you really strengthen your core that way. You're just doing different little workouts, like stretches, but you're stretching yourself through the water, and it's contracting your muscles and strengthening your core and everything. It's fun. Apparently, Chandler Jones requested a trade, Airborne Cheeseburger. Now that
wow,
I did not see that. Where did you see that? I need to see this right now.
Interesting. Cardinals pass. Okay, so this is my sports update. Cardinals pass rusher Chandler requested a trade out of Arizona at some point this offseason. The team doesn't want to trade him, but Jones has been unhappy with his contract. He has 1 year left on his deal. Team expects him to report to camp, so they don't want to trade him.
Yeah, so here's my take. Instant, quick take. This would be amazing for the Giants if they could get him, but they can't because what he wants is a new contract, and the Giants don't have the money. We just talked to Patricia Traina, who is a cap wizard, and she was just talking about how difficult the money situation is about to get for the Giants. So I would love Chandler Jones on the Giants, though, and he might come relatively cheap since he is on the last year of his deal and he is a bit older, but don't think this is one that the Giants can afford.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening. Oh, Steven, I know Anthony doesn't want me to talk about the smackdown, the utter embarrassment that ensued. Yeah, he just left the chat. Yeah,
I'm hiding now. I'm
You don't want the
hiding.
smoke. You don't want the smoke. You don't want the smoke. Body bagged, wrapped up, chopped up like Dexter, and body bagged. Can't even hear you. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Dexter's a good show. That's what I was going to say. But anyway, I got a couple things to say about this whole Madden thing. All right, and Alex, be a little bit fair here. You can admit it. I have not played Madden 20 since it's been out. Right, I've been playing Madden 21 on the new console. It's a completely different game. I don't know if you guys have played the next gen version of Madden 21. Go play that, then play Madden 20. Completely different games. Now that's not an excuse, but I'm just saying it did play into some of the mechanical mistakes that I made. I was trying to throw some lead passes. They're just not the same. Like some interceptions, like I'm trying to throw it to the sideline and they're throwing it up the field. Like it's just different game. So that's my one little.
It's a crappy game at that.
Yeah, that's the one little excuse that I'll have, but it's not really a good excuse. But I'm ready for Madden 22 to come out. I'm excited. That's going to come out. And we're going to have a really good time setting up our Madden franchise leagues and everything. That's going to be really fun. Playing with the fans and everything. And Airborne says next gen Madden is terrible. Okay, so I got two takes on that. One, next gen Madden 21 is terrible. It was really bad in my opinion. They said that they fixed the route running. They demolished it. It was horrible. They ruined route running. Like we talk about this all the time when we do our film breakdowns. When you run an out route, you have to come back to the football. If you drift upfield, it's a pick. They drift upfield every single time. So anytime I try and throw a quick out, it's a pick. It was horrible. But I have played Madden 22 beta and they fixed it. So it's a lot better. So feeling a lot better with that one.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm not really into Madden that much anymore. I've been playing a lot of Warzone and MLB The Show. If anyone plays MLB The Show, it's a freaking amazing game. So there's some flaws and funky stuff that goes on, but the graphics are insane. I mean, I'd much rather play MLB The Show than watch the Yankees right now, who absolutely suck eggs. Actually, they're winning right now somehow. How'd that happen? Rougned Odor single to center field. Greg Allen scored. Giancarlo Stanton to second base. Odor's kind of been low-key nice, if any Yankee fans are in here. And Airborne, I will find you. I will hunt you down. And I'm not going to kill you, but I will smack you in the cheek. I don't play Clash of Clans. I used to when I was like 16. Not any longer, though, sir. Not any longer. And Steven, NBA draft this Thursday. Who the Knicks drafting or trading up for? That's a good question. I've been covering the Knicks like nuts lately. Just absolutely covering the Knicks so much. Low key, Sharif Cooper out of Auburn. I think the Knicks are going to try and get Sharif Cooper. The kid is a monster facilitator. One of the best passers I've ever seen coming out of college. He's that good at passing. He's compared to Chris Paul and Trae Young in that sense. He's smaller. He's not going to be imposing defensively. But that kid can freaking ball, man. He is a facilitator, and he's a better shooter than it comes off. Our Knicks reporter interviewed him, or his coach, a couple days ago, and I came away after reading that article. I was like, we got to get this kid. He's going to be that good. He is he has the ability to be a generational talent at point guard. I think he's going to be really freaking good. Sharif Cooper. That's who I think the Knicks are going to get. Anthony, you don't really watch basketball, do you?
Okay, so I have like a love-hate relationship with basketball. I love the sport. I love playing it, and I used to watch it a lot. Used to be really into the Heat, back in the day. But I've just grown out of love with the NBA. I don't like the league. I find it to be very annoying. It's catered towards a very young audience, and I don't enjoy that. Like, I don't like when I'm watching the sport and the commentators, right? Like, here's an example. One time I was listening, and I guess Kyrie Irving made like a crossover and then a layup, right? So what I want to hear the commentator say is, and a quick crossover by Kyrie Irving who finishes with a nice layup down the lane, right? That's what I like to hear. But I hear, ooh, and a fly cross by Kai Irving. I'm like, dude, tone it down. I don't like that stuff. Like, I don't like the nicknames and phi, and I don't know if anybody else shares my thoughts. I've found people who do share my thoughts. They don't like that stuff, but I also I don't know. There's like a whole TikTok trend that it happens in like every NBA game. House of Highlights doesn't even show highlights. They show like players dancing on the sidelines more frequently than they show dunks. And it's like that kind of culture around the NBA has really put me off of it, and I don't find it exciting. I also don't like the overturn on the rosters year to year. There's trades constantly. Stars are constantly leaving their team. They're never building from the ground up anymore. Every team just gets rebuilt within a year. And there's so many super teams. I don't like that stuff. So it's just this league has changed too much for me, and I don't enjoy it to watch it anymore or to keep up with it. But there has been some change. Giannis just won a ring without a super team. I think that's important for the future of the league. And I think what the New York Knicks are doing, they haven't traded the farm for any superstars. They've gone slowly and surely, built through the draft and a few key pieces here and there. That I really appreciate. And kind of the Heat as well, building through the draft. There's a few teams that I see that are doing that sort of thing. The Suns, the Kings. That's what I appreciate. That's what I enjoy from an NBA standpoint. And that's what I'm hoping to see the league get back into. This era of the super teams and year-to-year roster blow-ups is just too much for me. And of course, they cater towards a very young demographic now, which is just, that's not going to change, but I guess I'll just have to get adjusted. But I won't until the quality that they're putting onto the courts improves, and it's finally starting to improve. So maybe I'll get more into it.
I from a business perspective, love the action. You know, the turnovers and the trades and this and that is great, but the super teams piss me off. You know what I mean? There's just too many teams that have such good play. I mean, look, then even the Nets, if they're fully healthy, it's Harden, Durant, and Irving. Like, how do you possibly get that many good players? There's 5 players on the floor, 5 starters, and 3 of them are perennial, like all-stars, right? Like, arguably the best players to ever play at their position. They're up there, not the best, but they're up there. Kevin Durant might be. And like, that's kind of like crazy to me. Like, there should be a balance. And I think the Knicks have been kind of left in the dust because nobody wants to go there. And everyone's like, I don't just avoid the Knicks at all costs. But they're kind of growing, and I kind of like that. Davion Mitchell, big fan of Davion Mitchell. He's a 3-and-D player, but I do think his defense, Tom Thibodeau loves elite defensive players, and Davion Mitchell would fit the bill. The problem is I don't think they can get high enough to get him.
Isn't it Donovan? Oh, Davion Mitchell. I thought you were talking about I didn't read the chat. Never mind. I thought you were talking about Donovan Mitchell from the Jazz. Sorry.
No. Davion. Kid's great.
I don't watch college basketball. I don't do that.
I've been covering a lot of those guys, but I'm pretty excited. I think the Knicks are going to knock it out of the park. They actually have some good people in the front office now, just like the Giants. I think we're going to entering a golden age for New York sports. The Jets are even looking better. They have a pretty good team. I don't hate the Jets. Some Giants fans like despise the Jets. They have a good team. Like, I really, really liked what they did this offseason. I think that they turned that entire organization around in one offseason. I think Salah's a good coach. I think Zach Wilson, while, you know, his mom's a little crazy, I think that, you know, he's a good quarterback. He's a modern quarterback, a mobile, throws on the run. He's reactive. He has a good arm. He's going to be a good player. And I think that Elijah Moore, love that draft pick. I love their offensive line, completely retooled and rebolstered. Their defense, solid. Pass rush, solid. Secondary, garbage. That's the only thing.
I will not tolerate any slander of Zach Wilson's mom. I'm a big fan of Zach Wilson's mom.
Why, you think she's hot?
Maybe.
Someone tell his man's girlfriend. I haven't seen her enough, but every time I see her, she's saying some wild stuff. Or doesn't she like help people like, is she like one of those inspirational speakers on like Instagram or something?
She's like an Instagram inspirational speaker, fitness guru kind of thing, you know, just posts like fitness motivation, helps people lose weight and feel better about themselves and improve their mental health. I rock.
That's good. It. That's a good thing.
Yeah. I think the storyline of Zach Wilson asking her to delete her page, I think people misunderstood that. He wasn't embarrassed by her. He was being protective of her because she gets some hateful comments sometimes, and that messes with him because he reads those things about his mother and he gets annoyed and frustrated, which is, of course, but Alex, you and I both get hateful messages all the time. When you have a platform on social media, you're going to get hateful messages. It's just part of the game, I guess. The same way that concussions are part of Zach Wilson's game, hateful comments and on his mom's Instagram, that's part of her game. So I don't know. I think that's kind of that. But I think that story was misconstrued a little bit. He was being protective. He wasn't being embarrassed or anything.
Yeah, I saw Drake is dating LeBron James' teammate's mom. I forget who it was.
Drake is dating like 5 different women, so it's good for Drake.
Is he Mormon? Or just rich?
No, I think he's just rich and powerful and women like that.
kind of ugly though.
Drake?
Yeah.
Drake's a good looking
kinda-
guy. Dude,
He
his
kind of looks
beard.
Stevie.
When
Looks
he
kinda
added that
Stevie.
beard, okay, that I would agree with. But when he added the beard, I
wouldn't
think his
trust him.
look improved completely.
When he added the beard?
Yeah, because he didn't always have the beard, but ever since he's had the beard and the flat hair, I think that's been a good look. But I don't like the heart that he's been drawing into his. That just looks dumb to me. But shout out to Kanye West. Where's Donda? Where is the album?
Kanye West has done another. He's like Loki, bro. He's a variant of Loki.
Yeah,
That dude is on another universe. He is on a different plane.
you know,
Where is he mentally? I don't even know.
If you Google Kanye West 2021, you won't find a picture of his face. He's been wearing masks that cover his face completely for the entire year. I think it's so bizarre, but kind of cool.
Well, Kim left his ass, right?
Yeah, Kim divorced him, or he divorced Kim. We don't actually know which one was which, but Kim and him.
He's richer than him.
No, she's not. He's worth $7 billion now.
Is
He's
he really?
way richer. Yeah.
Weren't they
because
saying he was like bankrupt at one point?
He was bankrupt and he was $53 million in debt. Kim signed the $53 million check to get him out of debt, but since then he's accumulated billions of dollars in wealth, and he's he's the richest. I read online. I don't know where it was. It might have been Forbes. He's the richest African American man in the country, because he owns a ton of land out in Wyoming. He owns like a whole city out there or something. Like he's just invested so much in the property.
Net worth is 1.8 billion, and Kim Kardashian's net worth is.
They said that his
$1
net
billion.
worth. They said that his net worth has gone up since that report, though. They're saying that it's closer to like. Well,
how do people? How?
Because he owns
is
a clothing company. He has a big deal with Adidas for clothing. He has a big deal with a Gap. Gap
$1.8 billion.
Gap paid him like close to $1 billion probably to have him
$1
design
billion
clothing for them. Probably something like that. Like his Gap company is worth a lot. I don't know. I know the main source of revenue
like
though.
Homeless people clothing.
I like some of his stuff, but I know the big source of revenue. I know the big source of revenue is the land that he owns. He's invested in property, and that's, if you want to guess a key takeaway for anybody listening to this: invest in land, invest in property. I know
in the
Alex
middle of Wyoming
has already been talking about that. Well, he owns like these perfect views of the mountains and everything. It's beautiful land that he has.
So Steven says Lil Uzi Vert is about to buy a gas planet that is 1.4 times bigger than Jupiter. Something about the inhabitants know he is going to buy them.
Yeah, do they know? Are there inhabitants? That is a true story, though. Lil Uzi Vert he's buying a planet.
What's the point of buying a planet you will never be able to go on? That's the dumbest thing in the world I've ever heard. It's just to say you own a planet that you will never ever touch or see, or you can even go near.
Counterpoint. What's the point of buying a $25 million stone to place in your forehead?
There's no point. Still,
why
dumb.
does Lil Uzi Vert do the things that he does? We'll never know, but he's awesome.
How much does it cost to buy a random
respect
planet?
to him? That's a good question, right? Like, how much does that cost? And is that an
buy
investment,
like a piece of land on the moon or something?
Yeah, do you call that an investment, or do you just call that money being thrown away?
Like idiocy. I call that. Yo, we could literally use that money to help global warming or any actual cause. The
TCJ fund.
But instead, we're buying gas planets because we have so much money we don't know what to do with it anymore. Elon Musk's wife. Oh, that whole like thing. What the hell is going on in this world, man? I'm starting to lose hope for humanity. I've lost hope for us a long time ago. But we got Elon. We got Jeff Bezos flying up in massive dingalings. We have Elon Musk naming his child after like Roman numerals. We have Lil Uzi Vert trying to buy gas planets because that's fun now. You know what exactly is happening? Like we're in another timeline, bro. I watched Loki. I think I got sucked in. I think I'm in the multiverse now.
We are definitely living in the multiverse, and License Plate Guy will be joining us at 3 p.m. Stay tuned for that. We will probably break and put up a video in the meantime while Alex and I take a bathroom and lunch break, and then we'll jump back in 3 p.m. for sure and do that interview. But I guess we'll do that in a couple minutes here. We'll take our quick break. Alex, you'll just have to share a video on the screen. Just let it play through.
I can put this one up. Let me see. 1 second. Share.
You guys ever have earbuds in for a while and then you kind of just like move them around and you can just like feels good?
A funky little mate you are. You know that.
Yeah, I know. Soldier Boy owned everything first. Soldier Boy was actually the first human ever created.
Soldier Boy. He's Adam.
Have you seen that meme, Alex? Anytime somebody does something first, Soldier Boy says like, "Nah, I've already done that." It's so funny. Man's like always clowning.
Soldier Boy. I remember when his like first like Soldier Boy, I really like that song came out. Oh my god,
It's a total banger. Actually, top 3 favorite song of all time for me.
So you know what? I'll put up the video, of us together. It's like 30 minutes, but we have about 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, we have till 3 p.m. before the interview starts. But we'll play this in the meantime, and I guess grab lunch. It's 30 minutes, you said? It's a 30-minute video?
Yeah, but Brian will be coming on at 2:30. Superman.
Is that so? Is that so?
Isn't that what you have in the thing?
I gotta check. Did you text him?
No, but I will.
Please do. Yes, he is supposed to come on at 2:30. I actually, for some reason, thought that he was later. Tell him 2:30 or 3:30. He can do either one. We have 2 time slots available. So tell him whichever one works better for Brian Walker, the trainer for Jabrill Peppers and Darnay Holmes and Xavier McKinney and a bunch of other studs. And reminder, guys, if you donate, you'll be entered into the giveaway for the FanFest tickets. Anybody want to go to FanFest?
I know people want to go to FanFest.
Yeah,
You'll get to meet Eli Manning, and he'll cook you a burger. I won't guarantee that. But yeah, I'll throw up this video right now. We'll be back in like 20 minutes, no more than that, 15 minutes probably.
Okay, we'll be back in 15. Enjoy the video, and I will enjoy my sandwich.
Welcome to Fireside Giants. My name is Alex. Anthony Rivardo sitting right next to me in New York for first time in a while, because of COVID and everything. And a good time to be with Giants starting training camp today. We have the rookies attending. Hopefully Kadarius Toney is all set to go and can really get rid of these awful narratives that he is, for some reason, a bust or not wanting to go to practice and all the crazy stuff with the cleats and stuff. Put it behind him. Show up. Don't miss a millisecond of training camp and be ready to go. I'm excited for it. I know you guys are. The start of the season is right around the corner. Training camp is starting now. Of course, we have the injured players and quarterbacks showing up tomorrow. And then next Tuesday, the rest of the team will come, and we're going to have the full squad. I'm excited. The players are. And Anthony, how's it going in New York for the first time in a while? And are you excited for the season?
Of course, I'm excited. It's going really good. Happy to be here in New York City, doing our first in-person podcast. That's pretty exciting stuff right now. So, kind of 7,000 subscribers special, we'll call it. So thank you all for helping us reach 7,000 subscribers. We really appreciate all the love and support you give us. And I'm excited, man. Training camp is finally here. I can't wait for it to kick off. And then, once that starts, really quickly we get into preseason, and then the regular season is right around the corner. So I'm very, very excited heading into training camp.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is what we've been waiting for. Free agency was exciting. We got Kenny Galladay, John Ross, and the draft, of course, Azeez Ojulari, Kadarius Toney, some of these really high-end players that we hope will make an impact in year one. But now it's time to put it to the test. Now it's time for these players to really put it into perspective for us in person and get some good growth as we head into the 2021 season. But this episode, we want to focus on the main position battles during training camp, because that's really what we're going to be looking at, the position battles. Some of these guys in these positions just simply aren't ironed out yet. Of course, we have the outside linebacker group, which has 4 new players in Afadio Denabo, Ryan Anderson, Lorenzo Carter's coming up from injury, Ocean Eximnez coming back from injury, Allerson Smith, and Azeez Ojulari. This group, I have no idea who's going to emerge as the starters. I have my opinion on who will, but really it's going to be a competition. It's going to be a battle to see. It's going to be a war between these guys to really emerge as starters. I think Afadio is kind of going to be a sub-package guy. In terms of how they utilize him moving forward, because he has experience at OLB, but he's not primarily, fit for that spot. He's a little bit bigger, more of a power guy on the interior. So I think that, that's a big one. Offensive guard's another one, but we're going to start off here today with the first one on the list, and that is Darnay Holmes versus Aaron Robinson in the slot cornerback spot, because that is a position last year that we saw serious issues once Darnay Holmes went down with the injuries, we didn't have another slot corner to fill the spot. We tried to kind of utilize Xavier McKinney there to supplement his loss, and it just simply wasn't enough. We didn't have the adequacy and the talent behind Darnay to hold it down, and we had a big hole there. So now we go out, we draft an aggressive cornerback out of UCF, Aaron Robinson, who is not only a good corner and aggressive man coverage guy, but also is good against the run, and that's what you need from a slot corner, the ability to step up and be physical in the running game, Anthony. So when you're looking at these two players, what are the differences that you see, and who do you think will emerge victorious in this position battle?
I think it's going to be kind of depending on what sub-package they want on the field. I don't think anyone's going to emerge victorious. I think both of these players are going to play two very different roles from the slot cornerback position. When the Giants are playing more zone coverage and they need that quick twitch reactionary guy, that's Darnay Holmes. When they're playing man coverage, they need a physical corner that can go out there and press a wide receiver. That's Aaron Robinson. And I think that's how they're going to be utilized this season, just kind of based on what the defense wants to do in terms of its coverages, and then, of course, what the offense is putting out on the field. If there's a lot of running from the opposing offense, you can bet that you're going to see Aaron Robinson. He's a phenomenal run defender. He had 80-plus run defense grade each of his last 2 seasons in college per Pro Football Focus. Really good run defender. But I love what Darnay Holmes brings in coverage, just sitting there in those zone coverages, has really good reaction skills. We saw that with his interception that he had, and he also batted down another pass that turned into an interception. I believe that was against the Seahawks. Yeah, he's really good at all of that, and so I just think there's kind of like a fire and ice dynamic between those two players, which means that they'll both see the field just at different times. And I don't know if it's necessarily going to be one player's a starter and the other isn't, because technically, slot cornerback isn't even a starting position, but who will get more snaps? Right now, I want to lean towards Aaron Robinson just because I know that the Giants are trying to get into this more man coverage defense. Patrick Graham has said that numerous times. So I do think that Aaron Robinson gets more snaps, but I do think that both of them are going to see a pretty large sum of snaps, and they're both going to have their own impact on the game.
Yeah, I mean, this team is kind of going to be centered around the physicality of the defense, right? We know with Jabrill Peppers, with Leonard Williams, some of these big guys, Dexter Lawrence, Blake Martinez, they're hard-hitting guys, intense players, and they bring a lot of energy to the field. And I think that they want to kind of base the entire mentality of the team around the physicality, the intensity of that unit specifically. And it's going to hopefully bleed over into the offense that really lacked that physicality and that element last season. Bringing a big possession receiver like Kenny Galladay will hopefully add that next level, especially when we're looking at a downfield-centric approach. But, when it comes to Darnay Holmes and Aaron Robinson, I kind of get the sense that Aaron Robinson is going to be the favorite here, even though he's a rookie and Darnay Holmes has that year of experience. Don't get me wrong, love Darnay. I think he's going to be a great player. But the way that Patrick Graham seems to be putting this defense together in terms of being more man coverage based and really focusing on aggressive corners, Aaron Robinson fits that bill to a T. The Giants traded up, mind you, skipping over Dallas and the Eagles to grab Aaron Robinson specifically because he's a scheme fit for them. He fits a mold. And worst case scenario, Darnay starts the year, which is a damn good case. And you have Aaron Robinson as a backup reserve guy, kind of like filling in maybe different packages. And they, if they're playing more man coverage, maybe he fits the bill. If they're playing a little bit more zone this game, maybe Darnay Holmes plays a little bit more zone. They can kind of shift back and forth depending on what scheme they want to run. But like Anthony said, this is not primarily a starting spot. This is really if you have a great slot corner, or rather a slot receiver on the opposite field, maybe Cole Beasley like. There's tons of great guys, Tyler Lockett. So there's so many great slot guys in the NFL, similar to Sterling Shepard and Kadarius Toney. You need good slot corners, fast, athletic corners to stop these guys. And we saw actually during the Senior Bowl, Kadarius Toney and Aaron Robinson go up against each other 1v1, and Aaron Robinson made a phenomenal play. He gets burned initially off the line of scrimmage, but he catches up Kadarius Toney and creates an awesome pass breakup, like high points it and everything. It was a phenomenal play. He really played through the body, and it was really aggressive and physical, and that's what you want to see. Kadarius Toney completely destroyed him off the line of scrimmage, but the catch-up speed that Aaron Robinson had is what stood out to me in the willingness and the reliance on his fundamentals. He didn't forget about the fundamentals. He didn't, lose sight of that. He worked with what he had to, that Kadarius Toney was giving him, and he managed to make an awesome play. So I think there's going to be a lot of iron sharpens iron type of mentality during training camp. These guys are going to be making each other better, but I'm so excited to see how they continue to improve here. But that's just the first position battle, and I think that's going to be a really exciting one. The next one I want to talk about is outside linebacker, Anthony. When you're looking at Azeez Ojulari, Allerson Smith, those two guys specifically, those are the rookies. Do you think that the rookies have a good shot at even making it to the starting team, or do you think they'll be more rotational to open the year?
I think that Azeez Ojulari will be a starter by year's end. I think he starts off as a rotational pass rusher, as most rookie edge rushers do, but I don't think it's going to take long for him to cement his place as a starting edge rusher on this team. You know, our edge talent, we have a bunch of edge guys, but none of them are really solidified starters. A lot of them are backups or rotational guys. And I think that Azeez Ojulari, you know, when I watched his film from college, I think that he absolutely has the ability to be a premier pass rusher. He can be, you know, your every down pass rusher, edge rusher. And so I do think that it's only going to take a few weeks for him to establish himself as that player and become, you know, a starting edge rusher on this team. With Ellerson Smith, I see him being more of a rotational or even just backup guy. I don't even think he'll really see the field defensively all that often. But what I do think for Ellerson Smith is that he will make an impact on special teams. He had 2 blocked kicks in college, and I think they're going to try and put him down there on the field goal blocking unit as soon as his rookie season starts. Get him acclimated to that position in the NFL, and I think that he's actually a player that could potentially block some kicks or punts pretty early on in his career. It seems like he has a knack for that. So, and he has that ridiculously long wingspan that we all know about. He's super tall, long wingspan. I think he's a perfect special teams player, and I think that's probably what Joe Judge and the Giants were, you know, what they had in mind when they saw Ellerson Smith on their draft board. They probably were like, perfect special teams player, got to have him. We know how much of an emphasis the Giants put on their special teams unit. So love that fit for Ellerson Smith. But for Azeez Ojulari, I think give it 3 weeks tops, and he's going to be a starting edge rusher on this team.
Yeah, I mean, Ellerson Smith has that kind of superior athleticism that you want in your pass rusher that they can kind of develop behind the scenes. He's been working nonstop all offseason and really working out to make sure he's ready for training camp. He's going to be in great shape, so I have no doubt about that. But Ellerson Smith, like you mentioned, he can make an impact blocking kicks and really putting some pressure on opposing kickers right off the bat. And at the very least, they can use him as a rotational piece on defense against maybe more heavy-footed offensive tackles, where he can use his athleticism, his speed, and get up off the line of scrimmage to really take advantage. He has a really great jab step to the outside and then bursting inside. He's really quick and strong from that point, but he does lack that functional strength to bull rush, right? He's not going to be an adequate bull rusher right off the bat. They might have to get some more size and lower body strength because he does have really skinny legs, but he has a pretty nice upper body, and I think that's where he's going to thrive against heavier offensive tackles that might thrive against the bull rush. That's like kind of like they're better against bull rushers. He might be able to expose those weaknesses. You know, if maybe an offensive tackle doesn't have great footwork, he might be able to expose that because of how quick he is. I think that's where they'll see that he is that beneficial. And I think they will find usages for him throughout the season because, of course, last year injuries occurred and then you have to supplement what and whatnot. Azeez Ojulari, on the other hand, he's coming on as a refined pass rusher. You know, people were projecting him to the Giants at 11, ended up going at 50. We got an extra third-round pick out of trading back. I can't believe he fell that far. We are extremely lucky. He could be one of the bigger steals of the draft class. He led the SEC last year with sacks, 9.5, and forced fumbles with 4. So he is a tremendous talent. We know what he brings to this team. He had a torn ACL in the past, but it seems like he's completely, healed from that. That's another testament to Saquon Barkley's return. Torn ACL completely. They can come back 100% healthy and not affect them at all. So I think that is a good reason to believe why Saquon could make this comeback. Especially look at Adrian Peterson. You can look at a ton of players who have made comebacks. Dalvin Cook is another great example. Azeez Ojulari, though, has fantastic bend, fantastic athleticism. He's like 20 years old. He's best friends with Andrew Thomas. They've been working all offseason together. And I think that's like the iron sharpens iron before training camp. That's why I'm so excited about this team, because they're spending all of their extracurricular time and their offseason working to improve their own games and really working alongside each other. They're not just working with like random other players and coaches, which is totally fine. But they're actually going out of their way to make sure that they, work together to improve. And I think that stands out to me personally. And I think that it's going to make sure that they are ready for training camp and the regular season. Plus, just Andrew Thomas having a preseason, everything in between. I think it's going to be a huge benefit. So moving on from the outside linebacker group now, I do think Carter and Ocean Exhibits will have an impact. Carter more so than Exhibit. He's kind of getting left behind there. But the next one, this is a really interesting one for me. Nate Solder versus Matt Peart. These two guys have the ability to win the starting right tackle spot. Now, I think Matt Peart will win based on his youth, based on the fact that, he gained a lot of muscle mass this offseason, based on the fact that he'll have a full offseason with training in person with Rob Sale, Pat Flaherty, and just the continuity that he's going to bring, hopefully, to this offensive line. Then, Nate Solder not playing right tackle since like 2011. It's been a long time since he played on the right side. Plus, he opted out last year, so he's a year removed from football. It's going to be tough for him to get acclimated quickly, but he is a veteran, so I think he will. But I think they want to roll with youth. They want Matt Peart to be the future there. They don't want to give Nate Solder, who's on a 1-year depth deal type of thing, they don't want to give him snaps if they don't have to. So I want to imagine they're all in on Matt Peart and they want him to be the starter, Anthony. But like, do you see Matt Peart as ready? Do you think he is ready for that step forward? Because I know his pass blocking was shady at sometimes. Run blocking looked good, but pass blocking, we need to protect Daniel Jones first and foremost. And Nate Solder might offer more in pass blocking. So how do you think this unfolds?
Yeah, I do think that Matt Peart is ready, and I project that he will be the starting right tackle this season. I think that Nate Solder gets used as, kind of the jumbo tight end swing tackle role, where when they have an extra offensive lineman on the field, you're talking about having Nate Solder on the field as that extra offensive lineman. Either that, or he's just going to be a backup. He can play on the left, he can play on the right. So that's quality depth to have, similar to Zach Fulton, who we have at guard/center. He can kind of play every position on the interior. He's actually started. Yeah, he started games at left guard, center, and right guard before, so he can play anywhere there. Same thing with Nate Solder. He can play left tackle. He can play right tackle. So I think that's where Nate Solder comes into play. That's a pretty high price tag to pay for a backup offensive tackle, but it's kind of the situation we're in. We signed him to be a big-time starter, and, now after being removed from football for a year, I think that he's just going to have to accept this backup role or this jumbo tight end, swing tackle role. But for Matt Peart, I do think it's really interesting that his pass blocking grade and his pass blocking statistics last year were kind of shady, because when you look at his college film or you read his draft reports, like his little profiles before the draft, he was a good pass blocker. That was his strength. Run blocking was where he had some room for improvement because he wasn't very strong. He really lacked strength coming into the NFL, and it showed up on tape quite a bit, but he had really quick feet, and he had very good technique, at least from his lower half, in terms of pass protecting and his pass sets. His feet were just phenomenal. But it was his upper body strength that was giving him trouble at times, and sometimes his hands as well were giving him a little bit of trouble. And we kind of saw that stuff multiply once it got to the NFL. It just got a little bit worse, but he was still a solid player in his 150 snaps. Don't get me wrong. I was really impressed by him. Being a third-round rookie coming in and playing as well as he did was super impressive and bodes really well for his future. I think he will be a long-term starter for the Giants, and I think this is his first year starting. But to really circle back around to my original point about the pass blocking issues he had last year, I think that was more of a coaching problem, Mark Colombo, because we saw the same problem with Andrew Thomas, who was a phenomenal pass protector in college, gets to the league, his form changes completely. His technique is just completely different, and it screws him up, and his pass protection was terrible. And I think that's kind of what happened to Matt Peart as well. I think his technique was changed by the coaching staff, and it kind of screwed him up because, like I said, his feet were amazing. It was his strength. But to add on to that, I've seen pictures of him this offseason. The dude just looks stronger. He looks bigger. He's more muscular. He looks like the mountain from Game of Thrones, as Alex always likes to say. So I think that bodes really well for his future and his ability to alleviate his biggest weakness of being a little bit weaker, not having that functional strength as an offensive tackle. Looks like he's fixed that problem, and it looks like now he's ready to be a starting right tackle, and I think he's going to be a damn good one at that.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a picture of Matt Peart standing next to Will Hernandez, and Will Hernandez is a big-ass dude, right? He's a huge guy, and Matt Peart made him look like a midget. Like, it was, like, straight up, like, I was like, holy crap, this guy is not only tall, but he's bigger, like more, like, wide than Will Hernandez, too, at his shoulders and stuff, and it's just like, I mean, you see, like, Mekhi Becton, that guy is massive, and the injury issues he had, but Matt Peart, like, traditionally has been healthy. Last year he just got COVID, which, that hurt a bunch of players. So I think him coming in with more muscle mass, more functional strength, better, he already has good feet. He's going to eat people alive in the running game. That is where I want to see him at the second level, just moving bodies, right? Just straight up like Saquon behind him, and he's just leading the charge because he's like two people at once, right? He can take up two blockers, or two tacklers rather. So I think that him and his strength and agility and speed, he has all of the tangible traits to be that your bookend right tackle for the next 5 to 10 years. We just need to get his technique to the point where it's adequate, right? You can't teach the type of athleticism he has. That's the big thing for me. So I'm really excited to see what he can accomplish this upcoming season. And with Nate Solder, the only reason that he's still here is because we got screwed with his contract because of COVID. It got pushed a year. He was willing to rework it. The Giants are a pretty loyal franchise. We've seen over the years, they don't really trade players away very often, unless you're OBJ. Then, of course, Dave Gettleman was quick to do that one. But there are times when it's happened, but for the most part, the Giants are a very respected franchise, especially now. After last season, I feel like the respect is returned, like the return of the king. If you're a Lord of the Rings fan, I feel like Aragorn's come back to reclaim the throne. Joe Judge, even though he's never really been associated with the team, but I feel like he is leading this team toward a better future. I see the light at the end of the tunnel, whereas before I was falling into the deep abyss of the Mariana Trench. And the Giants finally are emerging into a team that we can actually be excited about. And usually we're just excited to watch football. We're excited for just football to return to the Giants to play. But now I'm excited because I feel like they can win. I feel like we actually last year I was like, we probably won't. I remember doing the projections last year saying we're probably not going to be a playoff team, but maybe we'll get close. This year I'm like, we're a playoff team. I feel like we have the talent and the coaching staff to be a playoff team. We just have to put it on the field. We just have to translate it. It's kind of like the Milwaukee Bucks. If you watched the finals yesterday, they had a couple Giannis. He's their best player by a far, arguably the best in the league. Then they have a couple great complementary pieces like Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday. The Giants have a couple of those big elite players like Saquon, like Kenny, like Leonard Williams, if you want to categorize him, like James Bradbury. And that now they have a bunch of complementary pieces and the depth, the Bobby Portises of the world, like the Julian Loves. Those depth pieces that can come in and play well if you need them to, mitigate fatigue and whatnot. So I think that is where the Giants, they went a step further. They got better this offseason, not only because they added guys like Adoree Jackson and Kenny Galladay and Kadarius Toney, who are immediate starters, but they added great depth pieces too. Aaron Robinson, if he ends up being a depth piece, great depth piece. Julian Love's one of my favorite utility players on this team. Ellerson Smith, a great rotational piece to help the special teams as well. Look at our wide receiver core. We're talking about John Ross, Dante Pettis, Austin Mack, and David Sills, a quality guys competing for our wide receiver 5 and 6 spots. Talk about a deep unit. That's where our wide receivers are now in a position where last year we had undrafted free agents starting by the midway point, Alex Mack. And now we have them fighting for the back end of the roster. So talk about a turnover, tremendous growth. And they did such a phenomenal job adding personnel. That gets me really excited for this upcoming season, guys. But let's look at the next group here, and it is the wide receivers in the back end with Ross, Pettis, CJ Board, Mack, and Sills. Now, personally, I think that Ross and Pettis have an advantage here. Why? Because they both have applications on special teams. John Ross can be a very good punt returner. In fact, I'd probably prefer him to be a punt returner over Kadarius Toney just to start, because Kadarius Toney is still getting his sea legs. I don't want to get him too incorporated before he really gets the offense down. I'll get him to focus on offense before you put him in the special teams role. John Ross has tons of experience at that role, and he has the speed. If he makes the roster, I'd like him to be that's where he's going to make the roster. He's not going to be starting. We have Darius Slayton. I think Darius Slayton is a starter as well over Ross. Hopefully, if Ross does make it, it's because of that special teams application. Now, Dante Pettis can also be a kick returner. So it really might come down to who looks better as kick returner during training camp. That in preseason, that really might be the deciding factor of who makes this roster, who makes this team. The Giants did give John Ross, I think, a 1 year, $2.5 million deal. So they did pay him a couple of million to be on this squad. They obviously see him as a gadget style player who can offer more downfield application as well. Of course, we went out and hired Russ Callaway to be another offensive assistant to really bring that Air Coryell air raid system to the Giants and help apply it. Anthony, so when you're looking at this wide receiver group, who are you thinking makes this roster? Do you think John Ross can do it, or do you think Dante Pettis might be able to sneak his way in there?
I think my favorite is Dante Pettis because I really like the way that he played towards the end of the 2020 season. I think him and Daniel Jones had a couple of nice connections, and I really was impressed by the way he played. I remember that touchdown pass that he caught against the Dallas Cowboys in Week 17. It was a really good throw down the seam by Daniel Jones, and he kind of has that speed to go vertical, but he's also kind of a refined route runner. Nothing, elite, but he's pretty good. And I just think he's all around. He's got good size, strength. I like Dante Pettis the best. I feel like with John Ross, of course, he had such a high expectation when he was drafted in the top 10 by the Cincinnati Bengals. He was either always hurt or he wasn't really a good route runner. I think there's a lot of, bust potential. He's already a bust, but in terms of the signing with the Giants, we all want him to be this really good backup, but I don't really know if he can be more than just a gadget player. I know everyone wants to call Kadarius Toney a gadget player. Kadarius Toney has great hands. John Ross doesn't necessarily have the best hands.
He's tiny little hands.
Kadarius Toney, yeah.
Fingers.
And Toney can run routes underneath. John Ross, you're going vertical or you're not going anywhere, and that's a problem for the Giants because now, especially since they already have the vertical threat with Kenny Galladay, he's the guy who's going downfield, but he can do it all, right? And he's actually good going vertical. John Ross, he's either outrunning the defense or he's just doing nothing, and that's where I kind of see him potentially getting cut, as we inch into preseason and get closer to regular season. I could see him getting cut. I like CJ Board because I think he's a solid security blanket underneath. He's always been reliable. Doesn't really have much of a drops problem. I've seen him make some good contested catches as well. Him and Daniel Jones have a pretty good connection. Yeah, he's your average backup receiver, and he's cheap. So I think CJ Board should stay. I agree. And I think Austin Mack provides a lot as a run-blocking wide receiver, and he is a very good underneath slot guy as well. So I like him a lot. If there's anyone that I had to cut, I guess it's probably Sills because I know nothing about him and he was injured. I have heard good things as well, and I do think that John Ross has the highest potential of getting cut between those guys who are really fighting for that 5th spot, just because his playing style is so limited. He just doesn't have a lot of tools in his bag. He can't really do much more than just outrun a defense. Right. So Dante Pettis, I feel like, just provides more to an offense, so I prefer him over John Ross.
Yeah, I mean, Dante Pettis had a couple of nice snags toward the end of the year last year, and you saw there was one against San Francisco. No, sorry, there was one, I forget who it was against toward the end of the season, and all I remember was Dante Pettis. Our receivers just didn't have that. They weren't taught to come back. When Daniel Jones rolled out of the pocket, the receivers sometimes just would stand there. It was against Baltimore. Against Baltimore, and our receivers would just stand there. They wouldn't run secondary routes if the pocket collapsed and Daniel Jones was on the run. Sometimes they just stand there and do nothing. Dante Pettis, coming from San Francisco, was taught, you always got to run that second round. You always got to be proactive. And he did. And Daniel Jones had arguably his best throw of the year, running away from his body, running toward the sideline, opened up his hips, and used that arm angle and threw an absolute dart to Dante Pettis on the sideline for a first down. And I was like, damn, I didn't know Daniel Jones could do that. But you start to realize that the only reason he was able to do that is because the receiver gave him the opportunity to do that. So I think for the most part, the Giants do have the talent now to really open up Daniel Jones's process and open up his talents to another level. But I do see what you mean, that Dante Pettis can be that good of a player. He got a touchdown against Dallas up the seam. Really nice catch. He made a couple of splash plays at the end that, in my opinion, are deserving of another look. We need another good average player to be behind the scenes. And I'd say at the top of his game, he's a little bit above average. And having that as a depth piece, again, attests to how good this Giants team really is when you look at all the different pieces they have and so much reserve talent. Let's move on to the next and final position battle that really heightens at this preseason point. Lemieux and Hernandez versus Zach Fulton. Is this really a position battle? I would say yes, based on the fact that Shane Lemieux, we cannot trust him. Do I want to trust him? Absolutely. Do I want him to be the best player that he can be? Absolutely. I think Will Hernandez will probably have that right guard spot locked up based on his experience, based on the fact that he's probably been about an average player. Nothing worse, nothing better. He's been about average, and the Giants, that's okay. The offensive guards, if you have an average guard, you can get away with having an average guard. It's when the tackles are bad. That's when things really fall apart. So Lemieux, though, he was decent in the run game because they ran this power trap scheme that, really required those guards to pull across the formation. And he had the speed and athleticism to get across pretty adequately and use his size at the second level and really to hit those C gaps. So what I think with Shane Lemieux, though, is eventually they're going to have to make a decision is if his pass blocking efficiency is a liability or not, because that was what really showed up on tape last year. He was really, really bad in pass blocking. Can the Giants afford to roll with him if he continues to struggle in that category? He's been working a lot, going in really early to work with the Giants, coaching staffs and really upgrade that portion of his game. But who knows until we see it on the field if he's going to actually make that step forward. When I'm looking at Zach Fulton, though, he has experience. I know he was hit with like the most sacks in the league last year, but again, Deshaun Watson is a guy who runs around in the pocket constantly, and the sacks sometimes are a repercussion of him doing that. When he runs around and like the whole pocket breaks up and he's just running for his life and he gets sacked, someone's got to get hit with the sack, and sometimes Zach Fulton was that guy. He was the one that was liable. Again, though, I'm not really a proponent of a competition battle involving two guys who borderline suck at this point in time. Like, we didn't really do much to replace Kevin Zeitler. Now, from what I've seen from Zach Fulton and Shane Lemieux, they're both You know what I mean? Can they be good? Absolutely. Can Shane Lemieux end up being a great player? Absolutely. And that's what we're hoping for. But right now, I can't say that they are. I can't say that either of them are adequate players. So, interesting position battle that they've curated there. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they bring the best out of one another. But I am confident that this offensive line is going to take a step forward. But by how much, that's what we're going to find out.
Yeah, I'm seemingly much higher on Zach Fulton than the rest of the fan base. I actually do see him as an adequate starting offensive lineman. He's started at left guard, he started at center, and he started at right guard. And if you go back just to 2-3 years ago, his stats are far better than this past season. Like, he was a pretty good guard for the Houston Texans. And he also played with the Kansas City Chiefs early on in his career, and he was a solid player there as well. For the most part, throughout his career, he's always been average, just hovering right around there. Sometimes slightly above, sometimes slightly below. But this is the only year where his stats make him look like he was well below average. But if you really dive deep into those stats, I think he had the most sacks allowed from any guard. But if you look at his pressure rate, it's about half of what Shane Lemieux's was. So those pressures were getting turned into sacks, which could be a product of the quarterback play. Maybe Daniel Jones gets the ball out of his hands a little bit quicker, is a little bit better under pressure of actually throwing the ball, and Deshaun Watson is just a little bit better of actually taking the sacks. We did see times last year where Daniel Jones should have taken sacks, but he just throws it up and it becomes an interception, and that gets logged as just a pressure, but not as a sack on the stat sheet for Shane Lemieux, right? That's an example of that. But for Zach Fulton, he's playing with a really good quarterback in Deshaun Watson who knows when to take a sack. Maybe there were times where he just took a sack, but his pressure rate, the amount of pressures that he allowed, was actually far less than it was for Shane Lemieux. Shane Lemieux, I think, if I remember correctly, hit on true passing sets, which is one-on-one blocks, no play action, nothing like that, just one-on-one blocking. On his true passing sets, he allowed a pressure on, I believe, 15 to 16% of those snaps, which is just an enormous number. That is inflated beyond the average by far. That is just horrible. Like, you cannot win games if your guard or your tackle, whoever, is allowing true passing sets, pressures at a 15% rate. That is horrible. And Zach Fulton wasn't anywhere near that number. I believe he was closer to around 8%, which is still just a little bit high. You really want like 5% or below. And if you look back to Will Hernandez's rookie season and his second season, both of those were underneath 5%. But this past season, it rose. I think it was closer to 10%. Will Hernandez really struggled this past year, and my problem with him is, and if you watched my latest Tony's Takes mini-series offensive lineman breakdown on Will Hernandez, year to year to year, Will Hernandez has just gotten worse statistically. Like, every single year, he's just declined. And this regression year to year is super concerning. My biggest question for him, which I mentioned in that video, is can he return to form? Can he get back to his rookie season playing style? Like, can he get back to that performance level? I'm not so sure, but I do think that this competition will help to bring out the best in Will Hernandez. And I think switching to the other side of the line, training, he's also, like Matt Peart, added a lot of strength and looks just a lot more clean cut. It looks like he might have dropped a lot of weight, can be a better pulling guard, which we need in this offensive scheme. I think that Will Hernandez will bounce back. I think he is going to solidify himself as one of those two starters. But Shane Lemieux, I don't have as much faith in him as most Giants fans seem to have. I think that Zach Fulton ultimately will become the starter at that left guard spot, and I think it's deserved. I think that he is the better, more consistent player throughout his career. I understand Shane Lemieux only played a half of a season, but what we saw there from his pass protection standpoint was really poor, and we're going to need to see him really improve this second season. And of course, I did mention earlier with Matt Peart, there was an obvious coaching problem that was leading to poor pass blocking from all of our offensive linemen. Hopefully that was the case for Shane Lemieux. Hopefully he can be better with better coaching. I really think that, he's got that ability in him. He is very athletic from the guard position. So maybe he can turn it around and become a good offensive guard. That's my hope. But ultimately, My money is on Zach Fulton to actually take over for the starting position at some point during the season, just because what I saw from Shane Lemieux, some of that stuff doesn't even look like it can be fixed. It was really bad in his rookie season, but I hope he does fix it, and I hope that he does become the starter long term. That would be really nice if we had a bunch of first and second year players right now just become long-term starters. That'd be beautiful. That'd be super cheap and be super huge, super good going long-term, just having these talented players grow together. I hope, but I like Zach Fulton a lot more than most of you, and I think that he's good enough to be a starter.
Well, why do you think they just spent so much money in free agency this year? Probably because they feel good about their offensive line. They know they're not going to spend a ton of money in the future. So keep that in mind. That could have been a thought process in this free agency where they spent like 150 plus million guys. So with Will Hernandez, I'm actually a big proponent of him taking a step forward. I think that he got COVID last year. His coach, Duke Manyweather, told me via Twitter that he was injured as well. So, going through 2 offensive schemes in 3 years, especially with COVID, being injured and everything in between, it affects you in multiple different ways, guys. But I hope you enjoyed this episode of Fireside Giants with Anthony in person in New York. We hope to catch you on the next one. Make sure to subscribe below on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify as always, my friends, and we will see you tomorrow.
We are back to get this live stream back up and running and do an interview with license plate guy. 3 p.m. It's going to be exciting.
It's like EA Sports, though. It's like LPG.
LPG.
You sound like a Terminator. You don't really sound like the EA Sports guy.
I do a better Yoda than anything, but we're not going to do that on the live stream.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
I just can't get the in the game part, but I got the EA Sports part down. Do you feel me, good sir? Giannis is the new Superman. What is he doing now? Those Greeks. I have the Yankees game on right here. Hopefully they don't lose that. And we have Giannis. Is he in the Olympics right now anyway? I don't even know.
No.
He's not?
I don't think so.
Okay.
If he is, wouldn't he be playing for Greece?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. Is Greece playing? I don't know. I'm not sure. The U.S. ranks 4th behind China and Japan in gold medals. Yay.
It's tough. It's tough. How do we rank 4th behind China and Japan? That's 2 teams. Wouldn't that be 3rd?
Sorry, we rank 3rd. So all right. Okay, guys. Oh, we're pushing through. I need multiple coffees in my bloodstream. I'm running out quickly. Oh, Giannis gave him the new Superman nickname.
I have my iced coffee right here.
In a solo cup? Is it dashed with Maker's Mark or Captain Morgan?
We will not reveal the contents of the cup. Thank you.
That's pretty good for if you were like a flight attendant. That actually sounded pretty good. That sounded like pretty solid, man.
Doing this live stream, it's been very long and tiring for sure, but it's actually made me really excited for the regular season when we do our pre and post game live streams. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I am excited, but that's it's fun because there's stuff to talk about. You know what I mean? We've discussed everything. There's nothing left.
That way.
There's nothing left. I mean, I'm just gonna go scroll through some Giants articles right now, see what we can find. Leonard Williams predicted to be Giants' biggest bust in 2021. I'm gonna skip that one. Freaking idiots. Freaking idiots. Okay, Giants training camp goals: stay healthy. I would agree. I
think that's every team's goal is to stay healthy during training camp for sure.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you think that the signing of Adoree Jackson do you think we overpaid for him?
Overpaid? Yes, but I wouldn't say it in a negative way at all.
I think we overpaid, but in context, we needed him. We needed his style.
I think we had money and we spent it. That's how I see it.
I agree with that.
What is an overpay? You're paying a player.
You don't know until after.
Right. You're just getting this player. Think about it that way. We had a need and we filled it.
Steven Nelson.
Steven Nelson? Hi, Nelson.
Steven Nelson, cornerback, free agent. He signed with the Eagles. That doesn't mean anything to me. They still suck. Their secondary is Swiss cheddar cheese.
Swish. Cheddar cheese.
Swiss cheddar cheese. Nelson's expected to compete for playing time opposite Darius Slave, the standout and fearless cover man entering his second season with the Eagles. Avonte Maddox has the ability to play both outside and in the nickel position as he enters his 4th year in the league. They have nobody. Steven Nelson, is he even good? Steven Nelson?
Man, I don't know.
Let's see. Steven Nelson.
He's okay.
Steven Nelson last year, okay coverage grade. He let off 500 yards and 4 touchdowns.
He's an upgrade over whoever they have, though. That much I'm
Maddox.
well aware of.
He's decent.
He's
decent.
Definitely an upgrade over Avonte Maddox. I don't think there's a worse player in the entire league than Avonte Maddox.
He is garbage. Yeah, but no, Steven Nelson's decent. It's still like you still can't stop Kadarius. I don't even think Darius Slay is going to have a easy time stopping, Kadarius Toney, or rather, Kenny Galladay.
Kenny Galladay.
How do you stop all of our receivers? Honestly, you have to have a sick secondary, like Denver's secondary, to stop.
I guess you play a lot of zone and you pressure Daniel Jones.
That's pretty much it.
I think that's kind of all you can do.
But that's where, like, if you're playing a lot of zone, let's say you're playing a lot of, like, I don't know, cover 3, you could just beat the seams. You know what I mean? Like, you just use Evan Ingram in the seams and just attack. If you're playing cover 2, just feed those underneath routes or those quick outs, those speed outs. I don't know. I feel like we have the personnel to attack all phases of coverage.
I agree.
Thank you for your splendid input. Give them bad pizza. Who had bad pizza?
Michael Jordan, the flu game. It was actually food poisoning.
Yeah, no, I know. I actually knew that.
They did that on purpose. They poisoned him. They probably took that pizza.
They probably did, honestly.
Threw it in the toilet, took it out of the toilet, and put it back in the box.
Ew.
He probably had COVID-19 before it was a thing.
What the hell?
Have you not heard the stories about that? They were like pretty certain that he was like poisoned. How else do you like give someone an illness? Put it like trash all over it. Maybe they spit on it. Maybe they just spit on it. That could be possible. It's probably more likely than throwing the pizza in the toilet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Listen, it's been a long day. I've getting a little restless. I didn't have my 2:00 nap.
Is that a thing? You have a two?
No,
you take
I don't have it. I don't.
I was gonna say that sounds pretty nice right now, though. I just was like trying so hard not to oversleep this morning.
Me too.
I couldn't sleep at all. All I could think about was waking up.
See, I took an Advil PM last night, so I slept pretty good.
What do those do? Knock you out?
Kind of. I slept really good. I got braces this week. They're invisible. I don't have.
Oh, you got Invisalign?
Yeah, I don't have them in right now because there is like a slight lisp, but I might have them for some of the podcast episodes. I don't know them. We'll see, because I have to have them on like 22 hours a day, he said, but I haven't had them on for a second today, really. But it's been really tough adjusting to them. I have not been able to sleep with them in. So last night I had to take something and knocked me out.
Yeah, my friend has them right now, and they don't look rather comfortable. I'll tell you that.
No, they're extremely uncomfortable. Apparently they loosen up as you have them, but that's because your teeth are moving into place. But when you first put them in, like a fresh set, it's very uncomfortable. It's super tight. It's a lot of pressure. And you can like almost feel your teeth just slightly moving.
Got him.
Got team.
Yeah. You want to hear some dad jokes?
I mean, no, they're not that bad. Trust me, it's tolerable. It's just I'm not used to them yet, so I can't really sleep with them airborne. But
do you want to hear some dad jokes?
Very happy to have those rather than metal braces. But yeah, go ahead. Let's hear your stupid joke.
Wow. You didn't have to be so negative about it.
You know what, though? I got to admit, Alex, when I was up there with you in New York City, you were a pretty funny guy. You made me laugh quite a few times.
I have my moments. Depends how I'm feeling.
You absolutely do.
Although my one good joke was definitely in Walgreens over what was it, Dwayne Reed or whatever. This guy. So Anthony came through, and we went to get some gummy bears at the Dwayne Reed, and there was a guy you won't even believe. There was this guy, this man. He was a big boy. He must have been like 250 pounds. Old dude wearing a wife beater, hairy as can be, like a woolly mammoth. Dude is buying 9 bottles of Diet Coke, like 2-liter bottles of Diet Coke. Like, I don't even know. He was using a laundry bag, like a big laundry bag, to haul his Diet Coke home. The guy must have been. That's a ticking time bomb, bro. Ticking time bomb. It was, I think half of them were Coke Zero Sugar, because like that's how you justify drinking Coca-Cola. Oh, it's no sugar. Oh, it's diet. You know what I mean? So he had 9 2-liter bottles. I'm like, I'm actually curious to see how long it takes him to get through that. And I'm like, basically my joke was, the guy just basically bought diabetes right off the shelf in Dwayne Reed. Like, oh,
yeah,
Seamus.
Did have me laughing, but not very nice joke, but it was pretty funny in the moment. But Alex is just a funny guy. He cracked some good jokes when we were at the park playing football. We got a video coming soon. I'm started editing that the other night of us playing football at this park.
I want to put the video. Do I have it? I have it.
Of what? The trick shot? Yeah, play that real quick.
Sneak peek for everybody. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, I definitely have it. So
I have it. Here, hold on. I got it.
Okay. He has it.
This is a really cool. This is like one of the best things I've ever done.
It's so sad.
I know, right? But it is pretty cool. This is pretty incredible. You ready? Oh no, I can't play it. Hold on. I have to save it. Hold on. I have to save it as like a different file.
Hold on, I have it. I just have to see which one it is. Damn it, I don't know which one it is.
I can play it if you just give me a second.
We'll race. We'll see who does it first.
I really don't like this game. Okay. Yeah, no, this trick shot is actually cool. I like flick it up with my foot and then kick a perfect pass. All right, got it. A perfect pass to this lad here. Let's see, trick. That's what I named it. There we go. Okay, you ready for this? Look at this.
Nice cartwheel. Look at the boy. Boom. It's a total dime. That's like a dime.
A dime. I watched this probably like 1,000 times to actually believe it was real. Look at that. Tell me that's not impressive. For Airborne, for you thinking that I live in my mom's basement playing Clash of Clans on my iPhone 4. This is my proof to you.
Alex very much does not live in his mom's basement. He's got a very nice apartment, kind of in the heart of New York City. Sweet area.
We work hard for nice things in life.
Absolutely. Eat some to the moon.
Dogecoin to the moon. Hodl.
Dude, that's a good catch too, over the shoulder. Come on.
It was. I remember looking up and being like, I don't know if he's gonna get it.
You can see right there when you kick it.
It's not a spiral though, is it?
Like, look, I'm jogging right here, and then you booted it. I was like, oh crap, he actually booted that, and then I had to sprint it down, and I actually got there. So
it was perfect though for that reason. You know?
Oh yeah, for sure. I jogged to the perfect point to where I could run under the rest of it. Stay on your feet. All right, I'm gonna send the little link to the stream out right now. We're gonna get the GOAT license plate guy on here.
The GOAT LPG. LPG the GOAT. He's at OBJ's camp right now. That's pretty cool. Let's see what he's up to over there. Well, he's
there right now.
There he is. Should I add him?
Yeah, of course. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
G.
Add him. Of course you should add him.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know if it was the right time.
Are we live? We're not live, right?
Yeah,
we're live.
Right,
we're live.
We're live. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio.
Wow. You're all over the place.
I am at I actually am. I am at Odell Beckham's football camp.
That's awesome.
And and I I actually asked him to jump on here real quick. Jay was like, nah.
That's
I
hilarious.
was like, come on. I was like, yeah, Coughlin, come on, bro. But
I
anyway,
appreciate
what's
that.
happening, guys?
Nothing much, man. Just hanging out, talking about some Giants, just getting excited for the season. I know you're hyped. Finally getting back in person, going to see these games. We need you back there, man. We need the energy.
Let me tell you something. I can't wait. Look, I managed to get to 5 games last year. So
That's pretty good.
yeah, that was really good considering I could, none of them were home.
Right.
It was awesome. And then, I mean, I got to games, and then right after that, they shut them down. Like Washington, the next week there were no fans. So like I got away pretty lucky last year.
That's awesome, man. So, yeah. So I mean, I guess
I'm not gonna lie though, it was pretty scary. I mean,
it was
just with everything going on, the virus and this and that, but just the way that you're treated now, it's completely different. Like, you don't stop. Okay, go, stop 6 feet. I mean, it's the mask, just everything is just different. Everything is different. And with this new Delta thing going on, whatever, who knows if we're going to make it through a whole season.
We just got to get back to life. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, get vaccinated, get back to life. And that's all we can really do is just hope for the best. Like at a certain point, the economy just can't handle another like shutdown or anything. We just gotta be safe and smart about it.
I completely agree. Listen, before I forget, I think what you guys are doing is great. Thanks for putting this all together. You got some pretty cool people jumping on here. Not me, of course, but you got other cool people jumping
the coolest.
On. I just donated a little bit to
Thank you.
to the Coughlin Jay Fund, and
so
it's near and dear to me, not only because it's Tom Coughlin. I just got I got hooked up with that charity years ago when I was doing my charity softball game, and and I was lucky enough with obviously your help and everybody that attended the softball games. I think we like 60-70 grand we've given them. So
awesome.
And they're just a bunch of, you want to talk about an organization that is really on top of things. Who, Alex, was it you that had to talk to them about getting the okay to?
That was me. I was talking with the foundation.
Oh,
they were, yeah.
You can't just, this is mind-boggling, the world we live in. You can't just donate. You can't just say, you know what, I'm raising money for the Tom Coughlin Jay Fund. No, it's not like you got to get okayed. You got to get the flyers that you're putting out there okayed. It's like you got to jump through hoops just to give money.
Yeah, it's crazy, but you know what? It's so worth it at the end of the day because these kids, they need it. With COVID and everything, it's like it's so necessary to give back right now, and all the negativity. It's good to put some positivity back in the world.
And I agree. And for those that are listening, it's immediate help. Like when your money comes in, it immediately goes to the family. So it's not like anybody's waiting or this and that. So it's a really good thing what you guys are doing. So good job.
I appreciate that. We really want to make this channel more in person and stuff like that. So we can't wait to go to some games this year and hopefully meet up with you and tailgate, have a couple drinks and hang out and enjoy this community. We've been talking with like Art Stapleton and Pat Traina and Matt Lombardo. All of them are saying it feels like the Giants family is back. You know what I mean? Like Joe Judge has brought that mentality back. It feels like a family again, and we're so excited to like just build upon that and really be a part of it.
Yeah, I agree. I'll hop on that as well with those, awesome people you just mentioned. It is, family is back. And it's funny that each of them, said that because, Giants family is back when there's some stuff to argue about. So, and I'm sure when they start putting stuff out, they're like the top 3 people. Let's just go at them. So, they're so good, but God forbid someone takes their, takes one of their tweets or one of their thoughts or their opinions and runs with it. It's like, it's a no-brainer for them. So yeah, we're back. We're ready to rock and roll. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, man, I know. I'm super excited. And you're going to be going to the FanFest and everything. We won't be able to make it, but we know you'll be there, right? I imagine you wouldn't miss that for the world. I'm
definitely going to the FanFest. Shit, I'm still upset that the
training camp, yeah.
I'm sorry, man. By the way, I hope you don't mind this. Like, there's no way in the world with my ADD that I could stay in one spot. So I'm walking.
Please
I'm
walk
walking to
around.
school.
No problem at all.
Honestly, it's
I'm
keeping me
walking-
a little distracted. I kind of like it.
Yeah, keeping me good.
I'm walking to school. It's like 100 and something degrees. I had a stupid black shirt on. But anyway, I'm upset that the Giants did what they did. I don't want to hear any crap about, they were only going to be there like 10 days or 2 weeks or whatever. Like, so what? So that's 2 weeks for the fans. And don't even get me started on making excuses as far as breaking the bleachers out and this and that and money, because, right off the bat, I have no idea what goes into it. So for me to like say, oh, the Giants are so silly for not to, let me start by saying I have no idea what goes into it. So I could be talking out of my what, because maybe there's a lot more that goes into it. Now, with that said, I understand they're going to be away for 2 weeks, right? They're going to be in Cleveland for a week or whatever, 4 or 5 days. They're going to be in New England for 4 or 5 days. So, okay. All right. So there's only a couple of left, at our practice facility. So give us a week worth of practice. And, I look forward to training camp. I want to see the battles at cornerback. I want to see the hog mollies go to town. I want to see people battling for positions, Robinson and Holmes and Nick Gates. I just want to see all the linemen going at it. And I don't know, they kind of took that away, and that was upsetting to me. But and a lot of other Giant fans. But I'm happy with the FanFest. I'm excited for the 11th. I think that they should do more of those. And what I mean is, what is it going to be? A blue-white game, a red, or just? I mean, I know it's just practice, but we're gonna be there like it's like a game practice, and I love that. So I'm really excited for the 11th. I really am.
It's special. It's very unique.
Do you remember? Do you guys know the first time they did it?
No.
Mm-mm.
So I don't really like to talk about it because I call it the Dominic Hickson practice. So that's where they opened up MetLife first year, and Dominic Hickson in first practice tore his ACL. So maybe that's why they haven't done it until now.
Bad luck. I think they need it now. They kind of need it.
They needed something, and a lot of teams are having this type of event. So, by the way, kudos to the Giants, because there are some teams that charge.
Yeah.
And
the Giants being free is really cool.
Yeah. This was free. And kudos to the Giants again, because they put out tickets are free or whatever, and then of course no one could get them because the glitches in the computer. And then they all of a sudden they were like closing it out, and then they tweeted again, no, that's okay, anybody wants one is going to get one. Wait a minute, hold on a second, it'd be 100,000 people that want them. So it was just a, I guess, trial by error, and they figured it out, and now the 11th is going to be awesome. I can't wait. No more negativity, everything's positive.
Agreed. And there's so much to be excited about, with this new team and DJ hopefully taking that big jump, Kenny Galladay, Kadarius Toney. And what are you thinking about this Kadarius Toney nonsense that people keep going on about? I think it's a load of crap.
So here's the deal. First of all, I love what you said about DJ. And yes, this is it, man. Third year. If he doesn't take the jump, I don't even know what to say. He has to take the jump. He has to take the jump.
He has to take the jump.
He has to. The Giants could not. He has to take the jump, man. I really believe in him, but Dave Gettleman should be hailed as a freaking godsend right now. And yes, I wanted him gone, but he should be hailed as a godsend. The Giants brain trust for having 2 number ones this coming year.
Huge. And
could use the following year's number 1 and have 3 number 1s to give up if DJ isn't the answer. But we know DJ's the answer, so I don't even have to go that way.
Fact.
So
exactly.
So I think he just did an amazing job. So look, Alex, I mean both of you. I don't know if you remember, but I was really high on Kadarius Toney. He was somebody I really wanted to see wearing big blue. I tweeted it. I talked about it everywhere I went. Now, look, did I want him over Chase? Hell no. Did I want him over I don't even talk about the guy in Philly, Smith. We don't even talk about him. Chicken legs. I don't talk about him. Who's the other one? Who's the other one I really wanted?
Jalen Waddle, maybe.
So Waddle. So Chase Waddle, Chase Waddle. Didn't matter. Just give me one of those guys. However, we all knew that those guys were going to be gone, and I only wanted Kadarius Toney. So I'm telling you, I watched him. There were other wide receivers that were going to go before him. I wanted him, and I can't believe they got him. So, with that said, what's going on with him? If the guy wasn't a rapper, he wouldn't be sick. No, I'm just kidding. I hate when people are killing him. People are killing him because he has a rap career. And
Nonsense.
And that's why he got
It's
sick.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
And that's why he got sick. He's not even taking football seriously because he's a rapper. Shut up. Like, not you, Odell. So it's so dumb that the people are killing him. Giant fans are killing him because he has another passion. You know what I mean? Like I know this is totally irrelevant, but I'm an athletic director of a school. I wear plates on the weekend. So are you gonna kill me for one of my passions? So leave him alone. The guy's fine. Does he have COVID?
Yeah, he tested
I think
positive, or he's at least on the COVID list, so he came in
Right,
close
he's on
contact.
the COVID list. So that means he has it, I guess. They never really came out and said it, but yes, I think he does. So he has COVID. He'll be fine. He'll get over it. I'm certainly glad that he got it. I never want anybody to get it. Certainly glad he got it now.
Yeah, he'll be immune.
Right, and not where he's, in the season and costing the Giants XYZ and getting fined on top of it, which the NFL is doing, which is
that's mind-boggling.
I can't even believe. So it's like $15,000 they're suing, and if you have a couple of people on your team and I don't know, and then you can't play, you're getting a loss. Wow, this is going to be mind-boggling this season with COVID.
Yeah, I really have no idea how this is going to unfold. The teams are going to have to be so careful. The players, and there's a lot of look at the Bills. They're fighting with each other online already. It's crazy to see.
So you can, and I don't care about this at all. You could get rid of fans at training camp. Maybe it's going to look like the Giants did a good thing here because you want to. Not that Giants were going to do autographs anyway. For the kids, but now no one is around the facility. You could rest assured that no one's going to be allowed on the field pregame. That's fine. Just let's get the Giants ready to start the season. And everything else just go by the wayside until this whole thing is done, which I'm sure we have another tedious year with the Delta variant, all this other stuff going on. So it's going to be another tumultuous year, and winning the Super Bowl in a tumultuous year is going to be great.
It's going to be the best feeling ever, man.
I'll take it. A win's a win, baby. You know how it is.
But I getting back to your question. No, I really think he's going to be a superstar, man. He's going to be electric. He really is.
That's what I think.
He's going to be electric, and I think Garrett's going to have some plays for him. I think it's going to free up freaking Shepard, who's going to be great, and let's hope
Saquon.
I think
God, Kadarius and Saquon together, so much talent.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Could you imagine Toney going out left and just sitting, doing a little curl route, which is JG special anyway. So let him sit on the left side, and you got Barkley, stunting to the right, shedding a block, chipping the defensive end and going out to the right. You have Shepard, who's going to sit somewhere in the middle, and you got Slayton, or take your pick, Golladay going down the sideline. Like, do people honestly think that the Giants are slated for 7 or less victories? You got to get mind.
I don't mind.
10 or more, at least.
But the top 10 defense, too.
Yeah. I don't care what anybody says. They're getting double-digit wins this year.
Especially with that defense. And talking about that defense, what do you think of the Jabrill Peppers talk right now? People want to cut him or trade him.
That's another thing. I don't know. You guys know. I don't really get up in all of that talk nonsense, because that's what it is, bro. It's nonsense. He'll be a Giant. Don't worry about it. He'll be a Giant. They'll work out the contract. Sorry if it doesn't fit into everybody's plans of when, but he'll be fine. And you know what? If he's not in the plans, then hopefully the Giants have a great plan in place. Who knows what that may be? Maybe they are trading him. Maybe they do get 2 great draft picks. I don't know, but truthfully, I have no doubt that contract will be done, and I personally think it's going to be done before the season. That's just me.
Peppers, that energy he brings, you can't replace that. You can't replace that. He's like the Energizer Bunny. He elevates everybody around him. There's no way you get rid of him. Even Xavier McKinney, you can't replace that locker room factor. You know what I mean? Leadership.
I that's a really good point. Peppers has that energy. Yeah, he's definitely a team player. I think Peppers is a keeper. He's definitely a keeper. That's what I was going to say. Definitely a keeper.
I think the same thing.
For sure. And I think Patrick Graham's a keeper too. That dude's been amazing for the Giants.
I mean, look, you guys are youngins. I remember Graham's first time around here. So he's also a great guy. He's like
smart,
a really
smart. Ivy League, really smart.
He's a really good dude, and he won't be going anywhere. I'm surprised he didn't get some head coaching, prior, but I'm sure that's in his future in years to come.
They're paying him like a head coach.
Trust me, after the Giants win the Super Bowl, he'll get some offers.
Yeah, he's the assistant head coach. They're paying him like a head coach. Like they're like, we need this guy. Like he's that good. And I respect that they pay people their worth.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's pretty awesome. But man, really appreciate you coming on, Anthony. I don't know if you have any other questions.
Yeah, talking about the Jay Fund, the celebrity softball game that you've done a few times. We have any ETA on when that's coming back?
So, you know that it crushed my soul to cancel last year and then this year as well, because let me ask you guys something. You guys did this event, this thing you're doing right now. Wasn't it difficult to pull off? Wasn't it a little time consuming for you guys?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've been sitting here for 4 hours doing this, and then I had to coordinate with the foundation, and they were giving me some answers. They were helpful, but they couldn't really fit it into their schedule either because they're packed. COVID really hurt them as well. It's really difficult to schedule an event like this.
All right. So, and you're talking about an online event like this with
in person's insane. I can imagine
with 10 people.
Right.
I need 8 months. Okay, I need a good 8 months. And first of all, to run an event like we did, you can't run it. COVID times, like, let's say I did run it. Let's say all the fans, whoever wanted to come and, you meet all the players and this and that, and they're like, we don't care, have it no matter what. Could you imagine putting on an event, a softball game, whatever, and all of a sudden you come and there's 6 Giants there because 1, they didn't want to go out because of COVID. 2, their wives wouldn't let them out because of COVID. 3, they have families. They don't want to come out because of COVID. 4, they just don't want to come out because of COVID. So could you imagine showing up and having paid customers? And you guys know I always care about someone's dollar. That's why I only make the event like $20-$30. I'm not going to make it $100. I'm just not going to do it because I would rather you come with your entire family. So it takes a toll. And how can I answer somebody, when is it coming back, when I need 6, 7, 8 months to plan? I have no idea what's going on with this thing. So I had to cancel for 2 straight years because I just can't put together. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. I'm certainly not going to go and have fans who paid a lot of money and no players, or players and no fans because of the same reasons they wouldn't come out. So I don't know. And you guys have been following me, man. I might have to switch over to pickleball instead of softball, man. I can't get enough.
You've been all over, man. You went to North Carolina, right? You were at Duke like 2 days ago.
I was in Utah yesterday.
That's crazy. Utah to North.
I played pickleball for the first time in my life yesterday.
Did you? Oh, let me tell you something. It's one of the most. I've been playing forever, but not the right way. Like I just became competitive, maybe in the last 6 to 8 months, like competitive pickleball. And it's addicting. I mean, it's seriously addicting.
It's fun. Yeah, it's a
and
fun
when you
sport.
whether it's singles or doubles, I mean, I just can't get enough of it. And I know a couple of Giants play, and Logan Ryan has challenged me, so that's gonna be a match. So Logan Ryan, Alex Bachman, Nick Gates, these are some of the guys that play. So I don't know, I might have to change it to a little softball pickleball event. Yeah, let me think.
That sounds awesome.
That
sounds awesome.
That does sound awesome.
Oh man, who knows?
Yeah,
I'll
that's the
be
beauty
there,
of
and I'll
it,
be
though.
tuned in regardless.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. I'll figure something out in the future of some event. But I appreciate you even asking about it, because to be honest with you, I mean, it was the greatest thing I ever did in my life. Hands down. At 101 Giants in one spot.
Amazing. You do such
That's
amazing work, man. And if there's any way we can help you, let us know.
I definitely appreciate that, and yeah, I probably will be asking for some help. It's a lot of tough, and all the people that you've mentioned, and people that jumped on, this live for you, they're big parts of that too. They, anybody in Giants Nation, they always offer their help, and that's why I love Giants Nation. They just rock together. So
yeah, and the family orientation is back. After COVID, I think we're back, and we want to make this something special. Like, especially like Eli Manning being part of media now, and like the Giants kind of modernizing their approach to everything is kind of like leading us toward like a new age of what we can really accomplish as like a fan base. And I think these type of events that I know you probably don't want to start planning anything because of COVID right now. It's like we don't even know when the hell it's going to end. But when it does, and you feel confident about it, it's going to be legendary, man. I'm so hyped.
I'm on board with that, man. I really am.
Yeah, but I'll let you get back to your day. Really appreciate you coming on LPG and taking us on your journey around the school. I saw a lot of Cleveland.
You guys are probably gonna post this later or whatever, and I'm gonna rewatch it. Like, where the hell was I going?
You were climbing through trees for a minute there. I thought you were in the jungle.
Dude, it's like 100 degrees here in Ohio, bro. It's really hot here. And look, anything for you guys. I really appreciate you even offering. I love giving some perspectives of some stuff I do, or where the Giants are going, or even the fan base. I don't talk for the fan base, but I love it. And like you guys, when we get somewhat of a following, and they look for information, we offer it, and I think that's pretty cool. And we leave the negative stuff at the door, and we try to be objective. And that's it, man. I really appreciate you guys having me, and I'll tell Odell that he should still be a Giant.
Yeah, absolutely. Say what's up.
Yeah, tell me so. We miss his electric moments.
I freaking miss that too, man. I miss
Me too.
He's doing well.
He's doing great, man. He's doing great. He's doing great.
And he's all good too. He's coming back strong.
He's completely fine. He's healthy. He's happy. I don't. It's funny. We formed a pretty good friendship when he was in New York, and we kept it, all these years. And it's funny, guys. I really don't talk football. We really don't talk football that much, because
that's a friendship.
I don't want to talk about the Browns. He doesn't want to talk about the Giants, so we don't talk football.
That's also a good way to stay away from it.
It's funny. It's just like, all right, where are we going to eat? Because I don't want to talk football.
That's awesome, man. But yeah, you have some just ridiculous, relationships with these players, and it's freaking awesome to see it. Like, we get to just live vicariously through your posts and stuff. So it's pretty dope.
No doubt. Hey, I really appreciate you having me on, man. And good luck. And I hope you reach your goal of 1,000. I hope you go over it.
Appreciate that, man. It really means a lot to us, and I hope you have an awesome rest of your day.
You too, guys. Thanks so much.
Have a good one, man.
See you, Joe.
Thank
See
you.
you guys later.
Peace. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to be with LPG. One of my favorite people on this strange planet Earth.
LPG's the man, bro. He brought that energy. He brought the Jabrill Peppers energy.
He woke me up.
Yeah. I was a little
man.
sluggish out of our break, but he gave me the energy I needed. That dude's awesome. I'd run through a wall for LPG. I really would.
Yeah. I think he might be giving the blessing for Lil Uzi Vert to buy that gas planet. He had the gas planet energy.
Yeah, man. Well, we definitely got to collaborate with LPG as much as we can. He's awesome and does some great stuff in the community, of course.
Yeah, and then so I got Brian I'll tell him he can join whenever.
Yeah, 3:30 would be a good time for Brian Walker to join. 4 p.m., we've got That Franchise Guy. I'm not sure if all of you guys are familiar with him. He's a pretty big YouTuber, has like 60,000 subs, does deep dives and breakdowns and all that stuff on NFL teams. He's pretty great mind and character. And as LPG mentioned, we are going to record all of these and then put them up on the channel as their own videos. So if you're entering the stream halfway through an interview and you're like, oh man, I wish I saw the whole thing, it'll be up within the
it'll be all up. You can all see it. Yeah, you can rewatch the thing. We'll post the interviews. Man, imagine OBJ came on here for a second. That would have been crazy.
Oh man,
legendary.
Might have won the internet for that. Yeah, that would have been really cool.
Oh man, yeah. This is here's Brian, my man, Brian. I'm so excited to see him.
Hey, how you doing?
Brian, what is good, my guy? It's been a minute. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's a little bit of I'm heading through traffic right now, actually going to another training session, but I wanted to join in. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we hear you real good.
That's
okay,
awesome,
perfect.
man. So how are you doing? How's business?
The business has been well. It's been well. No complaints. Just been handling, making sure everybody's healthy, athletes are training. How's everything with you guys?
Pretty great, man. We just hanging out, trying to raise some money for a good cause. The Tom Coughlin Jay Fund, and tackling childhood cancer and bringing awareness to that. So that's been our goal for today, and we're just really excited to talk to you. We've talked to a lot of awesome people today, and just talking about the Giants and your experience with Jabrill and all these guys, and we're so excited to catch up with you.
Hold on, the audio's it's stuttering a little bit. Hold on, guys. I don't know if I can you guys see me?
We can hear you.
See you, but we can hear you. We see you now. There you are.
Okay. It's a little bit of a up and down. I apologize. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the service that I'm heading into. But what were you saying? Repeat that again.
I was just saying, we're just here today, kind of trying to raise awareness to childhood cancer and stuff like that. And we're bringing on a bunch of awesome people to talk about the Giants, some of the players, and stuff like that. We know that can you hear me? I might have disconnected again.
Yeah, Brian's having some service problems, some connection problems.
It's all good.
Hopefully we can get him in here real quick.
It's all good. It happens. That's technology for you. You never know when it's going to fire back. Well, the Yankees are winning 4-0, and that stream is crisp. Crisp stream. Okay. Well, it's just kind of sitting there. Oh, there he goes. We'll see if he rejoins. Well, either way, in the meantime, yeah, he is under a bridge in a car.
He might be in like the Hudson River right now underneath. So,
is that what he said? He's going to New York?
No, I don't know where he said. He looked like he was in the back seat of like an Uber on his way to New York, but he said he was going somewhere. Hopefully we can get him back in here. We can ask him how he's doing, getting these guys ready for the season. Jabrill, Darnay, all of them. So Brian always gives us the best insight. He's the best. So
yeah, I'm so curious to hear about Darnay and what he's been working on with him, because I know he has a big position battle. Or so Patty said. She doesn't think that Aaron Robinson and Darnay will be really fighting for a job, but rather they'll be like kind of rotating, and then Aaron Robinson will be playing kind of this like star backer role, money backer type role. We'll see how that goes.
I've been kind of saying that too on the podcast. I've been saying I don't really see it as much of a battle necessarily, because I think that both of them are going to see almost equal playing time, just at different moments. But I think Brian's back in here now, so we can add him back.
Is that
all right,
better?
Brian, we can see you. Oh, I think it froze again.
We can see you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you a little bit. It was like stuttering a little bit, but talk to me. I think I can hear you guys.
You can hear us now? Hello?
The connection looks better. No, can't hear us?
Can you hear us or no?
I can hear you now. This is perfect. I can hear you.
You can hear us?
Cool.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Cool. Awesome. So yeah, we were just saying, like, really happy to have you on, and with this season upcoming, you're one of the guys that really helped Jabrill take that step forward last year. And we're hoping to see his best season yet in 2021. And Darnay Holmes, we just drafted that guy to UCF, Aaron Robinson, maybe be competing with him in the slot. And, I'm so excited to ask you about, you working with those two guys, some of the other players on the roster. And, what have you been seeing from these guys? Have you been working with them this offseason at all?
So with Darnay, because he's been bi-coastal, he's been in an LA area, just been giving him a few tips and a few workouts. He's back in the area soon, so we'll be working on, just how to cover a few of the slot guys. I know with everything with Peppers, he's had to deal with a few situations, just getting healthy and getting ready for the season. That's been the biggest thing. He plays such a multi-positionist role that his body gets, he's just doing it everything. So, but I've been working with a lot of the guys. I think Darnay, I see him tomorrow, and we'll be working on just getting ready for the season and, prepping to compete.
Yeah, and with Jabrill, he's been playing a lot of linebacker last year. How do you exactly help him with that? I know you're a defensive back trainer, and of course you help him with the whole safety role, but how do you maybe help him transition into that linebacker, money backer role when he's playing that?
I think the biggest thing is just understanding where you are in the field. The linebacker position now is similar to the safety. It's a hybrid position because the backs and the receivers, the slot receivers, are so diverse. You can have a guy who's 5'8" to a guy who's 6'4". So I think biggest thing with linebackers is understanding who's on the field with you. If you're really, really close to the DN, or, how far away are you? You can almost be a nickel back. The outside linebacker is, I would say, the new nickel back in a sense, because, teams like to spread the ball. So it's similar to arena football, like I've always said. Everybody's bigger, stronger, faster, so the field almost gets smaller.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, Jabrill, he has the makeup to kind of move up into the box and really in play at the line of scrimmage. We saw last year, remember, we did the film breakdown with you against Seattle, and he was rushing the pass. I remember that one play where he kicked the crap out of Chris Carson. He literally put him on his ass, and then he went and sacked Russell Wilson. That's like one of the biggest plays of the season for the Giants last year. He's going into that final year, right? He's going to that final year in his contract, looking for that big extension. Do you think that's like, that energy he brings? Like, people are saying maybe they'll trade Jabrill, maybe they'll do this, maybe do that. Anthony and I are like, don't, at all costs, you got to keep this guy. He doesn't only have the football acumen, but he also has the mental acumen. He's also such a leader, an energizer. And like when you train with him and you see him, how important do you think that is to his game and like how he elevates his teammates, being a leader and being such a vocalist in the way he plays?
Well, you know what I always say, Jabrill is a guy who's self-motivated, known him for a long period of time. He's also a program changer and builder. I think him being on the Giants is so perfect because he's a local kid. He's a hometown kid. So he knows the ins and outs. And if you believe it or not, last during the COVID, he was one of the first people, if not the only person that I know of, that brought a lot of guys, and we made our own little camp. I know Logan Ryan did it this year, but I felt like Jabrill laid the bricks and the foundation of just, bringing it back to high school, team, college, where everybody's together and working hard together, where it's not so separate. So he's always been a plus in terms of making sure everyone has a great time and get better and eats, as he says. And I think for him, he is New York Giants football because he's the hometown kid, New Jersey, New York area, metropolitan. And, truth be told, from what I've seen, he's one of the greatest New Jersey tri-state athletes to come out,
Absolutely. And have you been working with Xavier McKinney this offseason too?
No, did not see Xavier this time. I'm sure next year I will. I know with everything that's been going on, we're still dealing with the COVID. I tell these guys they have to make sure they're safe and sound, and especially just I believe it's important if you're at home and you have a certain surrounding, then stay with that. When you come back or if you need tips, him and we've spoken on a few occasions, and I just don't train physical. I deal with the mental as well, and if there's drills I can send them, I'm all for it, helping out, So there has been conversations where we've talked, but it's just such crazy times. We're still year 2 of COVID. So I believe in keeping these guys safe.
Totally. When the Giants secondary is top 10 in the NFL this upcoming year, we gotta find a way for them to give you some credit for that, man. You do so much for them.
I appreciate that. I think it's a testament to not just myself, but the staff, the new staff that's just come in. And, I would say even take the regime of how the Patriots are, they work together. I think they've done a great job of just, making professionals feel like it's that hometown feel, like everybody's from the same neighborhood. These guys, they love each other, and they're just bringing in guys who want to compete. So I'm honored. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. And that kind of plays in. You've worked so hard not to only help professionals, right? But also like kids and people that are trying to make a name for themselves and get to that next level. And that's like, what we're kind of doing with this live stream is kind of building back into helping kids. Like, this is obviously is a cancer awareness. But at the same time, what you're doing, the hard work to give kids that might otherwise not have an opportunity to make a push to make a high school team, make a college team, get to the NFL, be an undrafted free agent, whatever it might be, to give them an opportunity. How important is it to you to kind of have that like mentality? Like you're trying to help all these different people. And it's charitable at the same time,
No, it's huge for me. Growing up as a kid where, I felt like the neighborhood, it takes a village to raise a child. I think it's important to always give back, because at the end of the day, as athletes, the game does not last as long as we think it does. So, one thing about knowledge is one of those things where you can keep and give at the same time. And I feel like at the end of the day, it's about being selfless and making sure that the next generation pays it forward. I think even right now, I'm traveling to the city to go work with a few kids because, they asked me, and, I've been familiar with their family, and I'm here to help out. But this is bigger than just the sport. One thing about football, it's a life lesson. So I think that's the beauty of it, is just the team effort. And this and I love what you guys doing, because this is a team effort to help bring awareness.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
happy to have you on our team for sure.
Yeah, Brian's a good person to have on your team. He's got the whole arsenal of qualities, and I love not only that, you're teaching these people physical attributes, physical qualities, but also the mental side. We've talked about this a lot in the past, how important it is to be in the right mindset. To be great, you have to think great. You told us about Darnay Holmes. He has that winning mentality. He has that great mentality. What are some qualities that you see in these kids, or even these professional athletes, that like separates you from being, average or great? Because sometimes it really is just confidence in yourself. And what do those people do to prepare to give them that kind of leverage over everybody else?
Well, it broke up a little bit what you're saying, but I got a bit of it, and correct me if I'm wrong. The attributes that I always see is that the willingness to get better and to not be satisfied with the certain result. So from pro to midget football, there's almost like this burning desire to understand that it's spiritual. It's a bigger being than just me scoring a touchdown. I'm doing this for my team, the jersey in front, the name behind me. So I think every kid in every level, that I've dealt with, it's always bigger than just the self. It's a selfless football team, and that's what makes kids become great. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Was that the answer, or was that the question you asked,
that was spot on.
Yep. Spot on.
Perfect. We're making it work, guys. We're making it work. This is a team effort.
I know. Yeah, that's what we got to do. But you know what? You've kind of been building your business throughout COVID and really battling all these different challenges, right? So can you see me? I can't tell if you're frozen.
I feel like I can hear him. I think he's frozen.
Can you hear me, guys?
We'll see.
Oh, yeah.
We can hear
you're
you.
back now.
Am I frozen?
I think you're back now.
I'm back?
Can you hear us?
Yep, you're back.
Okay.
So yeah,
what were you saying?
I was saying, you've been battling through COVID too with your business and building this clientele and everything. And how excited are you for COVID to hopefully end in the near future? Because we're tired of this, man. We're ready for this to end now.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, he's back twice. Oh, there's one.
I'm back.
Yep.
Okay. No, if you guys can hear me. Okay, so good. Yeah, I
Yep.
think for me, COVID has been a situation where it limits you to reach others that might need it just as much or even more. Like I've had to, when I have my pro guys, I usually like to have my pro guys with my college guys, and my college guys help out my younger generation. But COVID is over, I like to get all those guys together and maybe even have conversations on, just being student and preparing for life. I think that's the biggest about once being able to have a bigger group. With everything that's going on with the NFL and making sure everyone's healthy, which I commend. I think it's important to make sure the pro guys are safe because this is their livelihood. And even just the younger guys, I try to just keep them, what we're doing, what I'm doing with my older guys. But once COVID's over, I'm able to bring everybody together.
Absolutely. And thank God those restrictions are finally starting to lift, and hopefully you can get connected with a few more players and everything and keep helping build some elite NFL athletes as you do.
Repeat that again real quick. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, all these restrictions are finally starting to lift. It's really exciting. You're able to get back in person with your players and train them and help build some elite NFL athletes, and even at the younger levels as well, just keep building out these athletes. It's an exciting time now that these restrictions are being lifted.
No, it's amazing times. I think what COVID has taught anyone who's a teacher has been to be creative. Not everything is going to be in like a blueprint, but it allows you to, teach different lessons. The apple doesn't always have to be the raw apple. You can cut it up and make applesauce, and you can make it to other things. And COVID and just the pandemic has allowed, if you really care about the game and the sport, you're gonna teach the lesson. So yeah, I'm excited, and COVID it's been an interesting one.
That's a fact, Brian. But we'll let you get back to your day. We just wanted to bring you on. Say what's up. We know you're a great dude, and we're always supporting you in your quest to help these people and these athletes better their lives mentally and physically. So appreciate what you're doing, my friend. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, and we really thank you for coming on and helping us raise some awareness.
No, awesome. I appreciate it. Like I said before, I'm a kid from Inglewood, New Jersey, and it's important what we're doing and what you're doing. I've had family members be struck by a certain illness and different illnesses, and I just lost a family member, and so when you gave me the call and when we spoke on it, I'm all ears. Look, I'm traveling back and forth, but I said I guarantee myself to get on that call. So I appreciate you guys always.
Yeah, man. And we're sending condolences to you and your family as well, for your lost one. So really sorry to hear about that. And my man, hope you have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. Really appreciate the time. And we'll definitely be talking soon.
All righty. I'll see you guys.
Have a good one,
Brian.
man.
All right, guys. Bye.
Another fantastic person. Brian's the man.
Yeah, Brian's awesome.
Great
guy to talk to. Got a lot of great football knowledge. Excellent football trainer. Go check out D-Backs Academy if you are a young kid watching this and you want to take your game to the next level and you live in the New Jersey, New York area. Make sure you go check out D-Backs Academy.
Yeah, that, and also we'll do some film reviews with him when the season starts. Some game film, like with Jabrill, Xavier, some of these guys, Bradbury, Dory Jackson. See what they're really doing, and he will break it down for you at like a pro level. Like he's a pro. So
yeah, if you've got that little itch for football and you want to watch some film breakdowns, one of the best ones I suggest you go check out is you go back into our channel and you watch us break down film of the Seattle game with Brian. It was phenomenal. He gave us such amazing insight on all the players on Seattle side, on the Giants side, like on both sides. He had all the great insight. It was really fun stuff. And like I say, he's a really knowledgeable guy. I'm excited to continue collaborating with him and building a relationship with him down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's connections, man. People are good. We have very good people, attached to this channel. So we only hope to give you all of that and more. So I guess we have 20 minutes until the franchise guy, right?
Yep, next guy on will be TFG, that franchise guy at 4 p.m. I'm really excited for that. You guys definitely should stick around and tune in for that because that's going to be a really fun one. He's going to probably break down a lot of the Giants, versatile, like multi-coverage defense. We're probably going to talk about that with him. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah, and who the next Giants players you guys got in the works to be on the stream? So on this stream, we have a bunch of just great content creators, but in the future, of course, anytime we have access to players and stuff, that is where we are going to, we're gonna do our best to get players on. I have connections with Rodgers. Hopefully we'll be able to get Jabrill and Darnay on eventually through Brian. That would be really, really cool. So all these things like we want to expose and really have get the best people on for you guys and really make sure that we are giving back to the squad, to the Fireside Giants fam, Anthony. But, let me just present a little topic that you can discuss about while I hit the loo because I'm shaking. I'm shaking right now, bro. And
I got you.
Okay, so here, how about this? Zach Rosenblatt just tweeted. This is a good one. Which secondary is better? God, this is the most obvious question. James Bradbury, Dory Jackson, Logan Ryan, Jabrill Peppers, Xavier McKinney, or Darius Slay, Steven Nelson, Anthony Harris, Rodney McLeod, or Avonte Maddox? I'll leave you with that. I'll be back in like a minute.
Is that a real question? He's really trying to compare those two? Wow, that's actually bizarre. Because Avonte Maddox was actually ranked as like the worst corner in the NFL. The Giants have so much depth in their secondary. They have so much talent there. You talk about McKinney, absolutely a starting level player, and he's, our third best safety. Julian Love could be a starting level player. He's our fourth safety. Like, we have so much depth in this secondary. Everyone let me know in the comments below, who's your favorite member of this secondary? Because personally, I just love everyone in the secondary. They are such great people, great characters, great players. Logan Ryan, I know people love him. He's an awesome player and person. Probably my favorite member, though, is Xavier McKinney. I'm a huge fan of his, and I can't wait to see him take off this year. I do think that he's going to be an elite player. I think that he has like that superstar Pro Bowl, even all-pro potential. Like he was awesome coming out of college at Alabama. He should have been a first-round draft pick. The Giants were really lucky to steal him in round 2, and I think that we're going to be really lucky to have him on the field playing alongside great players like Jabrill Peppers and Logan Ryan. But yeah, I mean, Philly secondary, Darius Slay is like a washed corner at this point. If you're talking about your number one CB, James Bradbury at this point in Darius Slay's career is eons ahead of him in my eyes. It's like not even close, I don't think. I think James Bradbury is legitimately a top 5 cornerback in the NFL. Marcel says his favorites are McKinney or Jabrill Peppers. Jabrill Peppers is awesome. Steven, yeah, Bradbury is the top dog, but McKinney is an ace, and Darnay Holmes is a lot of fun to watch. I really like Darnay. He has a great story too. Alex tells a story better, but back in UCLA, I know he was homeless at a time and was sleeping in the training center and all of that. Like, that man he's got some phenomenal life story. Alex, like I said, tells it better, but he's there playing with light switches instead.
I love Darnay's story. Darnay's story is like the epitome of the alpha dog. You know what I mean? He is a good ass person. That's like first and foremost when it comes to Darnay Holmes. And Brian tells me this all the time. Like, the guy has that mentality, that winning mentality, because he's done whatever it takes to support his family and himself. I think I don't know if his father was in the picture, but I'm not exactly sure, but he has very close ties to what's his name? To like Deion Sanders and like a couple of big like legendary players.
Enos Williams as well. Yeah, he has a few like legendary Hall of Fame mentors that have been helping him out a lot.
Yeah, and you know what? His story basically is like this. He was going to UCLA, and his mom, I guess, like got evicted from her apartment or home or something. And because of that, he ended up like bringing her into his apartment with his roommate, and he ended up sleeping like at the facilities just so she could sleep in the bed, just so she could have a bed to sleep in. He would sleep in the facilities at UCLA on a bunch of pads. You know what I mean? Like, the guy, talk about family first. He is, not only family first, but just a tremendous human being to offer that to his mom and take care of his family. And now he's in the NFL making the big bucks. And I'm sure he's doing the same with that money now, like treating his family to a better life. And I'm just so happy to have people like that on our team, right? People that have been through stuff. I was going to say another word, but people have been through hardships in life. Guys like Darnay Holmes, you want those people on your team because they got chips on their shoulder. They want to win. They want to be great. They're not going to back down from a challenge. I saw him take on freaking tight ends in the running game, or rather just like little short routes. And he's running into tight ends who have 50, 60 pounds on him, and he doesn't care one bit. A tremendous player. I think he's going to have a really, really great year for us this upcoming season. And watching the Yankees just lose a 4-run lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. God.
What's up with them, Alex? I don't follow the sport enough, but I just know that they're terrible this year and they keep blowing like 9th inning leads and stuff. Like, is it their closing pitcher?
Yes.
What's the real
Domingo
problem
German
there?
just pitched a gem of a game over 8 innings, blanked Boston, and in 1 inning, the Yankees gave up 5 runs to blow this entire thing.
Wow.
In the bottom of the 8th.
Who is it? Is it Chapman?
No, it was Jonathan Loaisiga, and he really blew it. It's just embarrassing, man. The Yankees are an embarrassment this year. Their pitching is bad, their hitting is bad, their coaching is bad. Unbelievable. But Steven, Tay Gowan went to Arizona, and he's actually getting some glove over there. Like they like him.
I believe he was a sixth round draft choice. He got drafted in the 6th round by Arizona. Really proud of him. Really happy for him. Maybe one day we'll be able to link up with him. Maybe he'll get A-Rob on the call one day. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, A-Rob looks like a cool guy too. The dreads are cool, kind of like Predator, like Alien vs Predator, that movie.
Yes, I'm aware of the reference you're making. I do think Aaron Robinson is really tall, lanky, and very good looking on the field as a that linebacker kind of piece that Patty Traina was mentioning to us. I do think that he can do a whole lot. Whether he's playing the slot, playing outside, I even think that he could succeed out at safety, maybe even that linebacker role that Patty Traina is mentioning. So he's really kind of that little X factor that can move around and do a whole lot. Maybe that's why the Giants felt it was so necessary to trade up for him in the 3rd round and really make him a must-have selection in this year's draft.
I love A-Rob, man. He's going to be sick. I saw he had a rep against Kadarius Toney at the Senior Bowl. It was physical, man. It was a hell of a rep. Like, Kadarius Toney immediately burns him off the line of scrimmage, like toasts him. Like, A-Rob's ankles must have been Chipotle chicken bowls. Like, ridiculous. And then A-Rob, being very aggressive, very fast, very reactive, trailed him, caught up to him, and then worked through the body, got his hands in there and dislodged the football. It was just a tremendous play. And it was like, you don't find slot corners that can match up with guys like Kadarius Toney very often when there's no other defenders on the field. You know what I mean? It's different because when you have other defenders on the field, you have to avoid. If you're a receiver, you have to avoid those guys. You have to know your route because otherwise you could run into somebody. And you know what? They did a really great job he did a great job of mirroring Kadarius Toney catching up and making an aggressive play with nobody, just a free field in front of you. Like the wide receiver always has the advantage, especially when there's no other defenders on the field. There's no one playing safety. There's nothing. You know what I mean? It's just the quarterback, or it's just the corner rather. And I think A-Rob's going to be a tremendous player. I think that they'll use him and Darnay in tandem in some ways, somehow. But keep an eye on that guy, A-Rob. There was a reason that the Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia Eagles were both eyeing him. They were very, very pissed off that the Giants leapfrogged them to get him. And Steven asks, do you think that Brett Hedgie will see the field if either Will or Shane struggle and we move Nick Gates to guard?
Personally, I don't. I think that
Brett
he's
Hedgie's
really
raw.
fighting. He's fighting to get on the roster, and I don't think that if they're in a situation where Shane Lemieux is struggling or Nick Gates,
Jonathan
Harrison or Zach Fulton. Zach Fulton's first in line. That dude's
Jonathan
actually
Harrison
like
has center experience.
People are really sleeping on Zach Fulton. He has a ton of experience. He's been a starter for a few years.
He's actually had good seasons in the past.
If you look to his previous grades in the past via PFF and look at his stats, he's had some good seasons in the NFL. Like he's a proven commodity at this point. So if any injuries happen, I fully expect Zach Fulton to step in. And I honestly think that Zach Fulton will see starting reps at some stage in the season regardless, just because that might be an indictment on how I feel about Shane Lemieux, but it also might be a compliment towards Zach Fulton for me thinking that he's actually a pretty decent football player.
Well, Zach Fulton's a guy, like, I was looking at his stats the other day, and like last year he sucked, right? Last year he gave up 11 sacks. He did not have very good grades. But the year before that, and the year before that, 2018, 2019, he was actually really good. And I was like, this guy is actually a decent player. I think he just had an off year last year and it kind of buried him. So I think, for the most part, Zach Fulton, I would not sleep on him at all. In fact, I would very much put him in the running to be a potential starter over Shane Lemieux, because what does Shane Lemieux prove to us aside from the fact that he sucked last year? And he was decent in the run game, really bad in pass blocking. I'm not giving any position. I'm tired, guys. I'm freaking tired of giving away starting positions with no competition. It's time for us to really compete. And I think that Zach Fulton can really compete. I think he's going to give Shane Lemieux a run for his money. I think Will Hernandez is pretty much locked in at right guard.
Yeah, before we jump into our next interview, let's try and give away some tickets to FanFest. All right. So if you guys donate like right now, maybe because we have 6 tickets to give away. Let's give a pair of tickets away to whoever makes the next donation to TCJ Fund. Whoever makes the next one will get some tickets to FanFest. All right. So keep that in mind as you're watching the stream. Whoever makes the next donation, you'll get some tickets. And we've got a list of players. If Josh Warren, if you're still in here, W Climber 05, if either of you are still watching this, please let me know in the chat below, because we do have some tickets to give away. And you guys did donate earlier, so we would like to maybe put your name in the hat if you're available to go. We can only give you the tickets if you're available to go, but if you are, let us know so that we can maybe consider putting you in the randomized list.
Yeah, I mean, they also gave away like 50,000 tickets, so I'm sure a lot of people got them,
Yeah, but there's still a lot of people looking for them. That's definitely the case. So next person who makes a donation, you will get some tickets to FanFest. I'm very excited to give those away. I think it's going to be a really awesome event for Giants fans, and really excited to be able to give back in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I freaking wish I could go, man. I hate how they presented it so late. I had no idea. I just had no idea what they were going to do. And it's going to be freaking sick for you guys going, for whoever's going. I kind of feel like I'm missing out big time.
Me too. I should really try and figure out a way to fly up there, but I moved to college that week, so I just don't know if it's possible. But I could try.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I mean, look, can't do it every time, right? Sometimes just can't make it. Is what it is. We'll go next year. We'll be doing a lot more next year, I think, in terms of like in-person stuff. Also, we'll be doing the Atlanta game for everybody that wants to go. Of course, we'll be hopping on that and going that with people. So I'm excited to meet you guys in person. It's been a minute. Although getting to MetLife from New York City is not easy.
Yeah, I know. I'm really excited as well. I'm going to start sending this link out to TFG. Let's get them on. Let's talk about Giants defense. That's the main thing I want to get into. But yeah, guys, we're really excited to do a lot more in-person content. It's going to be real fun. We're going to gear up here. If only Alex was in town, I'd probably crash at his apartment again. Then we'd go up together to the FanFest. I don't think it would be right for me to stay there without him, though. So, but yeah,
and my sister will be there, watching my cat, watching little Dave Gettleman.
I'll watch your cat for a fee. I'll watch Sachi.
You'll watch him for a fee, so you get to stay in my apartment for free, and I have to pay you to watch my cat.
Sachi, yes, that man.
He's not even that bad, bro.
He's kind of mean sometimes. Meet up for the Bucks game, Alex. You should definitely come down for the Bucks game. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Look into it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that. I don't like flying down to Florida that often. I feel like it just rains and I end up just standing there in humidity.
Yeah, the amount of rain.
When is that anyway?
Ridiculous. That's in December or November. It's 2 weeks before the Dolphins game. I think it's November 17th, somewhere around there, 20th, something like that. So, that would be cool though. It would be fun, but we'll see.
Okay, the 20th. Interesting. All right. Well, yeah. We'll maybe I'll make a trip out of it and go see my grandparents.
That would be cool too. Maybe we'll get some more in-person content as well. Yeah. Maybe we'll
unless they don't want to see me
or something. Only thing is to go see your grandparents in West Palm. That's like a 2.5-hour drive up to Tampa. So,
ooh, yeah, I don't have a car, so that definitely is not ideal. Yeah. I'd probably just have to come down to Tampa and then like chill in like a hotel or something.
Yeah. Come crash into Land, Florida at my college. We'll give you a spot, make you cozy, and then we'll carpool over to the game.
I don't know. I think I'd rather just get a hotel. I've outgrown couch surfing, unfortunately.
Yeah, You outgrown frat parties? Because that's what we would do on the weekend. So
Yeah, I've also outgrown. I went to a party last night, and I was sitting there like, how do I do this? Like, how do I talk to people? This is the first it was the first house party I've been to in like a year and a half, and I'm sitting there like, how do I interact with human beings now?
Steven, I went to a primetime game back in 2015 when the Giants played the Dolphins Monday night. That was a real fun one. Odell Beckham Jr. had like 3 touchdowns. He was just an animal that season. Yeah, bro. He's so fun to watch. We're going to have Marcus Whitman joining here in a second, that franchise guy. Great YouTuber, over 60,000 subs. Make sure you guys go sub to him and everything. But he'll be on in just a second here to talk about the Giants.
Yeah,
he said he's loading up right now.
Awesome. I'm super excited. I'm going to let you ask all these technical questions so that I can learn. I know you're excited to talk to him about his findings about Saquon and whatnot. Larry Donnell. Remember Larry Donnell just doing flips and stuff?
He would fall all the time. But no, Airborne, it was Will Tye that scored in that Dolphins game, I'm pretty sure. Will Tye. Remember him?
Yeah, I remember Will Tye. We've had so many randos at tight end over the years.
He was supposed to be the guy to split the cover too. He was supposed to be that seam attacker, and he just didn't really pan out like that. But who knows? Maybe one day.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But you know what? Hey,
how Marcus? How you doing? Real good, man. We've been sitting here for like 5 hours now, just raising awareness and money for the TCJ Fund. Having a good time though. We've talked to a lot of great guests and talked a lot of Giants football. So excited to do that with you.
That's really cool. I appreciate you guys for having me on. And we probably all know people that are like dealing with cancer, and it's just the ultimate, most unfair crap that could happen to anybody. So really happy to come on and show some support for the cause and spread awareness. I put in a donation myself before I came on here. So anyone that's following over, I encourage you guys. You guys have a nice goal. We're getting closer. So excited to talk some football.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for the donation. And as we talk football, I actually watch your channel a lot. I'm kind of a big fan of yours, and I really love the deep dives and the breakdowns that you do. And I watched the one you did on the Giants. And the thing that really struck a chord with me, I told you this in the Twitter messages, is the 3-3-5 defense that you were talking about. And I feel like a lot of Giants fans don't necessarily understand what that is right now. Like we have all our YouTube videos come out, and I'm trying to talk about this nickel defense, this 3-3-5, and how Xavier McKinney, Jabrill Peppers, and Logan Ryan, they're all going to be on the field like a starting level of snaps. They're all going to be out there, but some fans might not really be too aware of that just now. So if you could help us break that down, that nickel 3-3-5 defense, and really explain the importance of that for Patrick Graham and the personnel that the Giants have this season.
Yeah, I'd love to. I honestly think, where I was really low on the Giants heading into last year, and where they really proved me wrong was that defense. And I actually think Patrick Graham is like a trailblazer right now in the NFL, who is really doing what you can only hope for your coach, and that's innovating and putting players in the right spot to succeed. And I would love to go layer by layer here and just talk about how like every different guy I think is elevated. So it's cool. I'm a scheme nerd, and let's get into it. So you have a 3-3-5 base defense really is what we saw in New York for really, I was honing in on the last 6 weeks of the season, and maybe that is what was there the whole season. But I think it was a big part of that was McKinney getting back healthy, and that's really when it started to shine. Your typical nickel defense is going to be 4 defensive linemen, whether they're, edge outside linebackers or hand in the dirt defensive ends. And then you have 2 linebackers in there on top of that. And then you have like a nickel corner out there. That's kind of the new base. But Patrick Graham has totally changed this thing where you have kind of 3 interior types up there. But Leonard Williams is actually going to be out there in more of an edge defensive end position. And then on the other edge, you have kind of your hybrid classic Belichickian style blitzer coverage, run defending hybrid type. And then you got your 2 linebackers in the middle. And then what's really unique and why the Giants defense works so well is what they're able to do with Jabrill Peppers, where he comes in as a linebacker safety hybrid. And then you add Logan Ryan's flexibility as a slot corner free safety hybrid. And that's really where it gets creative and cool, because it allows you to basically stay in a personnel that is good enough against the run, because you have Jabrill Peppers down there who can act like a linebacker, but it opens up tons of flexibility to have a really good coverage scheme as well, because those guys can both cover and rotate to different spots in the defense. So it's just really unique. It's kind of this balance of a Belichickian scheme and other influences as well. And it's really cool what Patrick Graham is doing. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's a head coach in a year or two, just because it's the innovators that get those jobs in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have actually an interesting question for you, in terms of Jabrill Peppers, him being kind of linked to these, I guess, trade rumors and whatnot, and people saying like he's replaceable. Xavier McKinney can replace him. Do you think that Xavier McKinney is more of a replacement long-term for Peppers or Logan Ryan? Because I think, Jabrill has that flexibility to be that kind of safety / linebacker. I don't know if Xavier McKinney has that physicality, has that size to play that kind of star linebacker, like money backer role. Is he more of that free safety kind of like coverage scheme guy like Logan Ryan is?
Yeah. You kind of alluded to it, but I don't think there is a replacement for those three. I think that is the defense. And Logan Ryan's getting up there in age, and I look at maybe Julian Love to potentially replace his role because of that slot corner free safety flexibility. But assuming we're going to see what we saw for the last 6 weeks of the season, as this is their go-to defense, it's not let's get 2 safeties, it's we need 3. I actually think they need another Jabrill Peppers type, honestly, when you look at that depth chart, because if anything happens to him, they're going to have to really pivot and go to more of that traditional 2 high safety stuff. But no, I think the plan is this is the scheme they want to run, and the different coverages that they're able to rotate to from this package is really unique, because, the NFL is all about trying to confuse defenses, or at least if you can, that's ideal. Offenses, confuse offenses. And when you have Logan Ryan in the slot, you're able to rotate to different coverages so well. Whether you're going to a cover 2, like you can show a closed middle of the field, make the quarterback think he's going to get single high, and then all of a sudden Logan Ryan's dipping out and playing cover 2 or quarters coverage. And it works the other way around too, where if you do want to go cover 3, which the Giants love to run a ton of, you got Xavier McKinney up top, who coming out, I thought his best trait was kind of that lurking hook zone role, almost like Eddie Jackson in Chicago is so good at, where he kind of comes down closer and can really read those routes over the middle of the field and use that playmaking ability that he has. So yes, Xavier McKinney is kind of your full-time free safety there, but the different rotations that they can have, because Logan Ryan is so smart, and he's going to be able to dip out of the slot in a lot of packages and not give up those big plays, while you have Xavier McKinney coming down. You can run so many different coverages and rotate around, and that's what's really unique about it all.
So if you're the Giants, are you kind of like, I have to keep Jabrill Peppers long term?
It is a position that you can find. Like you can invest 2nd, 3rd round picks in a guy like him. He's a very good hybrid type of player. And based on the fact that they haven't really, found another prospect to potentially fill in there, if you did let Peppers go, I feel like, yeah, you got to pay Peppers. It's kind of like in Green Bay right now. It's like you could potentially let Adams go instead of paying him $27 million, but you haven't done anything to replace that, have that long-term plan. So yeah, I think it's inevitable that Peppers gets decent money. I don't know if he'll be like 15, 16 mil, but I think, yeah, he's got a big role there.
Yeah, I think we're in the same boat on that one. And one thing that I'm trying to stress to the Giants fans who are listening is that he's kind of playing multiple positions. So if you're overpaying him even a little bit for a safety, you're actually paying like 2 for 1, because you're getting a linebacker and the safety. And I think that's really important. But speaking of linebackers, I do want to ask you about Blake Martinez. I'm sure you knew this was coming. You're one of the biggest Blake Martinez critics ever, at least you were when he was with Green Bay. But man, that guy really flipped the switch when he got with the Giants. Is that, do you think that's Patrick Graham, or what do you think that Blake Martinez did to really turn it around once he got to New York?
There's a little bit of both going on. I think he did legitimately look faster for the Giants. Like watching him play, he would come up and like play aggressive, and even on some of the plays sideline to sideline, you can still see some of the tightness in there in space, but he legit like people were talking about he changed his diet and was recommitting to all this stuff. I believe it. I think players can get faster. You see it all the time. So I think there was a little bit of that, but I still don't think he's the most fluid cover linebacker in the world. And this scheme is like really nice for him with Jabrill Peppers next to him. You got Logan Ryan, who's kind of always lurking in that kind of, middle of the field type of area. Well, not always, he'll play high as well, but that allows Blake to really focus on one part of the field and play a little faster as well, just because he's so confident in that role, and focus on the leadership aspect that's always been great for him, and kind of getting everyone in the right place, calling out stuff, pre-snap. And I think it's a lot of Patrick Graham, and I think it's a little bit of Blake also recommitting to his diet and speeding up a little bit.
Definitely. He's kind of the quarterback of the defense, but I want to flip over to the other side of the ball and actually talk about the Giants quarterback situation. Of course, they traded down in this year's NFL draft, got an extra first-round pick next year, kind of maybe giving them some insurance to get a new quarterback next season if need be. But what is your take on Daniel Jones? This is going to be his make or break year, but is he going to make it or is he going to break? How are you feeling about him? They added all those playmakers. Think it's enough? Is he going to be that franchise guy?
My worry with Daniel Jones is it's almost exactly what I was afraid of when they took him 6th overall. And that is that the worst case scenario is that he's just okay. And then you've now spent the 6th overall pick on a guy that's maybe the 18th best quarterback in the league. And then just because they're stuck there, they have to pay him just because that's the way the league works. And then you've got Kirk Cousins type of deal there where you're like, yeah, we might make the playoffs, but we have no confidence this is going to go any further. So that's, where I'm kind of at with Daniel Jones right now. I think I'm sure you guys have been there where you maybe come in a little bit lower on a quarterback and then you get hate for your take on that player. And then you're kind of right. You're lucky enough to be right about a quarterback, which is not easy to do. But then all of a sudden everyone starts hating on the guy because they see what you saw. And then you're like, well, hold on, guys, there's still some redeemable qualities here. So I'm actually maybe even a little higher on Daniel Jones now, to the point where I think he's decent. I think he's the 24th best quarterback in the league. I think you look at the stuff he does in structure, it's pretty solid for a year 3 quarterback. When he gets time to throw in the pocket, he can have the timing and the accuracy. His arm talent's good enough. But it's what happens later in the play. Not second read stuff, but he's not the biggest playmaker, or he doesn't have that true it factor outside of structure. So, I think he is going to have a good season. I think he ends up looking like a quality starter type of dude. And my worry is, what kind of money does that demand from the Giants? And they're building some really nice stuff here. But if you then turn around and pay Daniel Jones $35 million, that's going to get really problematic for them, I think.
Yeah. And they're getting strapped for cash as it is. Kenny Galladay's contract is going balloon after this season. The cap hit just goes skyrocketing upwards. And of course, we just mentioned, trading down in the first round. Of course, they took Kadarius Toney with that first round pick. What were your thoughts on that? And how do you see him kind of fitting into this offense in his rookie season?
Yeah, the trade down was awesome. And I just want to shout out Gettleman, because I was also not a big Gettleman guy 2 or 3 years ago, but I think
neither were we.
Nobody was.
Totally changed everything about him, whether it's the types of players he values and just the way he's gone about the draft. I've been just blown away with how he's kind of saved his career in a lot of ways. I think he's done a really good job. And to get they got great value from the Bears. They really, they kind of stole good value if you look at the trade chart. But again, would Fields should have been the pick there? Maybe. I think there's a good chance we look back on that, because I wasn't even that high on Fields relative to where everyone else had him, but I still thought at 11, the Giants are doing some nice things. They might not have a quarterback prospect like that sitting in their lap, even if they have the 2 first-round picks next year. So I think they did good value, and I think Gettleman has a good vision for this team right now. But I think you can really go either way on it, as far as was it the right decision. But Kadarius Toney, how he factors in here, it's a little crowded right now, but I think you look down the line and it makes sense. I thought it was right about as early as I would have taken him. I had a first, a second on him, so to take him at 20, I think that's totally fine. We'll see if Jason Garrett can scheme him up and get creative with them. I think you look at some of the stuff they did with jet sweeps and pre-snap motion late in the year with Shepard. Could plug Kadarius Toney in there and get some more juice. So I don't think we see much from Toney early on, but down the road, I think he's a good prospect and has a chance to become a good player there.
Yeah, what are you thinking about the offensive line? Because that's probably the catalyst for this Giants offense. If the offensive line does not, play to their potential, I guess they don't give Daniel Jones an average amount of time in the pocket, he's going to fail. He's going to struggle. He's going to have those fumbles. And I think you hit on it before saying that, DJ, like after the play, like, a couple seconds after the play, he can't make plays on the run. That's why I was so excited about Zach Wilson as a prospect, because he's that kind of quarterback that he gets out of the pocket, and that's where he's most lethal. And I think Daniel Jones lacks that it factor, like you said, once he's out of the pocket. And I'm really intrigued to see, if the offensive line is better and they give him the time in the pocket, is that where he's going to thrive? Like a Tom Brady role where he's just more of a pocket passer that they can scheme, read options with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the complete opposite. When Zach Wilson's improvising, you're like, yeah, what's he going to do? Daniel Jones, you're just like, no,
just don't drop the ball.
Yeah, just don't fumble, please. Unless he gets a wide open run lane and then eventually gets to top speed and everything's great. But I think that's another thing when you look at the Toney pick, they probably would have been better off going O-line, honestly, whether it was center or guard. I think the tackles will work out. I am a believer in Andrew Thomas. I think he got caught up in a really good rookie tackle class and got a little too much criticism. He'll be just fine. He was my number one tackle, and I think he's got all the traits, and he's still young. He's going to be just fine. So I'm not really worried about that. Mm-hmm. And then you've got Matt Parrott kind of developing there. Is it Peart or Parrott?
I say Parrott. I say Parrott.
Parrott.
Yeah, Matt Parrott.
I just switch every time. No one corrects me. So yeah, I think you've got a good competition at right tackle with Solder and Parrott. Whoever wins that, you're hoping that's solidified. So at least that blindside deal with Jones where he can't sense the backside hopefully won't be as big of a deal next year, and that could be a big deal. But if he's getting constant interior pressure, then he's going to know where to step up. So that's really where my worries would be. I know Giants fans are high on Nick Gates. I think he does some nice things in the run game, but I don't know if I want him to be my alpha center there. And then the guard situation also, hopefully Will Hernandez can bounce back. Still not the best pass protector there, more of a run block guy. And then I think Shane Lemieux is straight up bad. And Giants fans are saying he's going to start. So
he's going to start, but I'm on the same page as you. That is the number one thing that scares me the most as a Giants fan, Shane Lemieux. I can't really see the potential that most people see with him. Just in pass protection, it was so poor. And I think some of those things just cannot be fixed because they were that bad. I don't know how he could possibly turn it around, but, that's neither here nor there. But I don't know. The offensive line as a whole, just kind of a lot of holes and question marks, but hopefully they can hold it together and Daniel Jones doesn't have to do too much off script, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think best case is, Hernandez and Gates give you good run blocking. And then you have the ability to kind of, either have a quick hitting passing game where you're hopefully not getting to those deep dropbacks. You obviously bring Saquon back, so you get a lot more third and manageables. You can, mix in your deep shots to Galladay, and then just bank on having, an offense that can not nickel and dime you, but, be stable, but not explosive, if you know what I mean. Keep the defense fresh. You have a good defense, and, you have that kind of 10, 11 win season or whatever, and see what happens in the playoffs. I think for me, that's a best case scenario for the Giants this year.
Yeah. And honestly, as looking at this offense objectively, I'm just hoping for average. If we're average on offense and our defense is top 10, we're a playoff team. Last year, we just ranked 31st in the league in points per game, only ahead of the Jets, who had historically bad offense. And I'm just excited to see can Daniel Jones alleviate some of those ball security issues? That's where Tom Coughlin would be pretty nice to have right now. Help Tiki Barber get rid of him. Daniel Jones could do the same, but unless DJ, and what do you think DJ's biggest weaknesses are? Is it ball protection? Is it his, ability to read coverage? Is it his ability to find those second, third receivers? Or is it his inability to, make plays on the go, find those open receivers? Or is, just the lack of separation from the receivers, all these different factors? I personally don't think the Giants did nearly enough to help him in his first two seasons. Just bad offensive line play, bad wide receivers, Saquon injured both seasons. How can you properly evaluate a quarterback when you've given him nothing to work with? You had undrafted players starting at some points in the season. Now that we have some sort of element, some sort of weaponry to work with, it comes down to the offensive line. And like if that fails, I think DJ might flow with it. It's gonna be very connected. But looking at him right now, what would you rank his weaknesses as?
There's one glaring weakness, and that's, nobody wants you to say it, but it's the it factor. But I do have a way to kind of quantify it a little bit as what that means to me. That's, composure in the pocket, and not just the ability to kind of step into a throw, hang in there knowing you're about to get hit, but it's beyond that, just the pocket presence and being comfortable in there. Like, look at Joe Burrow last year. Like, he comes into the league with the worst offensive line in the NFL, if not worst, bottom 3. And even then, he's still, navigating the pocket, keeping that eye downfield. He just has that feel for the game where he can just make those plays and navigate pressure. And that's just not what Daniel Jones has. He is glued downfield. He is oblivious to what's going on around him. And that's maybe the most impossible trait to develop in the NFL. I think that's probably one of those things where you either have it or you don't. The more you play, you'll get a little more comfortable. But when you see some guys like Burrow and Kyler and what I think Zach Wilson's going to have, they come into the league and it's natural to them. And that's what's missing with Daniel Jones. And that's where the fumble stuff comes from for me, because he just doesn't know when he's about to get hit. So that's the biggest problem for me. And that goes turnovers with the fumbles. And then it's just the lack of ability to make plays comes back to that just feel in the pocket. Other than that, I don't think there's any major weaknesses in his game for a third-year quarterback. I think he's pretty accurate. He has a pretty good arm. He's not elite in either of those areas, but good enough to be a decent starter. I think his processing has shown development, and he doesn't throw a ton of picks. He's not making constantly terrible decisions. He's not at the high end on the processing and decision-making either, but he's fine. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think he just has a really bad case of tunnel vision sometimes. And you kind of alluded to it there, how he has all the qualities to be a decent starter. And that's sometimes my biggest fear, is that he just turns into this average quarterback that they stick around with, and they pay kind of like the Andy Dalton thing. Had they just blown it up for a second, got a quarterback. The Bengals were in the playoffs every single year. Had they gotten a quarterback with that it factor, who knows what could have been. But it's kind of my biggest fear for the Giants. But anyway, man, thank you so much for coming on, helping us just raise some awareness for this foundation, talk some football, talk some Giants and everything. So we really appreciate you coming on. Don't want to take up too much of your day, so I'll let you get going. But again, thank you so much.
Yeah, really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. It was really fun to come on, and good luck to your Giants this year. And hopefully keep Daniel Jones' fumbles down a little bit.
Yeah, seriously. I can't go through the emotional pain of watching him fumble games away anymore. I just physically can't take it. I need this to end.
At least to the point where I don't have a scheduled tweet of and this week's Daniel Jones fumble of the week brought to you by Chandler Jones or whoever it may be. Yeah.
It really is like that. It's always just waiting for it to happen. I have all my generic tweets ready to go for the negative moments, but I'm hoping it can be more or less Kenny Galladay touchdowns. I just hope it's more of a vertical offense. And we brought in that guy, Russ Callaway from LSU. That really is that air raid kind of centric guy. He hopefully will devise some plays like that. But again, if the offensive line can't provide time in the pocket, they're not going to get it downfield, like you mentioned. So
for sure,
it's tough. But I really appreciate you coming on, man. Really thank you for coming on and helping us raise some awareness to the CTC Jay Fund, my friend. And hope you have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. Really cool setup you got back there, by the way. Really cool.
Appreciate it. All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Have a good one, man.
Have a good one.
Another great guy.
That's that franchise guy. I need someone to give me a pat on the back for that pun that I had. That was phenomenal.
That was really good pun. I was laughing at it.
I was totally just on a whim, just came up with it. I was that franchise guy. I was bam. That was so good.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing just how awful your dad jokes are,
That one was excellent. You can't even.
It actually was pretty damn good, but I had to throw you some shade because I always catch the shade.
You do.
I'm always the one
catch the shade. Catch the shade that I'm just giving you some of my Florida rainy cloud shade.
Have some respect, sir.
No respect.
What did I do? What did I do to deserve this?
Next guy up will be Diggy546. I'm sure all of you know him. Great Giants YouTuber. Big fan of him. Guys, let's get some donations out there so we can give away some FanFest tickets, okay? I want to give these tickets away, so let's raise some money for this awesome cause. Just I don't even care. You can donate $1. I'd appreciate that much just because it helps raise awareness for the foundation in its own right. So if you want to just donate something and help us out, we'd really appreciate it. And you can win some tickets to FanFest. And maybe you don't go, but maybe you know someone who's trying to get tickets. You give it to them. So
yeah, that always works.
mm-hmm.
I mean, George, at least just go for me, so I don't feel left out, and just
Yeah, so let us live vicariously through you, like we all live through LPG.
Yeah, seriously, that guy has the craziest life. He's like Leonard Williams. He has that life, like he's like spear fishing and stuff. And I feel so left out. I feel like I gotta meet some people that are really rich so I can piggyback on their success. You feel me?
Yeah, that would be real nice. Steven, thank you so much, man. Thank you for posting. We're going to count that because as Art Stapleton said, you can donate through other ways and, giving money. You donated by sharing awareness and, helping spread awareness for this cause. So, Steven, thank you. And please message me on Twitter. I'll give you some FanFest tickets. I'll give you 2 tickets for that.
Just for fun. But we're close to our goal. I think we're going to reach our goal.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're pretty close. We have some money through YouTube as well that we're not factoring onto the GoFundMe numbers. So we're pretty damn close. We're pretty excited about that as well. So thank you guys, everyone who has donated and everyone who has shared this and helped us promote it. Please keep it up so we can reach our goal and make TCJ Fund pretty happy with us. Yeah, at Fireside Giants on Instagram. Just tag that.
Yep, that's it. Just Fireside Giants on Instagram. We actually just broke the 1,000 follower mark. I've been working very slightly to improve our Instagram presence. I want to say I'm working hard at it, but I really am just working the bare minimum, and it's growing slowly but surely. We have a good little Fireside Giants. So Anthony, if you find any videos, feel free to post them because I can't always do it myself, bro. I need your help.
Yes, sir. I got you.
Just cool videos and stuff.
All right, we got 2 guests left. We have Diggy546, our boy. I actually really enjoy talking to Diggy every time I get the chance to. Super kind person, actually. Diggy's really awesome. Love talking football with him. And then Chris, the entertainer, will be joining us 5 p.m. He'll be our finale, our closing pitcher, hopefully better than whatever the hell the Yankees are putting out on the diamond. So that's going to be our closer right there, the entertainer. So stay tuned for those.
Diggy. Is he coming right now?
Steven, he'll be here. He said he might be 5 minutes late, so we got like 10 minutes. But Steven, I don't know if you saw this on TikTok, but I did finally hit the Corvette. That did happen.
It was embarrassing.
I hit the Corvette.
It was actually not bad. It wasn't bad.
It was horrible. It actually was, because if you watch it, I do the this and I do the this at the wrong moments. I had it flipped. It was so bad, but I had to deliver on my promise. I know Steven's been like begging me for a Corvette. So, and listen, if you guys do any more donations, maybe I'll drop the I'll drop some dance moves out for you guys and embarrass myself on camera for the betterment of the TCJ Fund.
I don't even know if I'd be willing to pay for that. I don't know if anyone wants to pay to see you dance, Anthony. It's unfortunate, but the reality of the world we live in. Yeah. Get the video, Anthony. Can you record it on your phone or download it some way?
I have no idea how to do that. Let me see if I can
screen record it maybe on.
Yeah.
You can download it on TikTok. You can download it.
I should be able to airdrop it to my laptop and then I'll put it up.
Yeah.
Because I do have it in my camera roll, unfortunately. Whenever I'm angry at myself, I'll watch it in shame and then cry in a depressive state in the shower.
Shame.
I'll drink some shower beers and cry.
Shower beers?
Shower beers hit different after a depressing Giants loss. I'm sure someone in this chat can attest to that.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. The Giants suffered a terrible loss. Just take a beer to the shower and maybe have some tears. You can't tell you're crying because you're already wet from the shower.
It's a little depressing, don't you think?
Hey, man, my heart and soul is in the Giants. I get depressed when they lose. Okay, buddies, we're going to watch this video of me doing the Corvette. We're going to watch it a couple times, and then I'm going to – yeah, wings don't even taste the same, bro, when the Giants are losing. When they're winning, though,
it's true, I guess.
10 chicken wings in 5 seconds.
10 in 5 seconds?
What?
I hope you're able to fly after that. Jeez.
Solid dad joke right there.
Yeah.
Solid. Yeah, so it's
When they
not
present
letting me
themselves.
play this video. I don't know how to play it. Maybe you can try it, Alex. I don't know.
You
It
just send it to
says, yeah, I'll text it to you.
What does it say? It says it's not the right. All right, send it to me.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Send it to me. I'll work the magic. I have the wand. You have to save it as a MP4, not a .move. I don't even know if I want to see this. It's borderline questionable.
What'd you guys think of TFG, that franchise guy, Marcus? He's really smart, man. He knows his football. He has all the different little like antiquated analysis over defensive schemes and everything like that.
Cool.
He's so good, bro. Phenomenal.
Yeah. Oh, I got the video. I've got the package. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me see. Ant. That's what I named the file.
Ant.
Corvette. Hop in a motherfucking jet like that. Him in the net like that. They were like, Pop, why you all like that? Why you tall like that? Why you all like that? I'm up for Eddie, I'm up.
Michael, I totally feel you on that. I can't watch it again. Can I remove this from the stream,
money
please?
for
Yes.
charity here, not give it away. My lord. Oh my god.
The feeling of
That was almost as
embarrassment
bad
just
as mine.
tickling down my spine is so bad.
That was almost as bad as mine.
We're literally about to lose like 30 subscribers for that video, man.
I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you,
It's my
sir.
fault. It's my fault.
Oh my god, that's so bad. My eyes are bleeding.
Mike Nixon been lurking in here, hasn't even commented, but he had to let us know how brutal that video was. I know. It was bad. Real bad.
Oh my god, so bad. Oh, I'm like shivering. Not because it's cold in here, but because that was brutal.
You didn't like the hand on the hip?
No. I didn't like the hand on the hip. Funky.
Hey,
you're a funky individual. I guess you did have to. Did have to do it. You did promise, didn't you?
I did. I made a promise. I had to deliver. Fireside Giants, we deliver on our promises. Listen, guys, if someone donates $1 right now, I'll dab.
That's it.
Dabbing
That's all you're gonna
for
do?
charity. For $1? Yeah, because come on, man. TCJ Fund's a great cause. We should be donating more than $1.
When he puts his hand on his hip and the other in the air, I simply can't. Honestly, that could be like that could be on one of those like high school gymnasium like things on the wall. It's like got milk. It's like I simply can't.
You know what, Alex? I'm actually gonna repost it on our TikTok again. I'm just gonna take it and post it again.
I'll deactivate the TikTok before you do that. I'll rename it Funky White Boy.
You're a funny guy. All right, let me send this link over to yeah, guys, Airborne. You want to hop on the stream for a second? You want to hop on the stream? Say what's up to the fans?
He's
Michael?
he's just a Big Mac.
Michael, you want to hop on the stream?
He's just a Big Mac. A human Big Mac.
Michael's not on TikTok because he's too old for TikTok.
Then you're taking shots at Mike now?
Mike and I are friends. We joke with each other in the Discord. Join the Discord if you haven't. Marcel, thank you so much. Since you donated 5, is that pounds? Is that Austria? Are they pounds? I don't know the currency, but thank you so much.
Euros, you idiot.
The euros, there you go.
Pounds, that's Britain.
I've literally never even left the country. You understand that? I've never left. So
Well, that makes sense.
okay. There you go. I dabbed for charity.
That's it? That's
You
all we
can't
get?
criticize. You can't criticize me for dabbing.
What was that? The sound effects with it. It was like like a panting dog. Mike,
Yeah.
how? I guess you're not supposed to ask people how old they are, but because it's
Mike's
you, I will.
Mike's very tight-lipped over this. He won't tell us how old he is, but that's okay
65.
anyway. All right, let me send this
65.
link over.
Diggy.
Oh no.
Corvette. Hop in a motherfucking jet like that. Him and that like that. They were like, Pop, why you all like that? Why you talk
Oh, you
like
really
that?
put
Why
the. You really
all
put
like
the.
that?
Oh my god, bro. You should have never made this.
I'm
You
gonna
should have
play
just
Eddie
avoided this.
Dude, this is gonna haunt me for life. One day I'm gonna be like applying for an internship and they're gonna find this video somehow and they're gonna be like, nah, no way. But anyway, I want to get back. Marcel, thank you for donating. I know you're in Austria, but if you are trying to get to FanFest, I don't know if that's a trip that you plan on making somehow. Let me know. You can get the tickets. If not, if you know someone who does live in the States and wants to go, just message me on Twitter. I'll give you the tickets and then you can give them to whoever you want.
Yeah.
And I will do more dance moves for you guys.
No.
If you keep donating.
No.
It's for the entertainment of the fans and it's for charity.
You should donate to not let him dance. How about that?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to stand here and I'm going to dance through the entire Diggy interview. And unless you guys donate X amount of money, I'm not going to stop.
That's an awful idea. I'd take back my idea. What, you're doing the lip bite too? God help me.
Someone donate. Someone donate.
Bro, I'm closing my eyes.
I need help. I can't stop.
Please stop. You're gonna kill someone. Oh.
Screenshotted the dab. It's now on Discord. That's not good.
He's taking videos. He has blackmail. Yo, he has so much blackmail on us. Airborne Cheeseburger has so much blackmail. The things that I've said on accident.
Yeah, Airborne is like, he's just lurking out there, man. That dude is
he is, bro. Airborne Cheeseburger always like, I never know he's there, but he's copping videos.
He's just out there, man. He's out there. He's lurking. You never know. You never know where he is, but he's not far behind, and I can promise you that.
He's not far behind. Just like Big Mac. How did you even come up with the name Airborne Cheeseburger? So creative.
Please. Did someone were you sitting at a Yankees game or a Giants game and someone just tossed a cheeseburger at your head? Is that what happened? Someone spiked a cheeseburger at you?
Yeah, that's an interesting scenario you've conjured up. Someone just hit
that's
him
just
with
what
a cheeseburger.
A cheeseburger went airborne right into the back of his
Why
head.
would you
Like,
waste a
Airborne
cheeseburger like that? Why
Dude,
would you waste it on a random person? Can
we remove the TikTok from the stream though, so we don't have to show that to anybody who joins the stream? Can you remove that? I don't need Chris to come in here and be like, hey, what's that video you have down there? Then we have to play it, and he just never wants to speak to us again, because that's how I would feel. That's how
I feel that way already. I'm like, I might have to do this solo from now on.
I might get fired. I might get fired over that TikTok.
It was just so cringeworthy. You must be disposed of properly, Iceman style.
You guys might never see another YouTube video with my face in it. This really might be the end of everything.
That's just because you're ugly.
Wow, that's really that's really hurtful.
You just set me up though. You just said it's
extremely hurtful, Alex. Fro man.
Oh damn. So I was joking, but I do actually have a fro coming on. I gotta get a haircut.
I used to have a fro.
You used to have a fro? What happened to it?
When I was younger, I kind of had a fro. I cut my hair short now, but it used to be this just big thing. It wasn't really a fro because it doesn't coil up too much, but it does kind of coil up in a way. I do have curly hair, but
Yeah, I got to get rid of this. Yes, Noah. Right. Tana's coming on at 5-ish, probably. Yeah.
And our next guest is here and ready for us now. So, what's up, Diggy? How you doing?
What is good?
What's going on? How you guys doing?
Pretty good, man. Just hanging. We're 5.5 hours into this live stream. My brain is scrambled eggs right now.
We're kind of going insane here. We're dancing, and it's good. It's getting to that time of the day,
Yeah, that's stream fatigue where your body just goes on autopilot after a while. I definitely can relate.
Yeah, bro. How you doing though? Everything good?
Oh yeah, Yeah, everything's been good. Been able to take a mini kind of a little break in the quiet part of the off season, and I'm
Nice.
excited to get back to, talking about actual events of football.
Man, me too, bro. That's what we've been saying. Like, we're dying for stuff to talk about. It's like we're 2 weeks out, or even really a couple days out on Tuesday the report. But I don't anticipate it being like very open. So there'll be stuff to talk about, but not like a ton until preseason hits, where we can watch the games and whatnot. But I'm super hyped, and I know I saw on your channel you're doing a fantasy thing later, right?
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna do a fantasy draft with some subscribers that I just started a league with some subs. I'll probably do a couple more. And then I was looking into doing one with some content creators too. So you guys are definitely invited for that if you want to get in on that one.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah.
Count me in.
That sounds dope.
I'll take the chip though. You have to be aware. I'm very good at fantasy football. I've never lost.
Yeah.
You've never lost.
Never lost. Yeah, I'm usually in the top 2 or 3.
Yeah, maybe I've lost once or twice, but we won't talk.
He's
about
never
that.
won and he's never lost. He's always
Exactly.
in
There you go.
a middling team.
Alex, you were in my league last year. You know I won.
Was I?
Yes, you were.
I was in like 5 leagues. I can't remember them all.
Yeah, I'm
You were
usually
on-
on
you
like
were on
12.
autopilot. Yeah, wow. That's a lot. See, I cut it down last year. I used to be in a lot. Only did like 2-3 tops last year, and I'm probably going to keep it around 5 at the most this year.
I just can't. And with 17 weeks, bro, how do you like have time to tinker? Like, what is your tinker schedule like?
I take a very bare bones approach. I don't overthink it, and I usually end up winning or coming in second place. But I guess I've never really been in the same league as someone who like really studies fantasy. I usually am in leagues with like casual people. So maybe if I'm in these more serious leagues, I'd have to put more time into it.
Yeah. It's the serious leagues though are the ones that you have been like with your like childhood friends and like you actually have repercussions in them. I know like a couple of my friends have leagues with like the fraternity brothers and whatnot, and like they're like, if you lose one of them, if you lose, you have to go to dinner in a dress, and you have to pay for the winners like I guess dinner, and they can order like whatever they want. It's like the most expensive thing. But meanwhile, like this dude is in a dress too. So it's just like a hell of a situation.
Yeah, that's a serious punishment.
And then the tattoos, I know that's one somebody does.
Wow.
If you ever watched The League and seen like the Sacco and stuff.
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't.
That's a classic. But yeah, man. So I want to talk about maybe some fantasy related stuff for the Giants. You know, what players are you looking at the Giants saying like these are the guys I kind of want?
Giants wise, I think Evan Ingram is going to fall a lot, especially in leagues where you're like in leagues with all Giants fans who hate Evan Ingram. I think he's going to fall, and I think he's going to be a steal. I think he's going to get targeted a lot because who knows how he's going to be used. I think he'll get some more targets downfield, but I think he'll be in a lot of positions to make some big plays. Saquon, of course, is an easy one because if he's healthy, he's going to get a lot of catches. I would say, I really wouldn't look at any other running backs unless Saquon is really at like 50% capacity for most of the season, because he's going to get a lot of catches and a lot of utilization. Corey Clement can catch it. Devontae Booker can catch it, but I don't know if they'll get the opportunities. And then another person I'll say is underrated fantasy-wise is going to be Sterling Shepard. I think he'll be able to get his rookie season. He had 8 touchdowns. I think he'll be able to do something like that now that he's not looked at as the only wide receiver who can beat one-on-one coverage.
I think that's like last year, everybody was so high on Evan Ingram. You know, people were getting him in like the 4th roundish, I think, which is pretty like reasonable
that's
for
ridiculous.
him. Yeah, people were taking him early, and I actually wanted him. I was like, he's going to be a beast. Of course, we know what happened. And I do think, though, that he's going to be a nice steal this year, maybe 7th rounder, like 6th, 7th rounder, where you can get him and he's going to be good because a lot of the pressure. I just don't think he could handle the pressure last year. And also, like, Kyle Rudolph kind of is going to supplement those short passes, so maybe he'll be more of a downfield.
So maybe Kyle Rudolph is a sneaky fantasy ad. I mean,
he's a week by week, I think. He's like a plug and play.
Yeah. I've noticed you all have done a lot of like work on like the red zone stuff with Kyle Rudolph. I kind of tried to supplement that over on my channel. I looked into like the actual red zone stats of Kyle Rudolph for his career, because he's actually never had double-digit touchdowns. But if you look at the percentages and targets, he's had seasons where he's had like 15 of 17 catches in the red zone. He caught 15 of 17, and 8 or 9 touchdowns. So he is a red zone threat if he gets those opportunities. So he might be a sneaky guy. I mean, if he's the possession tight end, he can get a bunch of catches. And then down in the red zone, he's definitely a threat to score.
Oh, for sure, dude. I think that this Kyle Rudolph, Sterling Shepard, Kenny Galladay, and Saquon really trio, and even Evan Ingram and Kadarius, like we have so many red zone threats. And last year, our tallest guy was it Evan Ingram was our tallest receiver last year. Now, and he was like what? He's 6'2", 6'3", and now exactly you have 6'3". So Kyle Rudolph is 6'6". Kenny Galladay is 6'4". You just added 2 of your biggest red zone threats in one offseason. And by the way, one guy, Kyle Rudolph, who does not drop the football, hasn't dropped the pass in 2 years. And Kenny Galladay, if you look at his tape, we've watched plenty of it. He makes some insane red zone grabs. If you throw in those corner shots and those little quick outs to the outside, if you can get the ball there, he holds on. You know,
that pass he caught over DeAndre Baker?
Yeah, and the Giants
on the side with the toe drag and everything. Kenny Galladay is, when I was looking at his tape last year when I wanted us to trade for him, he's just a highlight tape. Like you can throw him a slant and he like jumps unnecessarily high to catch a slant. So he's like highlights all over the field.
Yeah, no facts. Anthony, who are you looking at as your fantasy go-tos for the G-men?
I really haven't done a lot of fantasy research yet, but one guy that I am kind of high on in a way, not really, because again, I haven't done too much research, but I do think that Daniel Jones is a little bit of a sleeper this year. I think that you can probably get him in the final round of the draft, and that's usually what I try to do. I get a quarterback at the midway point of the fantasy draft, and then I'll usually get my second quarterback in like the last round and just take a shot in the dark on somebody. And this year, I think Daniel Jones is a perfect player to take that shot on. You know, a lot of outside of the Giants fan base, most people just think of Daniel Jones as this guy who can't hold on to the football and just turns it over at an extreme rate. They just think he's trash. They literally just trash him every chance they get. So they don't understand that he has a real offense around him now, and he actually was really improving last year. It didn't show up necessarily in fantasy, but throwing the ball, he was really, really good towards the end of the year. So he's kind of my sleeper. I think, you know, with all these different players around him now, these components to the offense, if it all clicks, I think it will really click for him. I think he can have 30 touchdowns this year. I think he can probably get around 3,600 passing yards and probably have a really solid season as your QB2 in fantasy.
One thing I'll say about that, I have 2 things. One, I really would like Daniel Jones as a quarterback in fantasy if he was more of a red zone threat running the football. That first game that he had where he ran in those, I think he had 2 rushing touchdowns.
Against Tampa, yeah.
That kind of got me excited, but ever since then, he hasn't really been a rushing threat, excuse me, down in the red zone. But my second question I have for you all, do you think that Daniel Jones's like lack of yards is because of the offenses he's been in, or do you think he's just going to be a quarterback that constantly is not getting the 4,000 yards, 4,200 yards?
This is a good question. I think it plays into what we just talked about with the franchise guy, and it's mainly because we can't throw the ball downfield, right? A lot of those yards are like big play yards. You know, we need guys who are running downfield, those guys like Kenny Galladay, who's going to catch that 50-yard bomb, Darius Slayton going to catch those guys, take it to the house, 50, 60 yards clips at a time. We don't have that. And as long as the offensive line is bad, we won't have that. That's the problem with how little we did this season to upgrade that offensive line and how big of a question mark it is. If they don't play well, Daniel Jones won't be a 4,000-yard passer. You know, he can throw the ball deep well. We know he can do that. The problem is if he doesn't have the time to, he can't do it on the run. He needs that pocket. And if you don't have the pocket, it's not going to happen. So if the offensive line plays well, I'm very confident he's going to have a nice chunk of yards and touchdown passes to go with it, because that's where he thrives. But if it doesn't go well and he's getting, he's running out of the pocket, it's going to be another West Coast style offense where we're just dinking and dunking. We're trying to get the ball out. We're trying to get guys into space. And at the end of the day, like the receivers should be better. That you can't man up like they did last year against Kenny. You can't man up against Kadarius Toney unless you want your ankles broken Chipotle style, or you can't man up against Sterling. You can't man up against Sterling Shepard. If you're a CB2, CB3 slot receiver, you can't man up with Saquon Barkley. You can't man up with Evan Ingram. You have to play zone coverage. You have to sit guys back, not send all those blitzers they did last year. So for that reason, like you're on Shark Tank, for that reason, I believe that the offensive line will perform better, but it's a big if, it's a big when, it's a big how. And we need to see it before we say, he's going to take that step forward. But I do think that that's the biggest catalyst.
Yeah, personally for me, in terms of him not being able to get a high volume, a high number of passing yards in his stat sheet, I do think it's a product of scheme and personnel around him. I think that the Giants didn't have that deep threat, as Alex just mentioned, but I watched the Giants scheme last year, and it looks like it was built for a star running back, for Saquon Barkley, and he wasn't there. And it really held them back. It held Daniel Jones back. It held the rushing attack back. It held everything back the entire season because it was built for a running back. It wasn't necessarily built to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback. But once Saquon went down, all of the pressure fell onto Daniel Jones' shoulders. And I personally feel like he did a decent enough job with that pressure on him. He still impressed me in a lot of games, but it just wasn't built for him to be successful in that way where he does throw for 4,000 yards. This next season, though, I think that is going to change a lot. I think the scheme is actually going to be almost drastically different. I do think that it relies on the running back a lot. I do think you see a lot of those same dink and dunk, Jason Garrett, schematics, but I do also think Freddie Kitchens' hand is going to be a lot more involved in this offense. He's going to be doing a lot with the playbook. I do think Russ Callaway, Alex loves to mention him, analytics guy, loves the air raid offense. He's going to help this offense get more vertical too. Those two guys, I did a video discussing Freddie Kitchens' impact on the offense, and I had some really good stats about average depth of target. Daniel Jones' average depth of target throughout his career has been really low, which means he's a conservative quarterback, but also means he's been playing in very conservative schemes, as we know with Jason Garrett. But if you go look at Baker Mayfield's average depth of target, especially when he was playing with Freddie Kitchens, I mean, the dude was throwing like 70-plus, 20-plus yard attempts each of those years. Daniel Jones threw like 40 this year. So that's a huge difference. That's 30 extra 20-plus yard deep shots and away like I think he was close to 10 yards average depth of target while Daniel Jones was close to 8. And that 2 yards, that's a lot in an average depth of target metric. That really is impactful. So I do think the offense gets more vertical. Freddie Kitchens has more control over that now. He got that promotion, of course. And so I do think that the passing yards goes up for Daniel Jones. I just don't necessarily see it cracking 4,000 just because Saquon Barkley is on this team. And if he is healthy, he is the focal point of the offense.
Yeah, I definitely think you have a good point with that. I think Saquon is still going to be the focal point. And I think, at the very least, Saquon along with Devontae Booker as the second 1-2 guy, because I think Devontae Booker is actually, he can pretty much do everything that Saquon can do to a lesser extent. So I think he'll kind of spell him pretty often in there. And then with Daniel Jones, I think he probably will get around 4,000 yards. But that's only because, we're playing 17 games. So that's like 240 yards a game or 230-something yards a game to get 4,000. So I think he could probably do that. But I do agree that I don't expect to see something like, even if Daniel Jones was capable of this, I don't expect to see him throwing like 4,800, 5,000 yards because it's very clear that everyone in the Giants facility wants to establish the run. Even with Wayne Gallman, they established the run. Even with Alfred Morris and Devontae Freeman, they established the run.
Yeah, and I'll actually build on something that makes a lot of sense. In his rookie season, Daniel Jones missed 3 games, or he didn't play the first 2 because of Eli, and then he missed another one due to injury, right? Something like that for the Eli to play in the Miami game. So this is interesting because if you look at the games he missed, he played 13 games. It was really more like 12 because that one Dallas appearance he made was like for like a couple minutes. He threw for 3,000 yards playing in virtually 12 games, and he averaged 300 yards per game. So if you actually give him a full season's workload, you give him a full season's chance, he has around 4,000 yards in his rookie season if you average it out. So I think he's more than capable of getting it. But like we saw with Pat Shurmur, that was more of a downfield-centric offense. That was more of an offense that he threw downfield. He somehow managed to get Pat Shurmur, or rather Daniel Jones, more time in the pocket. Saquon was kind of in and out. And I think that's kind of the key, right? I think Saquon Barkley, while he was injured, commanded so much attention from blitzers and whatnot. Like they needed to always have eyes on him, and it gave Daniel Jones a little bit more of a cushion, and it gave the receivers more of a cushion. And that's going to be the catalyst. If the offensive line can hold up, Saquon Barkley, and remember what Saquon did with OBJ. Those guys were insane together. We saw we saw Saquon go for over 2,000 all-purpose yards, 15 touchdowns. OBJ had another good season, but when those guys were together, we saw the quarterback look good. We saw the offense look better. And I think that it's going to make Daniel Jones look a lot better. So I think, having all these playmakers at the same time is going to help the offensive line more than we actually think, which is an underrated factor.
I'm in complete agreement. And I know one thing that's going to be interesting is the Giants' defense in terms of fantasy football. I'm not that into fantasy, so I don't really know how much, importance is placed on the defenses. But I know we're all really high on the Giants' defensive unit. How high are you on them for fantasy this year, Diggy?
As far as fantasy goes, I would probably put them in the middle of the pack, only because I think the lack of yardage that we give up, I think as far as yardage and points and things like that, the Giants defense will be in the top 8. That even if we take a step back, the things that we've done to add to the depth of the team, I think kind of make up for it. But as far as fantasy goes, you're looking for a lot of turnovers. You're looking for defensive touchdowns, and maybe Kadarius Toney helps with because you get points for kick return touchdowns too. As far as fantasy goes, I would put them in the middle of the pack to be safe. But that's only because I think we're going to be playing a lot more man-to-man, and that means less interceptions. That means less guys in an area that can just break on the football. Fumbles are really hard to predict. So I will put them in the middle of the pack, but as far as actual real defense, I expect them to be much higher.
I think they could be top 10. I mean, I felt a little offended that they were ranked top 7 and PFF ranked them top 7. We saw a crazy thing today. CBS Sports has Jalen Hurts as the number 9 fantasy quarterback. How does that make you feel?
I would have to. I think I remember signing Jalen Hurts in my fantasy team. I don't remember how good he was. I think he had a pretty good game against the Saints, but other than that, I mean, to expect him to be a top 10 guy just because he's a running quarterback, I don't know. Maybe they think that Devontae Smith makes him that much better to where he becomes more of a passing threat, and then he can run on top of that. It's interesting, I mean, because running quarterbacks, even when you don't consider them to be even top 20 quarterbacks, they can have pretty decent fantasy seasons. But top 10 is kind of crazy to me. Top 10.
And that's like Lamar, the Lamar Jackson, effect. He doesn't ever really have a ton of passing yards, but the guy rushes for 50 to 90 yards a game. I love him. Lamar Jackson is like the quintessential fantasy quarterback because he's basically a running back that gets you maybe 1 or 2 passing touchdowns and then another rushing touchdown. And that's it just piles up after a while. And it's he's amazing.
One guy that really did a lot in fantasy last year was Kyler Murray. He had 8 weeks straight where he had at least 3 touchdowns, whether it be passing or rushing. He had at least 3 in 8 straight weeks or something. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, dude. And Josh Allen had a good one, but Kyler Murray, he saved my ass a couple times last year in fantasy. His rushing touchdowns really were big for me. But, I'm so excited, man. Fantasy football is one of the best parts about the NFL in the first place. I'm so happy they invented that portion of the game. It keeps me, it really keeps you in it. You know what I mean? I would only watch the Giants, if I didn't have fantasy football. I watch Red Zone on Sundays all day long because of fantasy football. I actually tune into the other games. Kind of cool how they managed to tie that in. But what are you thinking about Adoree Jackson? I asked Anthony this question before, but do you think that we overpaid for Adoree Jackson, or do you think it was a good signing, overall?
We definitely overpaid for him, but I mean, they both can be true. I mean, I still think it was a good signing. When I heard that we were signing Adoree Jackson or looking into signing him, I didn't expect it to be 3 years. I expected it to be a 1-year deal, but I think it's a potential signing. I think our secondary will be good, whether he plays or whether not. He's a guy that's dealt with a lot of injuries, and that's pretty much the biggest Achilles heel with him. But if you look at his tape, I got a chance to look at pretty much his entire career because he's been injured so much. It's pretty easy. He doesn't really give up deep passes. And I think that's what we want. He doesn't give up deep passes, even in man coverage, because he's so fast. I watched him run down Tyreek Hill. So I think he ran a 4.3 or a 4.4. His on-field speed is pretty much up there with the fastest players in the league. So I think having him not being able to give up those deep passes it's going to be good for us. So if he can just not give up the big plays, but one problem I have with him is his tackling. He gives up a lot of short passes, and then on top of that, he doesn't come up and make those tackles. So I'm just curious to see how Patrick Graham schemes to make sure that maybe there's more people in his area to make those short tackles. But as far as big plays, I know he's not going to give up a bunch of those. Like, I don't think he's going to be that free agent corner that gets signed and then the NFC East rivals are making fun of him because he gets burnt down the sideline.
I agree with that. I think he complements James Bradberry to perfection. That's what I like about Adoree Jackson the most, is that you have a big imposing corner like Bradberry who can really mirror those elite route runners and those possession receivers like the Kenny Galladay's and the DK Metcalfs of the world. Where then you have Adoree Jackson, who you need these kind of corners, as outside corners that can match up against the Tyreek Hills. Like, I would not trust James Bradberry as much as I love him. I don't trust him against a guy like Tyreek Hill. He's too quick. He's too fast. Adoree Jackson's the only one that has that type of makeup speed. And I watched his film against Kansas City when he played against him, and he had a couple really nice plays against Kansas City, against Tyreek Hill specifically, especially with a pretty good wide receiver core in the NFC East, the Curtis Samuels of the world. That's where Adoree Jackson's going to shine. The the Jalen Ragers of the world. That's where, James Bradberry is going to lock Devonta Smith down like Bambi. And I think that for the most part, Adoree Jackson against Jalen Rager is going to be a good matchup. That's going to be where you need him. Against Washington, Curtis Samuel. Against Dallas, you have Michael Gallup, a speedier guy. CeeDee Lamb, I think that'll be Darnay Holmes, but I think you could ask, Adoree Jackson to move inside and cover CeeDee Lamb if you wanted to. Michael Gallup, I think that's ideal for him because he's a fast receiver. And then, of course, Amari Cooper, James Bradberry has his number all day long. I think our secondary really is matched up perfectly against these NFC East opponents, and that's where we're going to really shine in that secondary role. And I know, let's see if we can get Chris in here right now. Chris, my guy, how you doing?
What's going on, guys? Good to see you guys. What's up, Diggy? What's going on, Alex? What's up, Anthony?
Nothing much.
What's up, man? Got the full squad in here now.
Oh yeah,
it's been a minute.
Yeah, appreciate you guys for having me on, man. And as soon as you guys asked me, obviously come on no matter what. But then you factor in the charity and everything else. Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
really appreciate it.
But something I wanted to add on to that, I really liked what we did this offseason with the corners. We got faster. I think Bradberry's one weakness was the speed. So we bring in Adoree Jackson, who we kind of covered, and then we bring in Aaron Robinson, who's a 4-3 guy too. So both of those guys added on to it, because if you look at more specifically Washington's team, what does Ryan Fitzpatrick do? That the only thing that Ryan Fitzpatrick does that scares you is throw the ball down the field and make big plays. We have a defense that's anti-big play. Diami Brown is a deep threat. Terry McLaurin is a deep threat. And Curtis Samuel is a deep threat. So I think we did a great job responding to what Washington brought in.
100%, Chris. And how are you feeling, Chris, about Adoree and James Bradberry this second? I know we spoke about it for a moment, but I'm optimistic as hell. We all think this team is going to be a lot better, but the secondary, man, it could be top 5, if not the best.
I am super. I haven't been this excited for a Giants season definitely since I've been on YouTube, and I at the same time I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm not trying to sell false hope that this team's going to go 12-5 and we're going to win the Super Bowl. Like, I still recognize there's a lot of question marks to this team. Certainly the offensive line, which you could at least argue got worse. You could also optimistically say, well, more continuity. They're playing together. Younger players should take a big leap. But we lost Kevin Zeitler, right? And we didn't really replace him outside of, getting Hernandez, and hopefully Shane Lemieux gets the job. But defensively, last year the defense was the biggest surprise. There's no doubt about it. I don't think a soul in this chat, on this stream, thought that the New York Giants defense was going to be a top 10 defense last year. And they were. And if they weren't, they were a fringe top 10 defense. This year, you bring back Patrick Graham. You bring back the scheme. They're more acclimated to it. You get Lorenzo Carter back. I thought Adoree Jackson was and I was listening briefly before I came on live, and I completely agree with what Diggy had to say. I think Adoree Jackson, we overpaid, but it was also a good signing. And I think in free agency, that's what you do. When you sign somebody in free agency, if they're the best player at their position in the market, which he was either probably the second best, but when you sign an upper echelon player at his position, you're going to overpay. That's just the way free agency works. And it's kind of like Nate Solder. Obviously, Nate Solder didn't work out, but we knew Nate Solder was a huge need. We went out there, we signed him. We overpaid because he was the best left tackle available. At the time, Adoree Jackson was probably the best cornerback available. So sure, the Giants overpaid, but that was by far our biggest weakness last year. Isaac Yiadom, Adoree Jackson, that's a major difference. Even if Adoree Jackson is an average starting caliber cornerback in this league, that is a big leg up. And last year, the Giants defense, I thought, was limited because we had questionable corner play on the other side. So we couldn't blitz nearly as much as we wanted to. We were 20th in the league in blitz frequency for a coordinator that I think wants to put the pressure on opposing offenses. He wants to be able to blitz a lot more than the Giants did last year. And I think by adding Adoree Jackson, that's certainly going to do that.
Okay, so I kind of have a question. I just saw one of Chris's videos the other day, which your bold prediction was that the Giants would be top 3 in turnovers on defense.
Yeah, turnovers created, yeah.
So where would you rank the Giants defense as far as fantasy-wise?
They're up there, and it's not just because of the addition of Adoree Jackson that I think they're going to have more turnovers. I also look at the schedule we're going up against, and look at the quarterbacks we're playing. We're playing Jameis Winston if he's the starter, or Taysom Hill. We're playing Sam Darnold. We're playing Ryan Fitzpatrick twice, who's not allergic to turnovers. We're playing Jalen Hurts twice, who's not allergic to turnovers. We're playing Justin Herbert in a new scheme, who I think could definitely have some struggles this year in a new scheme. I don't think enough people are talking about that. Obviously, Drew Lock week 1, not very good. I think we're playing a lot of weak quarterbacks this year. And I think with the addition of Adoree Jackson and the fact that I think the Giants are going to blitz a lot more this year, it's going to create more turnovers. Even though we were pretty good in that area last year, we were 10th in the league. I think we're going to be top 5 at least in turnovers created this year. That's, I guess, my bold prediction. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I would rank them fairly high. I don't, I'm not a huge fantasy guy. I play it. I would think top 5 or 6 fantasy defenses going into the year, because I think the sacks are going to be up because we're going to be more aggressive. I think the turnovers are going to be up. And I think we play a pretty soft schedule in terms, obviously you want to have like when we play the Chiefs, you want to have another defense that you're going to put in there. Right. But overall, when you factor in that we play the NFC East, not the best of offenses outside of Dallas, and you factor in some of the offense I talked about, I think the Giants defense this year will be good. Obviously, the Falcons have a pretty good offense, but I think Giants fantasy-wise will be a top 5 or 6 defense this year.
Absolutely. I think we're all on the same page. And sticking with the defense, I got to ask the both of you, because we've asked pretty much everybody who's come on today about Jabrill Peppers and these rumors about people wanting to trade him and everything. And we've surprisingly got some mixed responses. Like, we've had some people kind of sound like they're proponents of the idea. I know Patty Traina was mentioning that from what she's heard, Aaron Robinson is actually going to be kind of groomed into that Jabrill Peppers role, kind of play some linebacker, which I thought was a little surprising thinking of him as a slot corner. Apparently they want to try and move him inside and have him play some linebacker and have him kind of train for that Jabrill Peppers role. So what are your thoughts, guys? Do you want to see Jabrill Peppers traded for some draft picks or what? And even LPG, he said, of course, he wants him around long term, but even if he does get traded, maybe they can yield some good value. So curious to know what you guys think about that.
I guess I'll start. I think he's muted. If me personally, I actually made a video on this. I would not at all. I don't think it makes any sense before the year starts. Now, that doesn't mean in season. If we're 2-5, of course, I'd be open to making the trade. But going into the year, the Giants, to me, clearly showed they're ultra aggressive. They went out there. They spent more money than any team in free agency when you factor in Leonard Williams, Adoree Jackson, Kenny Golladay, if not the most, second most. New England spent a lot as well. But when you have an offseason like that and you spend the way that the New York Giants did, and I get the other side of things, right? People say, well, he's going to leave anyway, potentially next year, right? But you're thinking about this year. You're trying to win football games this year. The pressure's on. And I think you have to also think about it from the perspective of Joe Judge and Dave Gettleman. These guys aren't thinking about 2 years. They're thinking about this year. They're thinking about this year's team. They're thinking about winning football games. If the Giants go out there and win 4 games this year, Joe Judge is in the hot seat going into year 3, and Dave Gettleman's without a job. So if I'm Gettleman and I had the aggressive offseason that I had, I don't think it makes any sense at all before the year starts to trade Jabrill Peppers. I think he's a really good player, and I think he fits the scheme.
Yeah, I definitely think that Jabrill Peppers it doesn't make any sense. It's pretty much the exact same thing. If you want to trade him and the Giants are horrible in the middle of the season, then sure. But when you want to go out and win this year, it doesn't make any sense to start trading away some of your best players, because Aaron Robinson, I highly doubt is going to be as good as Jabrill Peppers is in year 1 of him learning an entirely new position. And then on top of that, I mean, I'm kind of in the minority. A lot of Giants fans are saying re-sign Jabrill Peppers right now. I'm kind of in a minority of he's still one of my favorite players, and he's right behind me, right here. But I can just see the Giants moving on. I just really don't see a path just because of the position he plays. We have Xavier McKinney there. We just paid Logan Ryan. They're moving Robinson to the same position. And then if you look at the draft, we have all of these picks at the top of the draft. You got Kyle Hamilton coming out of Notre Dame. You got Jordan Battle out of Alabama. There are a ton of ways to replace someone who, especially as a box safety, who I think is a little bit easier to replace than a center fielder. So I'd really see it. I don't see him coming back this year or this in 2022. But for 2021, you don't start trading away your good players who are comfortable in the system, who had a career year in that system. You just don't do it because you're trying to win this year.
Yeah, and also, what message does that send to the players that are on this year's team? You know, you're going into this year. You just had Kenny Golladay sign on with this team expecting to win. You just had
Jabrill Peppers, actually. He met with Jabrill Peppers.
He met with Jabrill Peppers. So for all these players that are hyped up going into the year, you're trying to build a winning culture. You're trying to bring winning ways back to the New York Giants. I get it for fans in fantasy land that think of it as fantasy football, and they don't think of it from the perspective of the players on the team, the coach on the team, the general manager on the team. But what message does that send to all the players that signed on with this New York Giants football team intending to compete this year? Yeah, we're just going to trade Jabrill Peppers for a second-round pick next year before the year starts. Makes no sense. And people may talk about Robinson. They may talk about McKinney. We don't know. You don't know that those guys could fill the role that Peppers was one of our 3 or 4 best players on our defense last year.
Exactly. And one thing I'll say on top of that is I don't think we'll see a lot of players get traded in this Joe Judge era because he said plain and simple, I don't believe in trading away our leaders in the middle of the season. It's not good for team morale. So I just don't think we'll see that. I really don't think we'll see that while Joe Judge is still here.
Yeah, it's also about loyalty. You know what I mean? Like, you don't trade away players who are captains. You don't trade away players who bring that type of energy to your team. Jabrill Peppers has both of those things going for him, you know? And like you guys said, he played a big part in recruiting some of these big names here, and then to trade him away before the season, like Chris said, I think that's the perfect way to look at it. You don't create a weakness where you have a strength before the season even starts. You wait until your team see if they're struggling and then utilize that as trade bait. That's what the Jets did with Leonard Williams. They got 3rd and a 5th from us. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only way I see that happening. And what I'd rather do is I would trade Sterling Shepard at the deadline and use that money to re-sign Jabrill Peppers. Because Sterling Shepard is replaceable at this point in his career. You know, he's getting a little bit older. His contract, you know, they have an out after this season if they want to. Might as well recoup some draft capital. We just drafted Kadarius Toney. You can always replace guys like that. I think Darius Slayton will be ready to take over that outside spot where Sterling Shepard would be playing because you already have Kadarius Toney in the slot. You know, like that will be his spot. He'll have adapted at that point. If there's anything that I could see them doing, it would be trading Sterling Shepard and then using that money and flipping it over to Jabrill. The problem is if Jabrill Peppers has a great year, he's getting paid. You know, he's getting paid. Yeah. So can the Giants afford to offer him that Landon Collins type of deal? Was it 4 years?
Well, let's look at how much did Jamal Adams just get? Or are the numbers out yet?
It's probably going to be a ton.
If it's like a $90 million
I think they are.
deal.
Yeah, I think it was a record-breaking. I don't know if he signed it yet, but it was a record. Either they're expecting or it was a record-breaking deal, whatever it was.
Yeah. From what I've seen so far, I just can't see Jabrill Peppers being paid $90 million. I think he's a good player. I don't think he's Cam Chancellor.
I would agree with that. I wouldn't give him 90. I wouldn't give him 80, 90, but I think I'd give him 3 years, maybe 3 years.
What's your average per year that you would look at?
I'd give him 12. I give him $12 million a year.
I think he's going to get about 14 wherever he goes, especially with the salary cap going up.
I think he can fill multiple roles.
He's not going to be. I think in the end, we're going to get a comp pick for him. I think it's going to be the same thing with Landon Collins, unless we're bad. Then maybe we trade him mid-season. But if we're good, I don't see it. I don't see how it's in the budget, especially after we sign Logan Ryan. And then you factor in Barkley. May require an extension if he's good this year. Jones is going to require an extension down the line if he's good. Dexter Lawrence, and we have no cap space to begin with. You backloaded. I would love to keep him. He's one of my favorite players on the team. If I had to guess, I don't think he'll be back here, but I'm not trading before the year starts.
Completely agree. I do think that they're going to figure out a way to get him under the salary cap just because he is really important for Patrick Graham's defense. Like what he does playing linebacker, playing safety, plays a lot of slot corner as well. Like you can't really replace that so easily. To find the guy that can fill all those roles the way that he does, I don't think Xavier McKinney fills all those roles. I don't think Xavier McKinney gets in the box and plays linebacker like that. I love McKinney. I think he's excellent in run support, but he's not built like Jabrill Peppers. Jabrill Peppers is built like a linebacker in a way. So I don't really see that with McKinney. He's a little skinnier. I'm really high on Xavier McKinney. I think he's going to be phenomenal. I can't wait to see all 3 of those safeties on the field at the same time, Logan Ryan, Jabrill Peppers, and Xavier McKinney. But the way I see it, if Patrick Graham's around long-term, I think Jabrill Peppers has to be around long-term. Otherwise, they're going to have to seriously look for a replacement because he just does something very unique for the defense and plays a very, very unique and specific and important role.
I would love it. I would love to keep him here. Like you said, I think he fits the scheme beautifully.
Perfectly. Yeah, I think they want to put some weight on Xavier McKinney because the tape that I looked at, I mean, he played linebacker. He played pass rush and outside linebacker for a few snaps. So I think they want to use him that way. Maybe they're like saying we need to keep Jabrill for a couple. Maybe he gets the franchise and they want to keep him for a couple of years to kind of groom either McKinney or Aaron Robinson at that next safety spot to kind of do everything that he does. Or maybe they want to split those responsibilities between McKinney and Aaron Robinson.
Yeah, man. This is going to be a really interesting training camp. And, that outside linebacker group, another really big, position battle that's going to ensue. What do you guys think about Azeez Ojulari, getting at 50, whereas people were mocking him at us at 11, 2 weeks before the draft, which is a wild steal for us. But do you think, Chris, you mentioned before, like our sack numbers last year were pretty decent despite having Jabal shared and Carter Coughlin as our starting OLBs. We had 40 sacks, ranked 12th in the NFL in total sacks. Now you have Azeez Ojulari, you got Lorenzo Carter coming back, Ocean Ximenez, Ellerson Smith, who actually I think is going to be pretty good after a little bit of development. And then you have like a Fadio Denebo who can fill that role, and Ryan Anderson. Where do you see this, this kind of outside linebacker group going? How many sacks do you think we'll have next year? And Azeez Ojulari, do you think he can be like that kind of stud outside linebacker?
Yeah, I don't want to put too much pressure on Azeez year one because he's a rookie, and maybe he'll be great. I do think he fits the scheme beautifully. I don't know how he got to number 50 overall. The only thing I know, there was some kind, I don't remember what it was.
It was a knee injury in high school that they were concerned about, but he hasn't had any issues in college at all with it. So
yeah, that was the only thing that kind of popped up as to why maybe he fell. The other thing is maybe he's not necessarily a great fit for like a lot of defenses in the NFL, but for our defense specifically, I think he's a really good fit. He's got great bend off the edge from everything that I've seen and some of the highlights and the clips that I've watched. A lot of people seem to think he needs to work on some of his pass rush moves, but you expect that from a lot of younger players coming into the league. I think he could have an OCU Manure type impact long-term with this team. I think it was a really good pick by the Giants. Overall, I think our edge rushers are going to be better. I mean, how could it not be? Lorenzo Carter last year, I thought looked real. Obviously, a lot of it depends on whether or not Carter's going to be healthy. That's still a major question mark. He had a very serious injury last year. But Carter, I thought, looked really good, even though I think he only had one sack. But overall, I thought he looked really good in the 3 games or so that he played last year. I think he fits the scheme very well. Ojulari will be a really nice welcomed addition. Ryan Anderson, I think, could be an underrated pickup as well. So I like it. I like our – I'm not saying we definitely don't have an elite edge rusher, but in a scheme that we have, I don't think you need that. I think it's a defense that's built off of coverage and deception. And I think we have good enough players at that position to get the job done, and it's certainly an upgrade. In terms of the amount of sacks, I think we're going to have more just by default. One, we're playing more games, right? We're playing an extra game. But I just think because we're going to be a better team, opposing offenses are going to have to throw more than they did last year. I think the teams will be playing from behind more than they did last year. So I think we'll get more sack opportunities. If we had 40 last year, I'll go with like 48 this year. I think there'll be a decent uptick in that department.
For sure. And I like what you mentioned about, the disguised coverages and stuff from the Giants defense. And I'm curious to see if they continue with that this year. Patrick Graham, I know he used a lot of zone coverage last year. People were really surprised by that because going into the year, we all thought it was going to be a heavy press man scheme. And then they went into that zone. They tried the press man. It didn't work. Then they went to that zone and it worked like a charm. But this next year, it sounds like they want to get back to that press man scheme. It seems like that's what the signing of Adoree Jackson was all about, getting into press man coverage more. What are your thoughts on that? How do you feel about that personally? If it isn't broke, don't fix it. I want to see the Giants continue to play this disguised zone coverage scheme and just really keep offenses guessing, keep them confused. I really like that scheme. I do understand maybe where Patrick Graham's coming from, trying to get that press man more incorporated. But personally, like I said, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. I hope that they stick and do a lot more zone coverage than most people are anticipating.
Yeah, I think that they will definitely do a lot of what they did last year because it worked, and I don't think that they're that dense to where they think they should switch everything up after everything worked. But what I think that they want that press man for is in those situations where you're in 3rd and 15, 3rd and 11, you can man up and you can actually get physical at the line of scrimmage and not worry about there being a huge play. We couldn't do that last year. We had 40 sacks last year, but in the situations where we needed sacks, where we needed stops, every single time the defense failed. And it wasn't because of the scheme or anything. We just didn't have the front four to get there, and we couldn't trust Isaac Yiadom and Ryan Lewis and all those guys on the other side to hold up and 3rd and long. We could not play bump and run with them. We'd give up touchdowns if we did.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Digi on that. I mean, the other thing I think why I wouldn't be too concerned, Anthony, with in terms of them switching too much from getting away from the zone and man press coverage. Joe Judge has been pretty outspoken since he took the job. I think they're gonna have matchups. They're gonna run their defense based on the team they're going against. And one week it may be a completely different game plan than another week. If they're facing, say, I don't know, Tua, right, who may be having a really bad year, and they feel like they could be ultra aggressive against him, maybe you will see more man coverage and blitzing a lot more. But when they're going against Pat Mahomes, I'm sure they're not going to be sending the house playing and play out. I think what getting that improvement on the second cornerback spot does was it gives them more options to be more aggressive in certain situations, kind of like what Diggy was saying on the 3rd and long situation. So we're not, and we weren't horrible in 3rd down last year. We were decent. We got off the field a decent amount of time, if I remember correctly, but we weren't aggressive. This year, I think you could be more aggressive, and I think that's going to lend itself to more creative turnovers.
I agree. And you know what? I want to just, we've been at this for like 6 hours and 15 minutes. My brain is like a scrambled egg. I know, Chris, you're used to these long streams, so you get it.
Not this one.
Yeah, this is walling out. But my last question for you guys before I officially crawl under my desk and die for once and for all. What is your projections for Daniel Jones this year in terms of, do you think he is our franchise quarterback? Do you think that he alleviates some of these big problems, ball security, going through his progressions? Do you think all these weapons are going to help him get to that next level? And having 2 first-round picks next year, do you view that as an opportunity to get out of the Daniel Jones situation? Or do you think, how do you see that kind of going? If he doesn't play well, do you think we use those picks on quarterback? That's worst case scenario. But best case scenario, do you see him as the future of this team, a top 10 quarterback, top 15 in the league potentially?
As far as Jones goes, I'll answer that. For this year specifically, I think Jones is going to have a good year. I think Jones is going to have, but to answer your question, even if Jones throws 30 or 31 touchdowns this year, which I think he's gonna, I got him right around 30 touchdowns. I think he's going to throw about 30 touchdowns. I'll go 13 picks. I'll go 3 rushing touchdowns, 4,100 yards. I think with the extra game, I think those are reasonable expectations with the added weapons that we added for Jones this year. If he plays all 17 games, which he has not yet to do throughout his career. He's had injuries both years since he's been in the league. But if he stays healthy, I do think 30 touchdowns is reasonable expectations for Daniel Jones. I don't think it's crazy. But even if he does that, I'm not saying he is or isn't at the end of the year. I am not going to be completely sold on Daniel Jones at the end of this year, even if he has 30 touchdowns, 13 picks, because I think after his first year, Giants fans jumped the gun. They saw a quarterback who had 24 touchdowns, 12 picks. They said, this is the guy. He's going to be incredible. And then it set up unrealistic expectations for a second year in a new scheme. And people, and even if he throws 30 or 31 touchdowns, I don't know, because my answer to you is this. You say, could he be a top 10 or 15 quarterback? And I would say yes. I think there's a good possibility he could be a middle-of-the-road starting quarterback. But my answer to you is I don't want to pay a middle-of-the-road starting quarterback top-tier money that Dak Prescott did, because when you do that, you get stuck in no man's land. You look at what happened to the Falcons when they gave Matt Ryan the money, when the Lions gave Matt Stafford the money. They didn't win. To warrant that kind of money, you got to be an upper echelon quarterback. So do I think he could be a top 15 quarterback? Absolutely. Could he be a top 5, 6, 7? That remains to be seen. And even if he throws 30 touchdowns this year, I'm not going to be sold on that yet.
I would definitely agree with your predictions as far as stats wise. I think that's probably where I expect him to come in at. I think anything over that is definitely icing on the cake. But I'm more looking for Daniel Jones this year to show up in the big moments. Is he going to galvanize a team and more than just the huddle and come back and win big games? Is he going to be able to go out and the games where they say they're must-win games and have like crazy performances? Is he going to be able to lead this team to the playoffs? And then does he disappear in the playoffs? Does he shrink in the playoffs? Because one thing I'll say about his rookie season, even though he had that first big game where he just looked like the most clutch quarterback of all time to every Giants fan, because we were just so excited. But after that, he's kind of shrunk. He's kind of shrunk in the biggest moments of his career so far. The first year against Tom Brady, he threw like all those interceptions. The second year, he threw a game-losing interception. Against the Rams, he threw a game-losing interception. So what I want to see is the stats go up, I'm pretty confident that he can do that. Like Kirk Cousins can have like crazy years statistically, but no one fears him because when it's time to really go out and win these games, Kirk Cousins shrinks. So I want to see Daniel Jones finally step up and be the reason that this team is winning. That's how we'll know that he's the franchise quarterback. He can have all the stats that he wants, but he needs to be the reason that this team is winning.
Great. That's got Eli Manning written all over.
Exactly.
Eli Manning didn't put up outside of 2011, where he was incredible statistically, but on a year in, year out basis, he was an average quarterback statistically. Even when he was at his best, maybe slightly above average in certain years. But when it went, like you said, Diggy, in the big moment when the game was on the line, the 2-minute drill, maybe 3 or 4 quarterbacks I've ever seen in my life that were better in the 2-minute drill. And that's where quarterbacks win and lose games. At the end of the day, a lot of these games will come down to that last drive, second to last drive, late in the game. And I agree with you on that. To me, I'm not a big stats guy. Like, obviously, I throw out projections. I think 30 touchdowns is reasonable for Jones, but I'll take 24 touchdowns and 4 game-winning drives this year, in big spots against good teams. So I would much rather have that than 31 touchdowns, great fantasy stats, and the Giants go 8-9.
I'm in the same boat. I think that Daniel Jones, my expectations for him, I think it's closer to Baker Mayfield than it is for Josh Allen. You look at Baker Mayfield's year 3, it's around 26 touchdowns. It's not, Josh Allen, arguably an MVP caliber performance, but I do think that he shows the improvement and is able to establish himself as a good quarterback. Not necessarily an elite one just yet. Maybe he still has room to grow at the end of this year, but I do think, 3,500 passing yards, 26, 28 touchdowns, somewhere around there. Because you got to remember that this offense, as long as he's healthy, is going to go straight through Saquon Barkley all year round. So I do think that almost in a way, Daniel Jones is going to be a complementary role if Saquon Barkley's fully healthy. Because you look at the offensive scheme last year, it was built for a star running back. Even though Saquon was down, they still ran the offense through Wayne Gallman, ran it through Alfred Morris when he was on the field, and Daniel Jones kind of played a complementary role. So while I do think that the offense is going to change quite a bit this upcoming season because of the new personnel and because of the changes on the coaching staff, I still think that it's going to be focused heavily on Saquon Barkley and allow Daniel Jones to grow in a different kind of way than it did with Josh Allen. Because if you look at the Bills, they throw the ball every single play that they can. They barely even run the ball. All they love to do is just pass, air it out. But I don't think the Giants are going to have that same mentality. I still think that they're going to run the ball as much as they can and then rely on their quarterback to do those clutch moments, as Diggy mentioned, and make those plays down the stretch. That's kind of where he needs to show up. And if he does that, then I will feel pretty confident in him going, long-term with Daniel Jones as our quarterback.
Yeah, guys. And I think you guys pretty much hit it all on the head with DJ. We need to see the growth. Otherwise, this team, again, we're going to be watching come September or come, the winter. It's going to be boring because they won't be in the playoffs. But I think they can make it. I think that we're going to be in pretty good shape. I think this defense is going to be incredible. And I think we have the weapons on offense. We've given Daniel Jones the keys to the kingdom. It's time for him to jump in the whip and really drive us to success here. So, guys, thank you so much for just coming on here for just a quick little moment here to, bring some awareness to childhood cancer and get some funds to them and just do something good for the community. We have a lot of positives to harp on in the coming days of training camp, preseason, the regular season. And I know we're all going to be doing and working so hard for this community that we've all built. So it's really incredible. And I can't wait to work with you guys throughout the season because that's what this is all about, just being together and having some fun with this. And, you guys make fantastic content. You guys both know that. I tell you that all the time. And it's a pleasure to be alongside you guys as always. So thank you so much for coming over and hanging out with us and, talking about some Giants football because that's what we love. But guys, if you've been here for almost 6.5 hours, we've been at it for a while. We've interviewed LPG, we've interviewed Art Stapleton, we've interviewed Patricia Traina, Diggy, Chris, Brian Walker, so many people. It's ridiculous. But I'm going to go have a nice, juicy drink because I feel like I deserve it. And the kids deserve it too. But my friends, thank you so much for tuning into Fireside Giants. Anthony, do you have anything you want to say before we tune off?
Yeah, the GoFundMe is in the description. It's going to be up there. It's going to stay live. So if any of you are watching the replay of this and you're just watching maybe just the Chris and Diggy portion of it, whatever, on the replay, just go ahead, throw some donation in the GoFundMe if you're able to, or at least just share the cause because as Art Stapleton mentioned earlier, you don't necessarily have to donate money in order to make a donation. Sometimes just making a post on Twitter or Instagram, that's donated enough because you're going to encourage someone else to donate or at least encourage them to do some research on the organization or something. So yeah, guys, thank you so much, everybody who did tune in. I know some of you have been around for about 6 hours, and we really appreciate that. All the love and support that we get from you. We love our community that we're building here. And Giants family, that's what it is. It's a family. So it was an awesome day. Happy we were able to raise a pretty good amount of money for TCJ Fund. And like Alex said, we're really excited to dive into the season, create some content with Chris, with Diggy, and everybody else, and hopefully see the Giants make the playoffs this year.
Yes, sir. All right, boys. Thank you so much. I know you guys have a lot to do today. I know the Mets won, Yankees lost. I'm going to go cry about it. But the Knicks, we got the NBA draft coming up in a couple of days. I'm hyped to see the Knicks are going to take. I know you guys. Diggy, are you a Knicks fan?
No, I'm Lakers.
Lakers fan.
Lakers
okay,
and Nets. Lakers and Nets.
And Nets. I think that's an interesting combo. But
Nets, not Nets.
Oh, Nets. Okay, I was about to say. I was like, what?
Nets. How'd you become a national fan?
Yeah,
I'm from DC.
Okay. That makes sense then. And how'd you become a Giant fan?
TV fan. I just picked the team. I literally just picked the team.
It's a good team to pick, or a bad team to pick, depending on when you chose them. But Chris, yeah, I think you're a Knicks fan, right?
Huge Knicks fan, yeah.
Yeah, huge Knicks fan. Yeah, so you're excited about the draft, I'm sure. They're talking about moving up right now. They're going to package 19 and 21, maybe get into the lottery. Maybe we'll get someone like maybe Sharif Cooper, maybe Davion Mitchell. We'll try. We need a point guard badly. My friends, thank you so much, and we'll catch you guys a little bit later. Appreciate all the time, and have a great rest of your Sunday.
All right, you too. Thanks for having me on.
Peace out, fellas.
Have a good one.
All right.
All right, so that is it, my friends. Thank you to all of those who supported the stream, all of those who stayed with us. I'm beat. I feel like I just ran a marathon.
My
I need
eyeballs
to rest
hurt.
my eyes. Yeah, my eyes are closing as we speak. You see me. I look like I just legalized weed in my apartment in New York City. But here we are.
Ever since we saw that TikTok, my eyeballs have been hurting me, and it hasn't gotten any better. So
Well, that hurt my brain more than my eyes, but yeah, we'll stick with that. But guys, thank you so much as always. Make sure to go if you do want to continue to donate. We're almost at our goal of $1,000.
We're close.
Like $100 away. We're gonna get there whether you help or not. But if you do help, we appreciate that even more because it means a lot to us to give back to this fund. We want to do something nice for the community, so we really appreciate it. And for those who stuck around for 6.5 hours, you guys are freaking OGs. Much love as always. We plan to do so much more content, not as long as this, but great stuff nonetheless, and get some really great people on here. We've created a lot of good connections here for the future, and I think that's something that you guys should know. All these interviews and stuff, these are connections that we're going to utilize down the road, things that we're going to hopefully operate with. An Airborne Cheeseburger. I need some cheeseburgers, bro. I'm dairy free. Screw it. Give me a cheeseburger. And yes, rest in peace to the Corvette.
Been a long day. Those of you who have been around for 6 hours, if you don't have tickets to FanFest, that's good enough for me that you were here for 6 hours. I'll give them to you. Mike, I know you're one of them. I think Fireplace has been here most of the time. Steven, you've been here all day. You did even support by posting on Instagram, I believe. Guys, just message me on Twitter or at Fireside Giants on Instagram. You guys have earned it, and we really had a great time hosting this for you today. It was a long one, but it was worth it. We spread a lot of awareness for this foundation, and I think it's going to be a really good season upcoming for the Giants. We have a lot of great content upcoming as well, so stay tuned to Fireside Giants, and we really love and appreciate all of the support that you guys gave us. It was really amazing. And Mike, yes, you can be a mod. I'm going to make you a mod. You've absolutely earned that today. And yeah, guys, thank you so much, and go Giants.
Absolutely, guys. We'll catch you guys later. Keep out for a video tomorrow, Tuesday. And then training camp's coming. We're going to be on the freaking beat, my friends. We're going to be on that stuff like white on rice. I got you. And we'll catch you guys later. Have a good one.